fuck rollback netco. You didn't beat me. My shit keeps fucking dropping in the middle of the fucking match. You didn't beat me. You chatter and play, and I couldn't fucking interrupt with my moves or anything time because the game drops all my fucking inputs. Fuck this game. Punish yourself, you fucking mouth drooler.
Don't act like you don't know me.
Have I not said 1 zillion times on this show and in my content, I want nothing to do with you. Nothing. Your content.
You're trolling. You're bullshit.
I don't want to be pulled into your vortex of nonsense, okay? You are the least important thing to me on this fucking planet. I don't want to know about what so-and-so said in a video, what documentary is coming out, what video game that makes fun of me is coming out. No, you can eat my ass. That's what you can do. You can eat directly out of my butthole.
Yum!
I actually admitted this last year. I'll say it again. I actually do play some mobile games. I do. All right? The ones that I play are free to play or incredibly inexpensive, like you spend $1 here or there to make progress.
This one's for all my baby girls.
Got me that gotcha. I love it. Got me that gotcha.
I found you.
Gotcha. Begging for fucking tips and shit on street. It's WWE Champions time. I'm stupid. WWE game plays like Candy Crush, moving gems around, breaking colored gems. I love it. Again, it's pay to win. The more money you sink into it, the more characters you can summon, the higher chance you'll get the better characters, etc., etc. All right? Got me that gotcha. I love it. Got me that gotcha. Begging for fucking tips and shit on street. Gotcha. Got me that gotcha. Thanks for the money, dummies. Supercar. That was a mobile game I played like 5-6 years ago, a lot. For about a year, I played it pretty hardcore. All right, even at that point, that was before everything kind of fell apart with YouTube and everything. I was putting a little bit of money into it. I was playing for the top cards. I was playing the shit out of that game, okay? After about a year, they launched what they called Season 2, which reset all the cards in the game and made all your progress essentially worthless. And I said, this game fucking sucks. What a complete waste of time that this was, all right?
Whoa, we're booting up early. That's probably because I'm on Twitch. We're trying to give everybody ample opportunity to get ready. Or something like that, I don't fucking know. Are you ready for the nonsense?
Let me repeat that again.
I'm not.
The champ is here. The champ is here.
What's up, Ebegging? Hello.
Sharpening filter on DSP so he looked like those YouTube thumbnails that you probably don't like. Oh my god, you look like he's eating spiders. Partying while you're burning in hell again. Dude, he's eating a fucking bowl of spiders. These are spiders. No edit on those spiders in the bowl. Halloween picture right now. This is the Halloween thumbnail. DSP eats spiders?
Oh yeah, that's right. We had like random people we've added in here. Who's this lady? I feel like whenever we do the RNG SO, man, it's like it's literally like a coin flip. It's a chaos dice roll.
Bussy?
It's a chaotic dice roll.
The longest midnight.
Who asked for this lady to be on the shoutout list? I'm gonna refund your points. That's why we don't do randomization. Oh well. That's what it is, I suppose.
Yeah, that is straight bustin', son.
We also had some fucking people also come by, and they've followed the channel, which is pretty good, I guess. Oh my god. Bruno is here. I can't believe Bruno is here. Bruno, what are you doing here? Is it your bedtime or your wake up time? I actually can't tell. You know what? I'm not going to call you out for it yet. I'm going to think about calling you out, but I can't call you out for it just yet. Big ups for the follows while I was asleep. We had several people follow. I'm going to do the shout out attempts and they're just going to lag. Well, what am I even doing? Why am I even doing this? I'm warming it up. That's all I'm doing.
Jack 5 and is
I'll do
now
3 more
looking
shout
and
outs.
following. No way. What a surprise.
Great.
I'm getting ready. I'm mentally fortifying myself right now.
Rolling Thunder 1992 is now lurking and following. Welcome to the secret club, Sussy Baka.
Sure. It's like a nice thing to do.
Ship _ Wreck is now lurking and following. Here is a Cure Royale jump scare for you.
Instantly kills from that distance. Really?
What do you mean? We haven't gone. I thought that we were just in like a
Memento
private
Mori
call.
85 is now lurking and following.
Did I not make that clear?
Thanks for the
There's
follow,
actually
fellow.
500 people watching us right now.
Oh, okay, shit. Well, I feel like I should.
Did you just say shit? I'm like, you can't say shit on my street.
Yeah, that is straight busting, son.
Welcome to
Bussy?
the club, Sussy Baka.
shit without at least saying titties. You gotta say titties. Come on.
Bussy?
Okay, finally, I feel all right, dude. I just forced the legal live on
I wonder how many times I've reset that thing. I've already kind of given up on resetting that thing. Oh yeah, she was doing the maid cosplay. We're gonna watch.
He's got a gun.
Look at these kids. They're ready. They're ready to see the Ninja Turtle guy in action. He's about to shred him. Oh, we cheesed him. We cheesed him. Shredder's dead.
Go.
Get out of here.
GG's. I know I did the restart thing for that corridor, because that corridor
Yeah,
can go fuck
it's
itself.
okay. It's okay. We're used to the cheese around here.
There. Okay.
We're always
There.
learning
There.
the cheese.
I beat
Why did I
Shredder
found this
without
button?
the save states. How about
I think I
that?
do.
One time for the one time.
One time for the one time. Where did my learning cheese go? Huh? Oh my god. Alright. Last shout out. Swap over. And then pretend to care about whatever the fuck's going on. Finally watch the thing, so that way I don't have to watch DSP watch the thing, because that's gonna be fucking stupid. If you're here for that, if you're here for me to react to DSP reacting to it live, that's not happening. I'm already fucking you and cucking
No
you.
way.
You're not
What a
getting it.
surprise.
And if you think you're gonna get it, you're sadly mistaken. Okay. Well, there we go. We're here. Most likely queer. Get used to it. Something, something, something. I don't fucking know. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the React style stream. We're gonna be currently reacting to the Joon. Balls. Yeah. That's what we're currently doing right now. Which, hopefully we're ready for it. And he's skipping over, well, I don't even fucking know. Apparently he's skipping over a third of it, but we also have like a long ass fucking schedule. Where's our Twitter? Let's pull up the Zitters and look up the DSP. DSP is back, we currently have on the schedule, we have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 instances of DSP reacting to a 4-hour long fucking video. So I'm not gonna pretend to restream 4 fucking days of St. Philip down there. I don't want that. Nobody fucking wants that. That is stupid as shit. I don't want to exist that long, all right? Existence, we don't need this, all right? Nobody needs this in their fucking life. I'm not gonna do it. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. The long and short of it.
Vikes
something like
1011
that.
gifted Sins off Kuroy a subscription. Piercing finish. Vikes 1011 gifted a tier 1
Pickups.
sub to Sins of Kuroy.
Thank
They
you
have given 22 gift subs in
for
the channel.
the gifted sub. You didn't have to do that. You really don't have to do that. We're just kind of existing right now, right? I'm existing while struggling. I'm about to put on fucking Project 7. And you guys are gonna watch Project 7 until the start of the fucking thing. And then we're gonna be suffering. Everybody's gonna be suffering collectively at that point. You don't want that? Well, you're gonna be suffering
Arizona made a
regardless.
gamer a subscription.
I've already given up on the fucking whatchamacallit.
Hello,
I'm gonna
everyone.
turn these down.
And welcome.
I'm gonna turn these down because they're gonna fucking fuck up over and over and over again. Don't threaten us with a good time. I do need to threaten you guys with a good time. Was the thing that I had to show. I had to show it because I posted about it. I literally have to go back to the thing that I posted. Huh? Okay, let me take a look at this. Wake up, Joe Biden. You have to wake up. It is time to wake up, Joe Biden. Okay, here we go. The things we had saved. So number one, there was a post on the 31st.
Does anyone in chat?
Here we go. This is the Andy Kaufman, Andy Warhol joke. I don't understand what this one was. Somebody had to explain it to me, but apparently DSP gaslit himself when he tricked himself and got it wrong, and then he said, "Yeah, it was a joke, guys."
I'm just curious. Does anyone know what this thumbnail is and what the reference is? Does anyone in chat know? Because when I saw it, dude, I cracked up. I was like, if this is the theme he's going to use during the actual documentary,
what is the theme?
Dude, this is going to be hilarious.
Who said it
Absolutely
in
hilarious.
here? Somebody say it in here? No.
No. Okay, you could say that.
Dark Side of the
You could say
Moon.
Dark Side of the Moon.
Okay, is this where he
no,
gets
do
it?
you know what I think this is a reference to?
There we go.
Phil is the man on the moon, right?
Phil is the man,
The Man
on
on
the
the
moon.
Moon is that documentary that was made about Andy Warhol in the late 90s where Jim Carrey played him.
Andy Warhol, the artist? Because the only thing I remember Andy Warhol from anything is when I took those art classes. And I remember the Campbell soup and the Monroe? It's like the multiple images, but like different colors and shit. And I never really understood it. It's like that fucking that postmodern shit. It doesn't really mean anything. It's all about consumerism or something.
And for those who don't know, Andy Warhol was an American comic who was known
And then everybody
as a
starts
guy
correcting him.
that you could never really know if it was a
So many
shtick
of them
or what
starts
he was doing was
correcting him.
real. He ultimately kept pushing the envelope. And so... Oh,
And then they
excuse me, not
correct
Andy
him.
Kaufman, Andy Warhol.
Not Andy Kaufman, Andy Warhol. So he corrects himself by incorrectly correcting himself again and gets it wrong a second time.
Who's Andy Kaufman?
And then he's like,
Who
who's
is Andy
this guy?
Kaufman? I don't know why I said Andy Kaufman. Who's Andy Kaufman? It's
He
Andy
doesn't even
Warhol,
remember
right?
what he said.
But anyway, it's the comedian.
He didn't
Andy,
even remember what he
Andy
said.
Is it Andy Warhol or Andy? Now I'm really confused. Now I think I have to look it up. Hold on.
And apparently this is a bit, by the way. It's a bit because he got it wrong. He got it extra wrong when chat corrected him. He doesn't even remember what he said because he got it super wrong. And then he has to go
Now
to
I'm
Google.
confused myself.
Which, speaking of, how many times does DSP ever go to Google to solve something? Because, you know, he could do this for a lot of things. For his issues with his PC, on how to do something in OBS. There's a lot of things he can go to Google for. Instead, we finally go to Google to say, who is Andy Warhol?
I want to make the proper point here. Man on the Moon. There it is.
Wow. It's a joke, guys.
It is Andy Kaufman. I was right. Why'd you say Andy Warhol? It's Andy Kaufman. You guys confused me. It's Andy Kaufman. Yeah, I was right. I was right all along. You guys confused me for some reason. Okay. So, the American comedian Andy Kaufman will be hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
And this is all because of,
No,
this is pure Jim
okay,
brain.
you could say
I
that.
suppose.
You could say Dark Side of the Moon.
If you get it wrong, just say you got it wrong. But this dude is so up his own ass that when we get it wrong, we gotta pretend it was a joke all along.
But no, do you know what I think this is a reference to? Phil is the man on the moon, right? The man on the moon is that documentary that was made about Andy Warhol in the late 90s where Jim Carrey played him.
Yeah. He should know his Jim Carrey stuff too, by the way. So here was the post that he made afterwards. There we go. Today's big controversy in the fantasy world of Detractor land. I kept saying Andy Warhol instead of Kaufman on the podcast, then jokingly blamed it all on chat when they corrected me. In reality, I had no idea I'd even said Warhol to begin with, and nobody thought it was a big deal. And we all laughed. Unless you're an obsessed idiot looking to point out every single flaw I have, consider this a major case of gaslighting, of course. They really live in an alternate universe. It's kind of wild to see how he just cannot accept the fact that if he's wrong, he has to go online at like fucking midnight his time. But he has to go on, it's like fucking almost, it's 12:20 in the evening. He's finished his stream hours ago. He's laying next to his beached whale and he's like stroking her lovingly, you know, stroking her fat back. And the entire time he's going on Twitter, he's like clicking around and everything, and he has to post up this because it lives in his head that he made a mistake, he made an ass of himself, and now he has to try and play it off. Brother, you made a mistake. Just fucking say, well, I fucked up and move on. But it literally did eat away at him the entire day to where it was the middle of the night and he had to post about it. And that's kind of fucking sad. Actually kind of fucking sad. Barely. It works, see? I made sure it works. Everybody knows what company you're representing today. But there you go, alternate reality and all that shit. We also had another post following right afterwards.
That is straight busting, son.
So after he's laying in bed with his wife, he's thinking about a black man. And it just comes out of nowhere. He's just thinking about LTG and the BBC. He's like, if low tier God would climb out of his castle to be on the Level 1 podcast and have a respectful and normal conversation with me, it would break the internet. Just like if he had played me in Street Fighter 6 last year during EVO. Okay, but he declined calling me a clout chaser and blocked me. Okay, what is this? I don't even think that DSP and LTG have communicated with each other. I don't think LTG has even mentioned DSP ever since he kind of roasted his ass regarding DSP looking at a fucking Detractor channel and making fun of him, thinking one, LTG was bald. DSP literally thought LTG was bald, number one, and number two, he went around and like pretended that his setup was worthless compared to DSP's setup, which factually I gotta disagree, it's incorrect. I'm not gonna say DSP's setup or layout is like the pinnacle or peak, but my god, it's not something to brag about. I don't know what he was smoking. But this is pure clout chasing, and he's blaming the other guy. He's like saying, well, he called me out for clout chasing. What is this? Why did we make this tweet? What purpose did this serve? Other than you wanted to get attention, you wanted to get the clout. He is riding on fumes. He is riding on the fart fumes right now. Dr. Fart, get in here.
All of this because he is suddenly making what most college grads his age have made more than for most of their careers. Nothing more than making more money.
If you want to say
last
it's
night's stream had 200 viewers and NDO saved it.
Yeah, if you want to say this is purely about money, I mean, you could look at it that way. He knows as well as everybody else that realistically the quote-unquote popularity, the attention that he's getting right now is from the drama. It's always from the drama. Every time he's ever done an emergency, every time he's done a weird impromptu stream, every time he's had to react to some kind of drama, every time he's had to address something, that's where the boost in views always comes from. It's like historical at this point. But then when you go to his actual legacy content, yeah, it's right back down to 200 fucking viewers. Why do you think he's avoiding like the plague on doing actual like regular gameplay, and he has like a whole fucking schedule where it's just 4 nights of just him reacting to a documentary. He could have done this already. Hell, he could do it today and get it done with, but he'd rather stretch it out to 4 days. How are you going to make it 8 hours of content? Well, DSP is going to find a way. Blah, 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 blah. I just want to make the match of the millennium happen. What's wrong with that? He would make 5K easy from his viewers, and that's what he asked me to pay for his time. Yes, for real. Wow. Shocker. DSP goes around clout chasing once again, trying to go after a peanut butter looking individual. He may have a little bit of smudges due to the applied makeup that he has around his faded area. He's looking sharp, he's looking crispy. DSP looking like a can of soup. He's looking bloated, he's looking a little something. Big ups Campbell's. But yeah, this was the only thing I could think of. And I think it was Meow Block that said it best. DSP was so touched by a man with a peanut butter complexion. He was so touched by LTG that he would proceed to go out the next week, buy an entire new wardrobe, and stop looking like a bum. Now he looks like, I don't know, some kind of weird guy. He looks like a dad off of a sitcom. And he has the same energy too. A really unfunny dad from a sitcom. Well, that's okay. He has a new fit now. He's looking cleaner and crispier now more than ever before. Ready for the Goutmentary? I mean, there's not really much to say. I'm going to try not to pause too much, but I feel like I'm going to maybe extend it out by an hour or two. I'm trying not to. Lord help me, I'm trying not to, but like, I'm going to have something to say, you know? Hello, Dublanc. Suck a dog off to you as well. Remember, LTG is a deadbeat dad. Oh, well, look, I'm not saying whether or not the dad allegations, I'm not even playing into it. I'm just saying DSP is attacking LTG because he wants nothing more than to just keep the nonsense and the drama going. This is the same guy who said for years he didn't want to become a drama channel. He didn't want to play up to any of this. Well, sure as shit, he has been more than willing to play up to this. The moment anybody gives him a little bit of a handshake, a little back rub, maybe a little reach around, that's what we're up for. That's actually what we wanted the entire time. And look, he's doing great. He's been doing so great. I've been seeing nothing but non-stop molding and seething and raging from random ass people on Twitter that can't accept the fact that DSP is going through one of his high highs. But we've done this shit before, whether or not it's been with the Vest Streak or King Tut or boost in views because he thought like people from Instagram were like following him now, or TikTok, or rather, like, this shit just is not, it's not new. It's all the same shit. So don't worry too much about it. I know I can't convince a lot of people, but you gotta understand, the guy who's saying that it was all a joke, it was all har-hars and whatnot, also said that him eating corn the long way and being made fun of, because this is genuinely funny. I hold to it still today that this was a genuinely funny segment. DSP eating corn very weirdly, and then him going in there and it's like, I did this on purpose, guys. This was actually for real. This was me trying to do a bit. DSP's been doing a bit for years. Back when he was saying the N-word, whenever he was like trying to pretend he was Hulk Hogan, and he was trying to talk against the, what is it, NWO or something like that. I really cannot remember the fuck it was called. When he was doing the N-word stuff, when he was trying to be a super edgy boy, when he also did like the weird podcast with John, where they were talking about like being really homosexual and everything. This dude has been doing a bit for years, and his bit is trying to act in which he can cultivate the views. He wants to be hip with the kids, if you will. And I get it, man. I get it. You just don't want people laughing at you because you did something stupid. Like, say, Andy Warhol instead of Andy Kaufman. The Booker T promo to Hogan. See, look, I don't know nothing about fucking wrestling. I require my chat to basically handhold me and tell me, hey, Ann, you got that one wrong, all right? You need to fix that. You got it wrong. Fucking move on. That's how it is. You just say you get it wrong. Look, Ann was wrong. I don't know nothing about fucking wrestle. But I will tell you this. This whole shtick, this whole joke, I believe, and thank you for Be Awesome One for pointing this out. This was a whole fucking bit here.
Now where the hell are we?
It's the moon from Project 7.
Ah, cut that out.
It literally was from here. So if you're wondering like where this whole moon bit came from, it's literally from DSP's own Project 7.
And for those who don't know,
that's where it most likely came from. What else are we doing this for? I don't know. DSP has to do something. He has to do something to make him feel like he knows what the fuck is going on. Now I will say this. I'm still holding to my prediction that we have approximately 2 months post Kino Casino before things kind of return to normal. They're supposed to be going on a month break, which I don't know, that may be a good thing or a bad thing. Who fucking knows? Who fucking cares? It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The thumbnail fucking changed. DSP's not reacting to the thing immediately. We're now having this thumbnail. DSP went out of his way to explain it. I don't know what the hell he was getting out of that. I wouldn't say thank God they fucked off. See, I can also see it from their point of view that they're doing it for their entertainment, for their audience. And there are a lot of people that just don't like the idea that somebody is coming into their neck of the woods and they feel like, well, these guys are here to just support DSP. Dude, they're there to make entertainment. And if the entertainment is a bunch of detractors getting really, really butthurt because they're sitting there and they're gassing up a guy who calls himself the King of Hate, wants to collect tips and no, his taxes from his subjects. He wants to treat everybody like absolute fucking garbage. Yeah, you know what? They deserve to have that entertainment. And you deserve to fucking fall for it if you're going to sit there and feed it. That's how I feel about it. That's how I felt about it from the beginning. The easiest way you could go about it is literally not to play into it. But you know what? If people want to play into it and they want to get mad about it, more power to them. I hope they keep doing it. I hope they keep doing it. What is my take on Joon replacing the thumbnail? It's simple, idiot. It was a placeholder. That's my take. It was a placeholder. I don't know how anybody can't see beyond that, but there's nothing deep about it. In fact, this actually kind of gets me a little bit. It actually does. You know what? This triggered me. I'm gonna show you how meaningless this whole fucking placeholder shit was. Because if you've ever watched Joon the King's fucking documentaries, they're all the fucking same. They all have a similar style when it comes to the thumbnail. So no, of course he's not gonna use this one. Why the fuck would he use this one? It would literally stand out to every other one that he's made. Clearly. You always put the character center of attention, you put some kind of weird coloring thing, and then you just put a couple of people behind him. Hell, even the one that was here was removed. It was a placeholder as well. Now you have this one. And guess what this one has? It's even funnier. You got bug-eyed Phil, bald-eyed Phil, you got a bunch of fucking alcohol here. So you don't even get the fucking one that everybody was cheering for, which was this one. So guess what? You got double felted, idiot.
Karma Kid has redeemed the following TTS message. And what are the placeholders?
Placeholders, they're a place where they hold. There you go. The first one sucks, to be honest. I mean, the first one is whatever. It's very busy. It's a very, very fucking, yeah. Number one, it spoils the content. Number two, it's a very, very busy thumbnail if you're constantly looking at the background. Plus, in his mind, he's thinking that's an affront to him because the two core people that really give him the most grief are the ones that were closest to him. And guess which ones are more prominent in the background than any other characters? His good friend John and his good ex-girlfriend Leanna.
11 cheered 50 big ups. And what is the gun show?
What's the gun show? If I could flex right now, the secretary can't flex. Like, this is the gun show right here. That's the gun show. I don't know. I'm already over this. I'm already over this and I want this to end. But yeah, we're not going to be doing the, I was debating on whether or not I wanted to do a YouTube style restream as well. I feel like there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be watching this on YouTube anyway. So there's no real reason for me to do 2 streams. We are waiting for this. It's another 20 minutes. And I was debating on whether or not I want to listen to anything. So head to the background. Incorrect. We are not going to be hunting in the background. I am not going to be doing anything in the background. Well, anything pertaining to video games. I thought about whether or not I want to play some video games on the side, but I feel like I should at least give this a little bit of attention. So I have to say at least somewhat focused. It was already spoiled. It has all the timestamps below. I understand that it's already spoiled and has the timestamps below. But if you're going to visually represent the spoilers for people who are unwilling to go down and look at the timestamps, then, you know, something, the fucking thumbnail, something complete. If you look at it this way, what is this thumbnail showing you? It's showing you not only the fucking alcohol, it's also showing the fucking, the bank leaks, or not the bank leaks, but the whatchamacallit, his bankruptcy. Alcohol and the bankruptcy are 2 major things too. Man, it's like some people want just, you know what? I wish that Joon had kept it to the original thing. He had kept it to, what the fuck was it? The moon. I wish we had Andy Warhol. Not even Andy Kaufman, but Andy Warhol on the moon. That's what you wanted. That's what you fucking wanted. Nah, I don't think self-felting Phil Burnell would have been good. Realistically, when you think about it, when it comes to the subject matter at hand, DSP might be going on an upswing, but it's not something to really say that is going to be life-changing. Where is it? I feel like Raw Phil still has it, because I went ahead and downloaded a backup copy just in case DSP takes down his pre-stream. Where is it? And I went ahead and backed up the copy from Raw Phil because, you know, just in case. But this was actually one of the few pre-streams I've seen in the last 3 weeks. I was accidentally subjected to it on... Shit, it was before we watched anime. And the reason why it was a big deal is because for some reason he decided to show his fucking analytics. And he went ahead and explained all of this. Now, these analytics are great if you want to gauge a little bit more about, you know, what the fuck is going on. But this is actually kind of sad. I believe for a while, I think when I was doing the clips, I was dwarfing this. I think I was up to like maybe 800K? Because you could get a lot of views off of the clips. And the click-through rate was pretty good too. Now it is nice that his view duration has went up. But when you think about how much content he actually puts out there at 8 minutes and 49 seconds, that's still pretty pathetic considering he has a live stream that's roughly about 4 hours. And each one of his videos are roughly about an hour. So there are a lot of people that are watching it and there are a lot of people that are kind of dipping the fuck out. This is not a good look. And 19% up from drama, I mean, that's basically saying that he got a lot of views from the drama itself. Some of the other metrics he pointed out as well, which were related channels and whatnot. He would look at his new viewers. New viewers are coming from videos, not from live streams. That is healthy if you're putting out a lot of videos and your emphasis is on videos. If your emphasis is on live streams, maybe not so much. It's not bad, but it's not great either. It also shows that his shorts are in the tank. So people are only coming by because they see a whole lot of nonsense in the video title. They're not really checking out the streams as much. I would love to see what that looked like in the previous months. Returning viewers, about the same. Subscribers, more of them are coming from the live stream. Nobody's coming from the shorts, obviously, because nobody fucking watches the shorts. There are a couple people that come from the videos. You never know. We also have our impressions. The impressions indicating that there's a 22% recommendation rate, which is pretty good. That means his recommendations are up. He has decent views from impressions as well. View duration, I'd imagine, has gone up a bit. Let me look at the right. Actually need to take a look at that. Viewers across platforms. Majority of them are watching both, but it looks like a super majority are all from videos, at least from the last 30 days. So it does mean that there's not as many that are coming up for the live stream. How viewers find you is actually pretty good too, because that indicates most people watch playlists, so it's long-standing people. Browser features would indicate if they were using the search function, I believe. No, not search function. The recommended on the right-hand side. YouTube search would be the search on the top. Channel pages, which would indicate cross-channel population, so that would probably be his alternate channels. Suggested videos only being at 7.5%, it's still pretty low. That's the number that you want higher. Because if you have that higher, that just means that you're going to show up on the side panels more as a recommended video to be up next. Others being at 13%, that would probably indicate people watching it on Reddit or on Discord or on Twitter or something like that. They click into it and that's how they end up finding them. I guarantee that's a lot from Discord. You can break that down further if you really wanted to, but I don't think he's going to do something like that. Does it really matter how many people use the search bar? It does, because you want to know how people are finding you. If you're doing it through the search bar, you need to tweak how your titles of your videos are going to be. Usually when you think of DSP, here's a good example. When I look up DSP 2017, I did this just to actually make my whatchamacallit. My views are going to be completely skewed, absolutely skewed. But if I go to DSP's like first ass fucking thing from 2017, it's like him talking about the apocalypse, him telling a fucking story, him actually being like really, really weird. He's talking about relationships. These are not good search results when I look up DSP 2017. It's so broad. And then whenever you look up DSP's own fucking channel and you look up his own fucking titles, they're pretty bad. They're pretty fucking disgusting. Look at this. You have DSP had an amazing month because of you. Thank you, analytics. DSP previews his Joon the King doc, thumbnail and timestamp analysis. I mean, these are better than what he had before. If you look at his gameplay, kill streaks and leaderboard, domination to end it. This time, it's back. This time on my crazy gaming PC. DSP's Kingly Aura instantly kills boss. Epic Wukong glitch. I guess glitch is pretty good. And it's a short video too. That's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, he's been doing better lately. The thumbnails are definitely something too. But usually his actual own like things that he does when he labels a fucking game, like a game title. Bison is back over 1500 MP. Let's keep climbing. Over 15. Imagine that you're bragging for fucking master rank. I'm over the starting line. Let's keep climbing. Part 22, Street Fighter 6 now. There's a reason why his shit gets fucking buried. Half of his titles are pretty crap. Now they are doing better now because it's all fucking drama. It's all pure drama. But at some point he's gonna not have as much drama to kind of cover. And that's when we're gonna get back into the kind of lulls, the shit part. His orders are still out of sync. Yeah, he needs to fix that. And then he's not consistent either. You can't tell what's a short and what's not a short. It just looks like that should be part 3, but it's not. It's just a short because you got to look at the time. Crap like that. Oh, that's a pretty good one. DSP ending a crazy week and it's just him digging into his ear. What a great thumbnail. I love these. These are amazing. I hope they never stop because it's going to piss other people off too. A guided tour of DSP's channel for newcomers. Best way to find games. Bro, best way to find games? He's played in 2024. Watch, he's going to say, just use Google, idiot.
What I'd like to do for this next set.
Is it going to do that? Is it going to show that he just uses Google? I would die. No, he's going to use a search function. Oh, that would be even stupider.
That I've attempted to do.
That would be even stupider.
73 episodes in climbing.
Look at
and
this.
there's the daily wrap, which I do every day. The
How do
daily
you search
recap.
for shit,
so
King?
there you can
King,
get
how do you
that
search
style
for
of-
it? How do you search for stuff?
At the end of every day,
I'm searching for you searching for stuff. How to do the highlights. So look at the playlist at the bottom.
Chill.
Bloviating, looking at cheers, bloviating, looking at cheers. He's not even paying attention. He's looking at the chat. Okay, what is this one? Just go to DSP Reacts, look for my old shit, look for my fucking react to shit.
Last day of August for
Dude,
that.
when do I get to know how to figure out how to find games he's played in 2024? Do you think I've been even told at this point? I haven't. Here are his highlights. Here's another channel not about gaming. And here's his throwback where he looks at old games. So he doesn't even tell me how to look for games. Then eventually he goes to fucking Google. And he looks at old channels that don't even exist anymore. I don't know what the fuck he's done. He hasn't shown me the search function. He showed me how to Google at the very, very end. And he showed me his channels and how he has highlights. And he has 2 other channels that aren't even related to video games. That's how shit this is. I don't get anything from this. And he's like pretending that there's like a million new viewers. They're not. I remember back in the day when we were on Twitch and we used to panic. There were detractors. I remember how it would be a big deal that there would be a daytime stream and he would be sub 600 viewers. Sub 600! And that one day that he complained about having less than 300 for Pokemon, we were like, holy shit, he is gonna make a big deal about this. And sure as shit he did. Now, this dude gets like under 300 on a day stream for half of his fucking games that aren't drama. Does anybody even remember what it was like just a month ago? It's gonna go back that way. Who the fuck is gonna stick around to watch DSP play like Resident Evil for the 4th time? Or another run of fucking a Bethesda title? Nobody. So when he sits there and he's like, oh yeah, I'm doing so great. Oh, I'm so great. I'm on the up and up and shit. It's like, I guess if you want to delude yourself into thinking that this is the case, fuck it. I guess so. I guess the fuck so. But it's not. It's not. If you're willing to fucking believe that, you're willing to believe the horseshit he's peddling. The other things to kind of note as well is his audience retention. Most of these should be telling. His setup for co-op, which I don't know what the fuck that was, but they were still watching at 30 seconds. This is basically saying which one of these fucking intros did people not click away from, which was the fucking 2 daily raps where he probably had something stupid to say. I don't know what game this was, fucking Bison gameplay, and then him doing co-op with, I don't know, somebody else. I don't fucking care. This is actually kind of stupid. I'm not getting anything from this. I'm actually not. I'm not learning a lot. I'm not learning as much as I should. Look at this. This is pretty good. Get his demographics. He gets to brag about how he doesn't have children watching him, even though factually, he has about 18% viewer base that are children. That's actual fucking facts right there. It shows you who's watching what. You know, the funny thing is he never clicks on revenue, which is kind of funny. There was that one time that he accidentally did it on a live stream where he showed like how much money he was making in super chats. And he accidentally told on himself that, yeah, in reality, they automatically convert the dollar amount for all the super chats. So every time he was like, oh, I don't know how much, you know, a Canadian fucking Looney and Toonie is in American dollars. I don't know how much a Brazilian Wong is, or whatever the fuck they're called, Brazilian Reals or whatever. He's like, he actually knows. He's known forever and ever and ever. And he's been lying to you for years. Except that one time that he accidentally showed it off. I think the other thing that came out of this too, which is the reason why I backed it up. I don't know where the fuck it is. It's somewhere in here. But he accidentally shows where, yeah, here it is. Here it is. So this is where he always gets the idea of where people are coming from and who he needs to make fun of the most. He looks at the channels your audience watches. Now, I don't know what he said specifically for this because I was kind of tuned out for this. But I want to listen to this segment because this segment is actually probably pretty funny.
Now, what I'd like to show you guys down here, this is very telling. All right, and here's why.
Here we go.
Notably, I can't get this to go away. Okay, that was so annoying. Channels your audience watches, and I want you to understand something. This right here means a lot to me, and here's why this means a lot to me.
Really think about this. Channels your audience watches. Think about this really, really closely.
Previously, all right, when you would go to this tab right here, channels your audience also watches, I'm not kidding you. The vast majority of things here would all be detractor content. All of it.
Yeah?
Yes,
There's
my
There's 3 pages of it, and the top 3 are detractors. And this one is just for the Kino Casino in the last 28 days. And?
The fact that in the top 5 channels that my audience watches, we've got Kino Casino clips, and we've got my own channel, is huge.
Okay. So, when you're looking at channels your audience watches, this is going to be indicative of whether or not the people that are creating accounts also go over to other channels and they're going to watch that content. They're going to potentially just be hidden trolls. Because if I'm sitting here and I'm watching Mimology 101 and I'm also directly watching Phil, which technically when I restream, that's going to be the case. I'm going to count towards those numbers. Yes, they're going to be linked. Those 2 things are going to be linked, which would indicate that a detractor is watching. If you have less of those, that means you have what? Less detractors watching? Maybe. Or maybe you have a different group of detractors. I don't think it's a whole lot to brag about if your top list are still fucking people that make fun of you. And Kino Casino, I mean, it is pointing people towards you. But how long is that going to be? Because that's 28 days. When that drops off, because it will drop off, when less people are coming over from the Kino Casino clips, what does that mean then? He doesn't know how to interpret that. He looks at those numbers and he thinks, these are new people that are coming over to my side. You still have a whole bunch of trolls, man. There's still people over there that sit there and want to pretend they're Captain Kirk. They all want to pretend that they're like Derek clones and shit like that. They all want to sit there and they want to sneak diss you all the time when you're playing a game and make fun of you. Okay, sure. You know what? I'm glad you're not talking about this over here on the left. Because that's basically saying, hey, how many videos, how much of this like came by? How many new people came by and watched this shit? Look at the last 90 days. Fucking side scrollers was moderate, everything else was low. Nobody cared about these things. Nobody new came over.
It never said that. Because again, my detractors use my name, DSPgaming, and they tag their videos. Hashtag DSP, hashtag DSPgaming, hashtag DSP reacts.
Most people on YouTube do not use hashtag. And when they do, it goes to a special fucking section of YouTube. It's like a search. So if I were to title something hashtag DSP or DSP Gaming, it would do a search for DSP Gaming. Nobody does that. The most of your shit's going to be driven is going to be by what you put in the description and what you put in the title nowadays. The tags are worthless and the hashtags are even more so.
They steal my views.
Oh well.
By showing up in the search algorithm first, doing that.
Yeah.
You see? So because they do that, they would get the views first, and then people would actually come to my channel to see the real content.
Who the fuck is going to DSPgaming to watch an hour-long fucking clip to find out that one time that he shouted out a person and he shouted about them being like regarded and shit? Who does that? Trolls, that's who. Because those are the only ones, the ones that were doing the clips. If you're gonna want to see a highlight of what DSP said that day, you're gonna go to a troll channel and you're gonna fucking digest it there. Of course, nobody's gonna want to watch through an hour-and-a-half long pre-stream about you talking and bloviating about your schedule. They're gonna go somewhere else. Whatever.
People literally couldn't find my content.
All right, I'm almost done with this, and we're gonna swap over to Joon.
Is people are finding me through other positive means.
That is not what it means. That literally means the people who watch you watch these things. And if they're watching, if the top 3 are fucking detractors, that means they're detractors watching you right now. Probably on Socks. And they're on Kino Casino clips, that means there are people on Socks that watch Kino Casino. There you go. That's what it means. I'm so glad that DSP doesn't understand analytics. All right. Holy crap. Oh, there you go. All right, let's take a look at the chat. Let's see how ridiculous it is. I'm not really gonna care about this. I'm gonna close this out. We got mostly nonsense. Yeah, I'm not in it. I'm not in it to win it. We're here for one thing and one thing only. The actual content, the meat and potatoes, if you will. Red top tip. And the fuck am I gonna care about the red top tip? What's the red top tip say? Oh, Argentinian things. Leaving this here just as a PSA. Darksydephil protects PDFs. There you go. Big ups. There you go. So we're almost there. We're ready. We're going to be listening to this. Sorry that I haven't been paying attention too much to you guys. I'll try better. And by better, I mean, I'll try. No promises. If I happen to go down, it'll probably be because, I don't know, internet drop or some nonsense like that. Just a forewarning. I'm also probably going to mute Twitch notifications. I'm not going to mute them. I'll put them down to like -35. So that way they're not, you know, too loud or whatever. All right, hopefully you're ready for the documentary, I suppose.
Darksydephil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the online realm for over 2 decades. He has participated in the inception of Let's Plays, but has hardly evolved alongside them. Where most creators benefit from the window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it. It was only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought. Due to his off-putting nature in that he will belittle his audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations.
I need the money to pay bills, and I need the money to do regular day-to-day shit.
Let me ask really quick before we get really into it. Do you guys want me to put the closed caption? Because I kind of just put the closed caption so I can kind of read and listen at the same time. Say, does anybody care about that? You want me to nuke that right now? And, you know, quick yes or no. Keep or not keep. Doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay. Okay.
Lie about his finances and inaccurately portray criticisms against him, he has few allies left. Content creators, large, small, new, and old, avoid him due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him. Varying widely in intentions and actions, these trolls share the commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles to great lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the top donator, when the stream began, and what game was played. That's not all. There are several search engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage. And of course, a forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him, not including side threads that would greatly inflate that number. While Phil is covered to great lengths, information is hardly ever centralized or easily consumed, prompting the creation of reasonably shorter videos dissecting different elements of his life. This video, perhaps unreasonably so, will attempt to tackle it all.
Hey look, it's the moon picture.
アメリカ太平洋岸の港湾都市サンフランシスコ。この地に日本チャンピオンが上陸した。
To the US population at large, November 8th, 1998 was a normal day. For the 20-year-old Alex Valle, the American fighting game champion, it was anything but.
Hopefully guys
For
are
the first
ready
time
to listen
ever,
about
the fledgling American fighting game scene was going head-to-head with the somewhat matured Japanese scene that had more financial backing, production and the coverage, and tempering than the Americans. The Japanese champion, Valle's opposition, was the 16-year-old Daigo, who had flown out from Japan to make history. The game, Street Fighter 3 Alpha, was the medium.
Yeah, weebs are
this could go
right
any
now.
way, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage. That's why Valle's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rules were best 2 out of 3, Valle had to win one more match to be crowned world champion, and so Valle continued his aggressive strategy and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Valle's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it was here in the finals. Both sides were exposed to strategies they had never been exposed to within their local competitive scenes. With the advantage on Daigo's court, he won the second match. At this point, the outcome was hardly predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies.
Get past this segment too, guys. It's a history segment. We don't have skip juice. We're working with nothing.
Daigo had won and become the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting Japan's strength and their competitors as fierce. It was historical moments such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one could compete is to join their local arcade scene, if they offered a competitive environment at all. While online play was non-existent, the internet did tend to the community by allowing a quick, cheap, accessible way to promote local or grand-scale events. One of these involved an 18-year-old Phil Burnell. Initially entering the online space with the alias Wo Moses, he adapted other, short-lived nicknames such as Phil, Throw Like Hell Burnell, labeled as such for his strategy of using the throw move in Marvel vs. Capcom competitions that was viewed as unbalanced. Quote, everybody said that my victory was so quote-unquote cheap, and that I had no skill, unquote. Regardless, Phil was performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to attend ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions. Add to that, he said he would attempt to go. Phil had experience attained through many years spent visiting his local arcades, an experience that would otherwise be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable, his aggression. Quote, I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who call themselves quote-unquote thugs and pretend they're quote-unquote tough mofos. Well, if I ever get into a fight with one of them, hand-to-hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards. And
Bro, I have never... Yeah, okay, DSP, the king of thugs, Burnell, he's gonna fucking do a throw loop on your ass. He meets you on the street, I'll show you what real street fighting is.
If they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life.
Dude, it does sound like a Navy SEALs copy pasta. What is this? I have never seen this. It's probably been covered on like one of the other fucking the deep dives and shit. I have never seen this pose.
Unquote.
Holy
this
crap.
was in response to the general aggression Phil received when utilizing his infamous throw tactics.
Damn.
While Phil's response teeters from excessive to entirely unrealistic, it does expose the way he viewed himself as a macho, hardened, threatening individual. And that's why he chose his new name, Darkside, which was directly influenced by the song Darkside from the band Crazy Town. The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe, as that would be too nerdy. Phil provides other reasons for his demeanor, such as wanting to act as a heel in this developing space. A heel is someone, typically in wrestling, that is an inconsiderate or untrustworthy person, and due to their distasteful nature, the wrestling community actually enjoys matches with them, as getting trounced on is the ultimate satisfying outcome.
Look, I'm actually gonna thank Joon here. I've never had anybody concisely, like, in so few words, describe what a fucking heel is. I don't watch wrestling, and this is the only way I'm gonna understand what the fuck a heel is.
And so Darkside, as he was calling himself, was set on practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Though his palette was diverse, this is what his sights were set on. But there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a tourney of his own at Motel 6 with a $5 entry fee. The results are unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community, and that he just graduated high school as the valedictorian. A valedictorian is the highest-ranking student of a school's graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity. Ivy League colleges were in his purview, but he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me, Harvard rejected me. There were 3 of them. I can't even remember what the third one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said, no. When you want to know why they rejected me, it's this simple. Because I'm a white male.
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistencies.
Oh, damn. Oh, well, okay.
Distances.
All right, that's basically framing him as being racially motivated. Which, I mean, look, if you're going to number one name that is a racial motivation for the reason why you feel like you didn't make it. Which you can say that. It's just wild where he cut that off. Listen to that.
Because I'm a white male.
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistencies and lies. Here he states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in, then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person.
Another reason Phil provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he claims triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools. Whatever the case, his future had more potential than most. Throughout it all, he was still going to local tournaments. Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament. And with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various credit cards as his job selling yogurt did not provide enough income.
Well, you go to Evo 2K4, the fighting game championship.
700 players from all over the world, Japan, Europe, North America, South America, all over, right?
Oh. It's the Daigo Perry!
There's insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from Japan nowadays, and it's like who cares about the Flash? You can leave the Flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid. No more stupid additions.
Those were moments from EVO 2004. EVO, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community. Every year, the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of Darksydephil.
This is so good.
In this particular moment at EVO 2002, the infamous Darksydephil was selected as a sort of representative of the East Coast theater. Commentary from the people recording demonstrated how welcome he was.
Phil, you are not East Coast, please.
As much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online, where he would physically threaten his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will, I used to do that.
But in person, that was a different story.
I mean, online, he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything, but when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
That was Jaha, one of the more hot-headed players that was not afraid of
Yo, it's Jaha! It's the Jaha! We're gonna give him a celebratory studio applause! Whoa! Big ups, Jaha! You made it! Swollen? A bit?
Confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against the top Marvel players, so Shady K was one of them, and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were a mile long. When DSP was leaving with him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, turns white as a ghost.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They arrived to that amount from a money match that was meant to go 10 rounds for a total of $100. But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match, Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for the forums, or the medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or SRK for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter. DSP continued to expand his character, adding the tagline, "The King of Hate."
And the whole idea behind the King of Hate moniker was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it because in person, I could hold up my end of the shit talking and win.
I understand that you got something you want to say about the DSP.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard. Down syndrome Phil. Fuck that guy.
Now, in 2003, Phil's infamy grew to new heights after he was banned from the SRK forums. Even the smaller competitions he did win would not be received with commemoration.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
What's that? God damn! Who's this guy? It's so blown out too, you can't even see it. Fuck.
But ire. In addition to the displeasures at his victory was what appears to be Phil advertised.
Oh, hold up. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna be ready just in case. Because, I mean, some of his pages on the fucking...
Let's fucking go.
The stupid thing that he used to run, this stupid site, like, he had naked black dudes just posted around. There's like an About Us page where it just takes a picture of like some big black dude with his dick out sitting on a couch. I don't know, I get worried whenever Top Haters is brought up, man.
Using his website known as tophaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to topplayers.com, a West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to Top Players, but Phil...
You don't know about that, Shadow? If you want, you could go to the Wayback Machine for Top Haters. And if you go on the Wayback Machine, there's a section on the left-hand side for like About Us or something like that, Learn More. And it takes you to a picture that was last archived of just some big black dude with his penis out on a couch. And that was on his site, among other such nonsense.
Phil's lashing out at his infamy.
It's wild.
There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website.
And if you actually, I don't know if he's going to go through too much of this, but if you actually go through the articles in the site, you can tell where he's being a little kind of racy. You can tell when he likes to denigrate anybody from the West Coast, and he has a few things to say about women. And not a lot, but there's a few things. There's a couple of weird things he likes to say. The old King of Hate days. The old King of Incel days, if you know what I mean.
On this page alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run the website, while also complaining about the lack of users.
Whoa,
despite a clear lack of support.
I thought we didn't ask for donations. You're telling me that back in 2003, DSP asked for donations? No fucking way.
Phil went onward with a new project known as Impact. As tophaters.com was Phil's answers to topplayers.com, Impact was Phil's answer to EVO. And even though Phil continued to attend, he sought to make his own large-scale event. Quote, "It's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with EVO," unquote. On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response. That was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact. Tophaters.com was a failed project. DSP now espoused to this negativity will not use his character to his benefit. Instead, he used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at fighting game culture. Here, he lambasted what was known in the fighting game community as combo videos. In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now, with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just defining metas, as DSP points out. Quote, in some cases, the combo videos are single character only or console only, unquote. The last bit is of utter importance. Now mid-2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console, and a switch of competitions prioritizing consoles could increase accessibility for players and allow for significantly cheaper and easier to manage components as consoles and their elements could be set up and altered with ease. This transition was controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture and those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example, is ported from the superior hardware of an arcade cabinet to the limited or vastly different video game console, color, resolution, and most importantly mechanics could differ based on the port. And though the technology and quality control had improved, it was still not good enough. It was a jump that would eventually have to be made, but perhaps it was too soon.
Evolution console? This is my worst nightmare, dude. I'm an arcade player. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to, it's evolving, so we're gonna have to adapt. Personally, I don't like it, but, you know, no choice.
That was Alex Valle at EVO 2004, sharing what was the popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict.
I mean, what are we even going to say about this? It was a legitimate win? I mean, it was.
EVO 2005 would live in infamy for its decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter II Turbo and the outcome of the matches. Both would receive protest in one way or another.
In 2005, I think it was, the three of you were absent from ST Top 8. What happened that year?
When you play Bison and you hit a fierce flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you got a problem with the game. And you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube. But this guy thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
First of all, I have to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. He claimed he was busy and he couldn't show up. Bullshit. He was like, oh, I'm protesting EVO because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo. I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I've played and beat that day in Super Turbo for the PS1 that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson, Mike Watson. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter II Turbo, a feat that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
During that period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were different sizes. They weren't as tall or as short as they were supposed to be, and they had different hitboxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo. I found out that one of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
The beauty of Phil's achievement, and now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005, is that he totes his knowledge as a fair advantage.
We're at 100, or we're at 10% additional speed. So just in case if it looks a little weird, it's so that way I can pause and I can make up time that I, pause.
But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega, and he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match, and just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me, and I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did he do that? I don't know. I was on the stage, I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people, and I was, I fucked up, I admit. He beat me, and so what ended up happening, I got 4th place. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter II Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was the top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details around his victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to EVO 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here, he was living off the high of his new title. Perhaps
moved back with his parents? He never moved out, though, I don't think. I thought the idea was he didn't move out until he got a job working with, whatchamacallit, at the helicopter company. But before that, he was still with his parents. And, like, during that time, he even had that story about how like he was going off to locals or whatever. Oh yeah, he had roommates. He lived in an apartment with 2 other guys. See, that's what I'm trying to remember. It's like I don't remember if he had, but I guess he did. I actually missed this little bit of lore, because the way I remembered it was like he told that really weird story about how he was going to some kind of tournament. They were all doing a carpool or whatever, and then he told that embarrassing story about his mother was like trying to make sure that he didn't forget anything, like underwear and shit. And it was like the weirdest thing. I guess the dorm does count. I guess it was while he was in school. Okay, fair enough. I guess I don't consider him being in the dorm during his college years, but I guess that was the case when he did move out. Didn't really consider that.
Unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2 together, said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them? And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005, 2006, I would guess. When I first met him, I felt like it was almost like a deer in headlights moment, like, oh my God, this is a guy who just came back from EVO and placed.
John Rambo, coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character, was becoming DSP's best friend. They shared an expansive list of friends as DSP continued to be revered in his local competitive environment. He was even allowed back on SRK and was helping run regional competitions. As now patterned, his investments into the fighting game community continued to hurt his finances. He was even fired from his job at Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment that would be used at East Coast Championships 2006. Now on unemployment, DSP's financial decisions became ever more reckless.
For 2006 and 2007, I started traveling the country, playing in all what was considered qualifying tournaments for EVO, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the big finals, right? As I started attending all these qualifier tournaments, I was winning them.
This is true, and this is footage of his victory at EVO East 2006.
Your fucking neck.
As these victories were, traveling across the country when he already secured a high position in EVO meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as having more than one seat was pointless.
Wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at EVO like 7 times. We need to actually take people who he beat and put them into the spots, because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing.
These victories inflated his ego beyond measure and created an even more aggressive Phil.
First of all, you are fucking hypocrite. You have no problem. You have no problem talking about my shit. I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass. Oh, really? You gonna whoop my fucking ass? Oh, I want to see that shit.
DSP continued to seek out a physical altercation, and in most cases, it led to nothing. Other times, he miscalculated and threatened someone who could reciprocate threats, reinforced by real experience. Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was lambasted by DSP. Quote, so first Phil was like, okay, well you have to sign some document, because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then, there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then, there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight, and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. So one day Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX crotch chops to the crowd. That'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I, unquote. When it came to real fights, backing out was typical of Phil. But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
All right, we got the man of all hate, the one and only
King
DSP.
of hate.
I call him Phil, because Phil's cool. Anyhow, Phil, how you feel about ST?
I mean, for years, these same guys are on top. And yes, I'm talking about John Choi, I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
There you go. You heard it from DSP. Straight from DSP. DSP, thank you. Check out the shirt.
Hate this, bitch.
Hate that.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the other side, could Valle beat Phil?
Alex Valle, this guy right here, living legend, Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
As chance would have it, they actually did compete at EVO 2006.
First match final. On stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh great. It was a decent match, I lost. And I was like, motherfucker, you know, all this practice, I waited all day, basically mind fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle and I lose.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working his way through the loser's bracket, he had his final match of the day.
My final match is against, guess who? Tokido. Now this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage, mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first two matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005. Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match where the results were also mirrored.
I actually kind of hate whenever DSP makes these complaints about, like, the riggings and everything. Because realistically, if it's only going to be the top levels of players that are going to be playing these games, the brackets are going to be in such a way where you can't avoid... It's not like 2024, where you're going to have these brackets, there's going to be like 5,000-6,000 entrants, and you're going to have so many tables that have to play. There are a bunch of big names and everything, but there's less likely that there's going to be a killer in your pools. And when he has to complain, well, they stacked it against me, motherfucker, how many people were playing in 2006? How many people were professionally going to EVO in 2006? Of course you're going to go up against somebody that can beat your ass. It's inevitable at that point. And it's wild too, because Tokido, that implies that he was in the loser's bracket too. So it's not like he didn't get beat. Exactly, you should expect to lose because, well, you're playing the best out there. If you're going to be talking all this shit and you end up losing, I mean, you just lost. You just couldn't back it up. I'm sorry if you lost in pools. I'm sorry you couldn't make it out of day one. I'm sorry you lost in your fucking bracket. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Yeah, he can't understand. He's not comprehending the idea of smaller pools. I've seen it firsthand. It's like sometimes you get the shit end of the stick, man. Sometimes you get really, really lucky and you can make it to day two. But, I mean, it's all up to how well you can play. And if Phil's going to make the excuse, well, I had to wait forever and ever for my match, I mean, that's not really much of an excuse. That means you could have been practicing the entire time waiting for your match, if you really think about it.
And he won. He knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, fuck this shit.
DSP did not even place in the top 8. He was now the former top American player, but if anything, he was still persistent. In 2007, he went at it again, also winning EVO East. Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
Honda, come back. Don't get down for Japan. David Sterling, one match. DSP, one match.
There was an EVO West in San Diego, and fucking DSP was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson, and that's my road dog. When we fucking ran him down in EVO West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't even want to face us. Like, he just kept on, like, cowering away and looking away and just being fucking quiet, this and that, and just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck's your problem? And, you know, Watson is a forgiving guy. So he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
I said, you got to do what you got to do. If you feel like it's going to make you feel better to hit me, then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. And he's like, well, I don't understand then. Why did you say those things? And I was like, dude, I'm an alcoholic. I admitted it to him right there. I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink too much all the time, and I just can't control myself when I do it. And you know, at that point, I actually started crying because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person.
Rumor of what took place at this event would spread within the fighting game community.
Do you guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like with the West Coast people where they almost like he was like really scared because he was about to get beat up? I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
DSP had fulfilled his role as a heel by losing to players who were far more popular than he was. He again, for Evil Actual, did not even place in the top 8. Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card debt that he had accrued. His new job was not doing much to help him either.
Then I ended up finally getting a job after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Company.
Actually, I take that back. I think Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as medium in helicopter parts selection. His degree that he had recently gotten was supposedly in business, so DSP's work experience nor his educational background was related to his current position. The only thing that was his father, who had been working at the company and
oh shit, they even pulled the nepotism. We got Danny Brunel in here.
Current position. The only thing that was his father, who had been working at the company, and it is understood that DSP secured his position due to nepotism.
Exposed.
There was an additional development that DSP would long cling to. He was now starting a perilous path, ones that machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even understand. Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
So basically, I was very nervous. We went to this Chinese restaurant, and I swear to you, the first fortune that I got, well, my fortune that I got that day said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the way, when I do record gameplay, I use a digital camera.
So what, you're not going to edit this video? Just going to post them as is with a 10-minute mark?
Why would I edit? For 2 days, actually, off of work, just to play Batman Arkham Asylum. Because I knew it was going to be great, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman!
The Darksydephil YouTube channel was created on March 3rd, 2000.
Style improv. Look at that. Oh, wait. I thought we were in the video gaming space. Improv? Huh? What does that mean?
2007, but was not utilized until 2008. Phil began by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment for Day 1 setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13, then 19. Though all these videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost. This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his television. DSP recorded Star Wars: The Force Unleashed,
At least I got all this fucking high-definition ear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking horseshit, to be honest.
and Mercenaries 2.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 rip-off mission.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling, in that he proclaimed the game sucked, provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos. Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs, missions, and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Ugh. Okay, Saints Row 2, trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequel.
It's going to be easy for him to make a positive spin on this, because his idea is going to be, well, this was the limitations of YouTube at the time. And, I mean, he's right, but this also showcases that the kind of content that he put out back in the day was just, I don't know, crapping out a couple of videos and just saying, well, I did it. It also showcased that, yeah, man, the space that he walked into was more for comedy than it was for a gameplay or anything else, even general entertainment, which is something he's going to have to address, or maybe he's going to skip over. I'd love for him to see the words improv in front of his face and address that somehow. Maybe he will. It'll be one of the first times he's ever done that, you know?
Once was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order.
Pioneered the
But by
YouTube
the time
slop
he
grind.
began his Fallout 3 series,
you know what? I will give him mad respect. He did pioneer the YouTube slop grind. If you're gonna grind it hard and give it the most fucking shit. Just throw as much shit as possible. It doesn't even matter. Don't even do anything with it. Just keep putting out more content.
Now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading a sequence. Then the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads in just 2 days. Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series. That was only a fraction of his 749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good." Unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you! You are a stupid man. Suck my lick." Unquote.
Fuck my lick. Fuck you, Leon.
Phil's commentary was colorful and could prompt these responses.
Being a mean, negative asshole.
Blah, blah, blah. You cannot speak in the English, you stupid. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, time for save.
Viewers were not
What? Slur towards Chinese people. Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? It's gonna be okay, because DSP was a different person back then. He was, you know, he was being edgy.
sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gives a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ, man. Want me to run the fucking tournament for you?
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment. Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me to the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum, so.
As these suggestions to how he can improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. It's because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone. I'd have to record the voiceovers. I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's gonna happen. So shut your fucking face.
That, as would be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem over-complex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he would label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new camera, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going...
These have been pretty good so far, because I know at the very, very beginning, when people were speculating what Joon was going to do with this documentary, they were like, well, Joon's going to fluff him up, Joon's, what can you potentially do, blah, 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 blah. But this is, I wouldn't say this is better, but it's potentially more compact for all of the things from start to finish of DSP so far than comparatively speaking to Down the Rabbit Hole. Because Down the Rabbit Hole did a pretty decent job as a primer. But I think this one's probably going to be a more up-to-date primer that's going to deal with a lot of the more sensitive topics that kind of get either lost in the sauce or kind of get glossed over, which is his relationships in the FGC, specifically how he started about his career, his early life, and just the important facets of it. It's pretty decent. It is actually pretty decent because it is building him up, but it is also showing that there's a pattern of how he's been throughout the years. Very barely touching on him, but if you wanted to learn more about it, you have a good starting point. We're not at the end. We are not at the end.
As the King of Hate HD shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello, what's going on? My name is Phil Brunel, but more commonly known as Darksydephil or DSP for short on the internet. And in 2010, my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed comedians of all time on YouTube.
Comedians?
And actually...
Top viewed comedians? I thought we weren't a comedian. What the...
Had over 100 million total channel views. At this point, I started getting noticed by different companies, such as Machinima and other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure, that it would ever translate into anything serious for me or any kind of a monetary gain for me.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious, ginormous pizza? So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtles?
I forgot about that. He dropped an F slur. Yeah, he dropped an F slur right here.
So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtles? John Rambo here, devouring his final slice. No.
Cowabunga, you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world, and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos, like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Not everything operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Video voice. What a great voice.
Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions, just follow me.
We got Darksydephil too.
What? Red has died. She didn't even get fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for his shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained... They both come in here. Hey!
Get out of here! What the fuck are you doing?
A viewer may have missed it, as Phil did, through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
Explain the finer details of this how you don't play.
I don't get it. Why are they attacking me? I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
There was a grotesque nature to Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
It's the Batman! Yeah!
What you're doing? Standing fucking roundhouse! Wow! Shit, fuck! Fucking doesn't kidding me! Fuck this stupid fucking mission! I'm fucking cooking fucking balls!
A part of a successful creator is willingness to experiment,
Classic.
adapt, and improve.
I will say that one of the few, like, there were a couple of people that I watched really, really early in, because, well, I shouldn't say early in, because that makes it sound like I've been following forever, but ever since coming off of 8chan's Cowboard, because I used to watch, or at least I used to be aware of DSP back on 4chan, back on V, and then when the big exodus happened, I started paying attention more to DSP, because I was following different cows and whatnot, just for entertainment. And I remember watching the Butthead, there was Freyla, and there was... I watched Soma back in the day, too. Which, that's kind of the reason why I was a little upset with what happened with Soma, with the whole, the false flagging and everything. That's actually, like, part of the reason why I was like so kind of like, man, this is kind of upsetting because like you were somebody I watched early in, but there was a lot of people I watched, and Detractor was a very, very interesting content creator. There were a lot of them back then.
DSP had those elements, except he was so set in his immediate success, he
in the
disregarded
day,
improvement to increase what worked in excess. By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video, and not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote,
initially, Dipshit Phil had rebranded to a different channel, but I think within the last 2 years, Dipshit Phil's rebranded channel ended up going down too. And I kind of feel bad because I thought I was like, I had in the back of my mind, I was like, I should probably go ahead and archive all of the content from him. And I think some people grabbed some of the videos, but I remember watching Dipshit Phil as well. It was a shame that we lost that channel too.
Been called fat, ignorant, stupid, scrub, loud, obnoxious, disrespectful, belligerent, inciting troll, asshole, worthless, but I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people. You be the judge. I'll be banned by the time you read this. Unquote. This could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. I mean, he's just... 20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo Champion. You know, take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. In 2009, he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two that took down 2 of his videos, as was commonplace, as all of Phil's videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
However, Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that they were not allowed to put up any of my gameplay footage, in particular because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree. By April, the strikes continued at such a pace that his main channel, Darksydephil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel restored, Phil saw it fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Guess who's back, motherfuckers? That's right. That's right. They tried to take me down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up. Fuck those motherfuckers. The king is back.
The king is back. He said the line.
That's right. As you can see, thank God, my channel, Darksydephil, has been restored on YouTube. So, awesome.
This tactic would also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels, one for Street Fighter that was soon abandoned, and another for gaming going as DSPgaming. This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future.
Style improv. Oof. That's okay though. He's a pretty cool improv content creator.
At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
What am I going to do? I'm going to whip up a couple of express mode bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread.
This new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King. These videos were much more intimate.
Hey, big ups, I got a shout out.
Than his gaming videos or even vlogs, for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started
made
Cooking
it.
as a way to
We
branch
made
out
it.
and have additional content on that channel. I think that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot or using a cookbook. The point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not me cooking out of a cookbook. Let's fucking
Phil was increasingly monetizing different aspects of his life. And
look, that's my highlight of my life. I went to a Joon the King doc where I re-uploaded a couple of fucking Cooking with the King videos. To be fair though, there was one Cooking with the King video that was missing. And that was due to the fact that it had gotten taken down. I don't know if it was like a claim, but it was some kind of erroneous claim. I think it wasn't the tacos. It's like number 6 or number 5. And you can't find that anymore. So me and like 2 other channels have had to re-upload those. It's kind of lame. You can retire now and go off to sunset. I mean, I don't do anything really with YouTube now. I used to do a whole lot of clipping back then before I got my old channel got nuked. So now it's just like, you know, I'd rather let other people do that now. Fuck it. If you guys want to go about clipping DSP now, go ahead and have fun clipping him. I'm not worried about doing that no more. It's too much. It's way too much. Shit was easier back when I had more free time to do it. I'm more busier with work nowadays, except for today since it's holiday. Don't got to worry about it. But back then, like, yeah, I guess I had more time to be on the grind. Now, I'd rather just shoot the shit.
And as he stated, poorly cooking with the king were the recipes he knew how to make. Meaning this is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make? Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs, and I'm also going to make some sausage. So I'm going to whip together some burgers, the eggs and the cheese. That's pretty much 3 basic ingredients, but you can add other things to this dish. Although in this episode, we're actually going to go a little bit more healthy than some of my previous recipes, simply because a lot of people have been complaining, and I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat, you know, things that might be high in fat or high in cholesterol.
Yeah, actually, it is very, very intelligent for him to release it today. I had a feeling that the reason why we did this on a Monday, a lot of people are off. Noon is a good release time anyway because it hits most major audiences. I think only the West Coast is going to be the ones that are going to be slightly punished. But if you know DSP, you know DSP. But I think that's a really, really good idea of releasing when he did. This makes a lot of sense.
For every 6 ounces of tuna, you should use a half a cup of mayonnaise and or Miracle Whip.
Those were the following 4 poorly cooking with the king videos.
I will say this, I don't know why DSP is so shy away from the idea of doing cooking with the king. The reason why so many people ask for cooking with the king is it's one of his most genuine videos where he really can't hide what he's doing. And even when he hides what he's doing, it's still funny as hell to see it. Like, getting to see him make basic food and showcasing his physical skills, which you never get to see nowadays. A good example would be him drilling holes in the wall for him to put up all those sound panels and everything. It took him 5+ hours. This is the stuff that people will want to see. DSP bumbling around and trying to figure out how to do something. He can do it eventually, and you can kind of make fun of it at the end.
Besides Phil's poor diet that would impact his life in somewhat ironic ways, viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps that were perplexing.
Safest thing to do with bacon grease. Oh yeah! Hot fucking potatoes.
Screw and his viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up along the way. If this was the only trouble DSP received, the rest of 2010 would have gone more smoothly. The key change that destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great work, and they put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck about me, and after 3 months they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
This fast food, I'm going to tell you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors because the egg and all the meat are extremely salty.
This series was initially food-based. Then he began reviewing his own merchandise.
There's a bunch of different designs that you can get.
Then joysticks.
This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP Tries It.
This is DSP, and I'm using the new Axe
No!
What the hell's that shit? I'm using the new Axe body detailer. I use the detail inside to watch out. Oh my god! Oh!
For a period, DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure on YouTube survivability. And so, by October, the kingofhate.com was up and running.
Hell yeah.
Mainly
King
used as a fan site, this website was fully
site.
equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was at an all-time high. That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
That first month, I made $18,000.
Phil, that's pretty good.
In the first half of December, Phil made another
Hopefully he got right into the
$13,000,
cracks
though
with
it
a
is unclear
detailer.
if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more. This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Brunel, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your videos. Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off, we're not completely removing, we are suspending your AdSense account.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't talk to your fans about it. Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, you know, how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. That's where the fun comes from, so I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos.
DSP. Wow, I'm so glad he... You know what? DSP... Oh, man, is he going to skip this section too? There's a lot of sections that he needs to be careful of what he's going to skip, because if he skips this section, well, if he plays it, he's going to be like, I didn't say that, or is he going to be like, well, they knew? Are they? Will they? Who knows?
Cult Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believed DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete with YouTube and was on the lookout for talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on blip.tv, and was on an exclusive, superior contract. Here he uploaded gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011.
If anybody can convince DSP, one of the things that we need for him to re-upload was from his blip days when he specifically did the best games of 2011 or 2010. It's 2011 or 2010. It's the 1 year that is missing. I need him to go into the archives. We need to do this for Theo at this point, because Theo has been wishing to complete this series forever. We need that 1 year for all of his best and worst games to be uploaded. The ones he exclusively did on Blip. Because all we have were the fan voted ones for that year. That's kind of lame. The Blip videos have been sent to Shadow Realm. He has them backed up. He's already admitted he has them backed up. We need those videos. So the next time there's another vote session, people need to vote for that.
Attention split between two competing websites.
You hear me? Triple P, convince him. Go into his Blip files, find the best DSP, like best games of the year and worst games of the year, and have him re-upload them. We need those!
In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released to help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh, he sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
Alright, Twitch, ahead of time, this is me reviewing a video, a documentary for entertainment purposes only. The views expressed by this individual that we are currently watching do not reflect my views. They're solely the owner of Darksydephil going around saying all these weird things. Okay, let it play.
Let's fucking go.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this.
You say Jews?
has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs. So now I, the last remaining Nazi, must exterminate them. Hello, Jew.
Phil, role-playing as the last surviving space Nazi, did not translate well to his audience that quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes. Unlike YouTube, Blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just...
There's no way he skips this, because he's going to be like, I was a different content creator back then, I was very edgy, I was playing a character, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to have to ask, Phil, what kind of character were you playing? Well, apparently, according to that whole section, he was playing the character of the last remaining space Nazi. Or something like that. Thank you. I wanted to get yeeted out of here.
3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block. You're no longer allowed to talk on any of my fucking videos. And then here we go, oh look, it's Hutch, and he sends me this giant fucking message. I told you I was done, you don't listen, so you're...
Hold up, I want to read that message.
He sends me...
I tried the messaging before, so I'll try again. I apologize for my part. I'm a little disappointed. You didn't own up to yours. What I mean by that is that Machinima doesn't make its money off of simple click-outs. We don't make money off of standard CPM. In fact, we don't make money at all, a profit that is. Machinima is a startup that relies on investors and offers things I won't get into. But it's normal for a startup to not be profitable when it first starts out. So the fact that we pay directors almost 100% of the click out money should go to show you that we're not out to take advantage of anybody. The overall tone of your previous video, not so subtly something, exactly a picture of Machinima when that's just not the case.
I can't fucking...
I'm trying to read this all. Man, he's so wobbly. If we didn't pay them as much as we turn a profit, boom, done deal. But we didn't pay them, or we did pay them quite a bit. Actually, we had a director call up in the last hours, blah, blah, blah. Because, all right, on the topic of having to add per, oh man, guys, I'm trying to get the meat and potatoes of this. Okay, that's about as good as it's gonna get. On the topic of having to add pre and post rolls, we all gotta work for a buck. Suggest that we were not in any way transparent about the protocol was also wrong. If it comes across like that, it was a total miscommunication, seeing as though there's literally no reason for us to be upfront about it, for you to suggest that we're shady because we asked you to do a little work for a huge payday is, well, it's pretty absurd, man. I have a feeling you're like me and you let your emotions get the best of you. You have a hard time second guessing yourself. Do it this time. And you might see why you were out of line. You were out of line to make assumptions about us and show it to your rabid, young, and impressionable fan base that will literally believe every word that comes out of your mouth. It's cool that you built this little channel up to what it is now. I applaud that because I know how much work goes into it. I'm just asking, as someone who works in the field, don't abuse it. Don't prop yourself up at the expense of others, and especially don't do it based off of incorrect assumptions. Sending you a clear. Oh, okay. But I got most of it. So there you go.
Fucking message. I told you I was done. You don't listen, so you're
blocked.
blocked.
Clear version.
I don't ever want to hear from you again.
Hutch, a gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of...
Yeah, this is a lot clearer. Let me see. Make assumptions. Yeah. So it's mostly there. Overall turn of previous videos, only page. Mine was a lot cheaper for them to hire me on a full-time salary than it was for me to submit videos by far. There you go. So if you need to on the VOD, you can stop at this part. You can read this section, and you can read this section right here. This is what DSP was showing off, was the message from Hutch. indicating not to fuck with people or something. I don't fucking know.
Influence with the multi-channel network had changed tones with DSP.
You're at 1080p,
Feeling
right?
sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hodge was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party. Therefore, circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account. This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue, or faction, Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent Detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
You know, they're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that, so all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
For a while, this was the case.
Here.
In May of 2011, he had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were running his website. Phil was still going to fighting game events, though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money. In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased. The density of items took space. Not just physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered the open space, or lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork that she
makes. The titty painting! I love you, Joon. I love you. Thank you for including the titty painting. Oh my god.
And she does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking, this is so nice. It's so artistic looking that...
Oh, wait. I just realized. If he shows off the titty painting now, if DSP ever figures it out, he's going to trash the titty painting. Oh, fuck. Well... You know what? Compromises need to be made. I need a wider audience to know that he had a titty painting.
If I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, then I may actually commission her to do a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
On that note, the only thing preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which he sought to remedy.
If I get more artwork, where's it really going to go? There's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever, but...
There was one opportunity that we had to see that it still existed, and it was... Like the last house tour he did after I almost said Leanna left. It was after Leanna left though. It was when Kat had entered the picture, and he did like a really brief tour and everything, and that was the last tour he ever did. And it was still up in his bedroom. It is the painting to the right of his mirror, I think, or yeah. If you are at his bedside and you face the mirror, where you can exit his room, it's on the right-hand side. I believe it's where it's currently at. So it's possible it's been long gone because it's been more than 5 years, but that was the last sighting of it. So who knows, you know?
At this... wow, at this point, it's pretty much all filled up. What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get us, like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading, and not have to worry about my modem going down here, having a business class internet, having a place where I could do better filming. And I sure as hell, I'm not sure that that's ever going to happen.
Not going to be happy.
As much as he collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other.
Oh no!
Now for my favorite part of the story. My sweet Waffle Philip. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He is 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger. He is so supportive of my crafty ways, even if he doesn't understand half of it. We're even planning and taking steps to opening our own online bath beauty business. But moving in together comes first, because
yeah, her nickname for him was Waffle. I remember reading a DSP erotica, and that was used quite often. It was something akin to let me pour my syrup on you, my sweet waffle, or something like that. But it was the nickname for Philip Burnell to be called Waffle.
Because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what seems like such great people. Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct by Leanna or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple.
This paints this in such a bad light. This is like, yeah, she was a fan of mine, and yeah, I gave her my private email, so, you know, we could kind of talk in private, and we preface all of this with the whole, yeah, we had an 11-year age gap.
And Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience on Valentine's Day.
Rough.
Hello everyone, Darksydephil here, and with me today...
Wait, I can't remember if he removed this. I'm almost positive he did remove this video, by the way. Let's see, because I think I had to back this up. But this was it DSP Valentine's Leanna. You can't find that video anymore. But I did go ahead and put a backup copy up. He tried to erase this, but it was backed up on the archive. What is the not Wayback? I think it was it's the Internet Archives. This specific video among a few others, but he got rid of this within the last year and a half, and I'm not sure what prompted him to do that, but it was really suspicious. Really fucking suspicious.
Is my beautiful...
What's a Firefox theme? I don't know. It's like one of those default space ones. I put this up forever and ever ago. I think on my original PC too. Just kind of still use it now.
Girlfriend Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
Quote, special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all, unquote. Yeah. This was an annotation found on the video. A request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race. It is likely her because she also made sure to clear this up in an interview held through a Twisted Metal lobby.
Some guy on the reveal video commented that I look like an old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP fans. They're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
If they ever need a really awkward Asian-looking, non-Asian chick.
Yeah, I guess so. So what are your favorite games?
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes. That's what I want to know. I've never met an Asian with green eyes.
Neither have I. So,
yeah, I have green eyes. Very rare, so...
What games
I figured that would give away that I'm not Asian.
I like how Ariad Lord is trying to talk about the video games. She's still stuck in that, and I cannot believe her name was BB Addict. I mean, it's probably for something else, but what's she mean by that? BB Addict, huh?
While Panda Lee was trying to convince Phil's audience that she is not Asian, Phil's audience was more curious about the 11-year age gap, with Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee being 18. Rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage, but these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought forward.
And I will agree, until I see some hard evidence, I'm not willing to go down that road. I feel like it was very inappropriate regardless. And I know it's like some people will be like, well, it's the age gap. Think of it this way. If you want to be real weird about it, Leanna never finished high school and would go on to get her GED after they broke up. So DSP technically took somebody who never finished high school, plucked her away from her home, and was like, yeah, we're going to move out to Washington. I'm just saying that's kind of like easier and more substantial in a way that's like easily provable. That's kind of fucked up what DSP did. Just saying. You know. She was 17 years, 11 months, 30 days. You sick fuck. Yeah. It's weird to be talking about something. Oh, look, I get it. What I'm trying to indicate is until I see the proof that specifically he was talking to her when she was 17, I'm going to be agreeing with Joon until I see the evidence is kind of substantiated. But I will say what is the fact that she never got her high school diploma. She finally got her GED after they broke up, and he took her away from her her mother, moved her across the United States, and seemingly she never even finished her formal education. And we just never thought about doing that, just so she could run a business, because, you know, he was a hotshot and he had a bunch of money or something. I don't know. Don't think about it too much. You start thinking about it, you're starting to think about a lot of things, a lot of crazy things.
That cannot be said about the rest of the criticisms surrounding Panda Lee, which there are many of.
Oh, yeah, this one.
Okay, so a word to to the wise: do not fucking get an apartment, like, ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in. It can be as white as anything. Don't fucking get an apartment, because you know why? You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the white people live in the houses around it. The police is here.
There's a clip.
Yeah, if I called the police, you know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for you.
Panda Lee would sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo.
Yeah, she made a lot of comments back in the day. You could kind of tell they were potentially racially motivated. She did not play kindly to those who were Hispanic and those who were African American. I will say that. There were a lot of jokes. I remember, what was it? It was like the African... No, wait, no. That was DSP made the African nation joke. That was outside of his apartment or something like that. I know she's made a joke about black people before. It's really weird. But, you know, it's kind of, you know, what you'd expect out of the couple. They're perfect for each other or something. I don't know.
Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs with Phil and was a favorite of the channel. Panda Lee, being a newcomer and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I just being difficult.
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere.
Do I think DSP is going to skip the whole thing with Panda? He's already announced he's going to skip the whole thing with Panda, but Panda's quite interspersed, so I don't know. It's a kind of a toss-up.
Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woohoo! So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us. Despite what Phil would have talked about how hard the day was.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming. Yeah. Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash. Yep. And offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey man, at least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
Do I think DSP's reputation will get worse after this? I don't think he can get worse. Because realistically, well, I guess to the normies, they're going to see this and they're going to understand a little bit better picture with examples and video. Like, Phil being kind of a dickhead and people that Phil worked with either being dickheads or being kind of thrown to the wayside or showing Phil to be kind of like a bit of a prick. So, I don't know. I feel like to the normies that have never seen Down the Rabbit Hole, this is going to be a Down the Rabbit Hole moment for them. I feel like this will pick up quite a bit of traction. It wouldn't surprise me at all that this breaks 1 million by the end of the week, maybe even by the next 72 hours. And I feel like Phil reacting to it as late as he's going to is... I don't think that's striking while the iron is hot. It'll still be lukewarm, but I don't know how he's going to really... He's going to go on a lot of field trips to kind of debunk a lot of this, but I don't see how you debunk half of this. What are you going to say? It's not true, it's not true? Well, there's only so many things you can say with it not being true before you're kind of like, Phil, what is true? You know?
His response, they don't want money. They don't want.
I definitely
they don't want any
won't
money
get any
this.
better from this.
Based on what he says, they told him that.
Yeah, and then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his two.
I am quiet compared to the video because I'm not going to crank my volume up, and I want to hear this specifically, which is why I'm stopping to talk. I could talk over the video, but I don't want to do that. I want the video to kind of take more prominence. But no, I'm not, I didn't want to crank up my volume for any of this kind of thing, you know? So I think DSP's new best friends, Kino Casino, will react to tunes. I feel like at some point they're probably going to react to it in a way in which is just for entertainment. I think there are a lot of people that are so, I said this in the very beginning, but there are too many people that are kind of this mentality that they're there just to glaze Phil 100%. It's like, yeah, they're there to glaze him, but they're doing it because they're getting entertainment out of it. And the more you kind of resist it, the worse it's going to get, you know? Let's see, this will probably raise my baseline just a little bit higher, which is okay. But I'm not going to go much higher than this because I usually don't like to overtake any of my sources. I used to have it where I would have the audio sources ducked behind me, but I'm not going to really do that. I'm going to stop more to it. Keem reacting, yeah, I mean, Keem reacting to it is like, it's a given. RTU is going to react to it as well. Everybody's going to react to this. It's going to be whether or not people are going to react to DSP reacting. That's the key thing. But they don't have to necessarily react to it. And as much as a lot of people want to be, well, they're his butt buddies and everything. It's like, no, they're there to gas him up so that way he can do silly stuff. Think about what you got out of the Kino Casino. Like, actually think about it. Minus him getting money. Minus him getting some new viewers and whatnot, gassing him up. They got DSP to call himself the king again. He doesn't announce what he's the king of, because he's definitely not the king of retro. But he has now announced himself to be the king, the thing that we dropped. He has announced that he does play WWE Champions. More importantly, even jokingly, he has admitted that he plays WWE Champions as, down from the rafters. He says that's okay, he can do that. He even joked about it earlier today, too. Well, I guess, so big ups, the King of Hate, down from the rafters. By the way, this would have coincided with the last login time of him logged in during Din Din times. It would have been like an hour after Din Din, but an hour and a half before him going live for the night stream. So do with that information what you will. I'm actually kind of glad. Because of DSP, I now know that I can log in using this fucking app instead of using my phone. So if I need to track DSP's login information, I can. Big ups. And before anybody asks, I literally did this back on the old channel. I grinded this free to play for 3 months to get to League 7 so I could watch DSP and his login times. I've been doing this for years. TJ Gamebox is not the only one who monitors Phil. I've been monitoring Phil for a long ass time. I've never put any money into this because it's scummy as shit. This game is scummy as shit. They want you to you saw how much money he spent on the game? It's insanity. It's literal insanity. I had to grind so fucking much, my daily logins, just to get to a high enough level so I can follow DSP and see when he logs in. That is insanity. Isn't Gamebox a whale for WWE Champions? He's not a whale. He would probably be considered a micro dolphin with the amount of money he spends, but he does not spend a lot of money. I would be considered a dolphin now too for the boat game that I play, because I have spent now upwards of, I think it's like $300 over my 6 years playing. So there you go.
Friends, this was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself. Comments would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer.
That was another thing that was discussed as well. He casually admitted that his actual account is 7 years old, which that's the age of the actual account itself. But just to the previous point that I was making that I kind of got lost track of, Kino Casino has given you basically everything that you've ever wanted. DSP is now playing WWE Champions, which is something that a lot of people said he should just go ahead and do. So he's doing it now. He should just do the drama content, which is he is doing right now. He's admitted to playing WWE Champions, and that account is his. Even if he says it's jokingly, I mean, people can just take that and be like, all right, you can say it's a joke, wink, hint, hint. But, I mean, we saw how much money you spent in that week's worth of time. They've got him to do so many things, to backtrack on so many things. I mean, if you can't find that funny, I don't know what you're looking for. I'm having a blast. I'm having an absolute blast. Because of Kino Casino and Null, they got him to get rid of Derek. How funny is that? You got to see DSP waffle for almost 10 minutes on him trying to rationalize why he shouldn't ban Derek. Now, I've said in the beginning, Derek should have been long banned because he was breaking the chat rules in the first place. He should have already been out of there. But now you had him stick around for so long, DSP had to put up a defense and sit there and argue why he shouldn't. Tell me how funny that one is. It's amazing. So, I mean, you can be mad at the Kino Casino. I'm having a blast. And the best part,
this has been the most fun since the bank leaks. And really better in many ways.
It's fun in different ways. Now, the thing is that people are like, well, he's getting so full of himself. He's up his own ass. He's sniffing his own farts. He's got a big head about him. Yeah, he does. This happens all the time when he feels like he's doing great. Whenever he's got a whole lot of money in the tank. But then what ends up happening is now he's second guessing everything. When he came out of that Null interview, and I'm going to call it an interview because that's what he's calling it. When he came out of that, what was the first thing that he said? Did I do good, guys? What do you guys think? I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think I did good? What do you mean, did you do good? You're interviewing Null. He's not interviewing you. Did anybody even miss that? The whole purpose of that was to talk to Null, not have a fucking sit-down interview where you're getting grilled, but he ended up being the one who was getting grilled. This is how ridiculous he is. This is actually how ridiculous this whole situation has become. DSP has gotten so full of himself. He's admitted to so many things now. It's just laughable. It's all laughable. And he thinks that the new audience that he has is some audience that's going to stick around for a year from now. A year from now, what kind of drama are we going to have? You think he's going to be keeping up with the lolcow sphere? No. Unless he gets on Keemstar's fucking radar and starts working with him, there's only so many things that you could do. Unless Rich has another meltdown, which you can use DSP as a cudgel for, which you probably can't. Use him once or twice, it's done. You got nothing left. Now you're just gonna have to wait for him to do something stupid or somebody else to do something stupid and DSP react to it. He showed he has lower viewer retention. The shit will go downhill. If you're worried about him making $100 to $150, fuck, he can make $1,000. It does not fucking matter. End of the day, what are they even there for? For drama. It's all for drama. And when the drama's done, because he doesn't want to be a drama channel, he can't keep up that facade for the next like 10 years. He's going to go back to gaming. And when he goes back to gaming, how many people are going to be checking out DSP playing, what is it? The airplane simulator. Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, the toilet is still broken. The shower is still broken. Our wife is still fat as fuck. Dude literally admitted on a pre-stream yesterday that he has a treadmill in the house. God, the trolls are going to want to know this. I bet you they didn't know this. We have a treadmill. Bitch, you have a treadmill and your lady looking like that? It sounds like you bought a treadmill and ain't nobody using it. I'm sorry that, you know what? DSP talks about how, oh, I lost all this weight because, you know, I'm not eating as much. I'm eating healthier now. I'm eating better now. Yeah, I would imagine if another person in your house is thieving all of those fucking calories to herself, yeah, you probably don't have a whole lot to eat. And that's why you're looking thinner. Because it sure as shit isn't from the fucking stupid ass treadmill that we were bragging about. Think about it. This is the shit that he's been admitting for the last couple of weeks. I haven't even been tuning in. But for like the last pre-stream and like the highlights, people have to tell me. And then I gotta hear this. I'm like, dude, have you lost your fucking mind? What on earth are you doing? But he doesn't care because he's so short-sighted. He's been this way for years. He's so short-sighted. My man is going to keep thinking this is the best time of his life. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Keep doing it, man.
And I even saw a comment saying, wow, this is Rimble's the funniest thing. Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo. Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages, and people are pissy.
Yeah,
oh, it's not mature enough for you, big nose piece of shit.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited. But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo.
Oh, man.
From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions, like a leased BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
And I like how during the whole John and Howard react, he never understood this. He never put two and two together. The reason why these guys were feeling the way they were feeling is because DSP was sitting there flaunting his wealth. He had a whole lot of money coming in, and he wasn't willing to, I guess, invest into a project, but he wanted it just to manifest itself. Well, if I give you enough exposure, maybe you too could be earning this, is probably what he thought. But realistically, man, if he had done something as simple as just compensate him, this wouldn't have even been a problem. You probably wouldn't have lost your friends like this.
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to his 2011 40-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27 seconds. On the surfaces of his apartments, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I can't either, I have nowhere to put, I have no use for, I can't store, I don't know what to do with it, alright?
DSP had run out of storage for his baubles and memorabilia.
I don't know, it's too much! Too much! And the problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it, but it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking closet is. I'm not going to go all the way because my luggage is actually spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Phil did not value or understand money, except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses. He would use this and other items to try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
There were plenty of examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts. These quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000. How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I'm an intelligent person. I'm a finance major. I went to school for finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super overexpensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
I didn't buy a sports car. I leased a BMW. I didn't buy
Grandfather
this
sa Lungguhit Nerdo
whole ass fucking property.
333 has redeemed the following TTS
Got a
message.
condo. A
Reminder,
middle unit.
Kevin said Phil got those gun props from GameStop rewards points for those that don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Those gun props were from GameStop reward points, but he does like to pretend he spent money on them. I think it's because he likes to pretend that things were actually off the back of DSP. I mean, yes and no. This was the same guy who was kind of trading those games in after the fact for other games he was going to buy in the future. More points, if you will. Yeah, you gotta remember which story to believe out of Phil. It's the past Phil or the current Phil. Whichever Phil is need to make an ass of himself the most, I guess.
On DSP Gaming alone, for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012. The problem now that he was presenting his audience started.
Now, keep this in mind. He is going to challenge this. 100% we're going to challenge this. Because he'd be like, there's no way you can tell how much money I made. I suppose so, but it was a lot of money, was it not? I mean, we did a lot of things, did we not? This was at the height of his career, so, you know, don't think about it.
In 2013 is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSPgaming. And then in 2012, I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
Remember that because we just saw his view count and it was at like roughly 700,000. Kind of sad. When you actually think about it, it is very, very fucking sad how far we have fallen.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only is this proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel where there are screenshots from the start of 2012 to the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see me wearing jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart. I banked my money. So regardless of what happens in this next year, I'm still okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
What could be the two reasons? There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video. Come on! That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the game. Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me. It's not my fault. I love it. The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment. What the fuck? What?
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary.
I fucking missed.
Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding. A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was spreading.
DSP is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from, that's on every day, 10 times a day.
24 hours.
Oh, come
That's
on, guys.
true, man.
The reason Evil
This
AJ's
is
video
the
was so
interesting
successful
part.
was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations.
Do I think that this was fun for Joon to make or exhausting? I'd imagine this was probably exhausting. It was something that he kind of dreaded back in the day. I remember he would put up polls like 3 years ago and people would ask, do DSP, but he would always respond that it was a daunting task. So yeah, I would probably bet he's glad this is all done and over with.
Also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you could tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
Evil AJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
How many more people are doing Let's Plays? Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have gotten into it, to the point where a website like YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it, why do you always see the same people in, related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
That's so wild for him to say that. Because DSP was in a position where he would be considered probably top 5%, at least for video games, for the longest time. But the reason why he fell off is because he didn't innovate and he didn't make his shit interesting enough for people to kind of keep going through. So this is just him complaining that he was at the top and he got bumped off by other people who weren't at the top, but now are at the top. That's kind of how it was. Yeah, well, I know top 1% would be a better call, but I'm being generous. He's being at the top 5%. He was definitely up there, and he bragged about being Spotlight for quite some time. He got promoted quite a bit, and he bragged about it. But now that he's fallen off, how the fuck is it anybody else's fault? It's definitely not Evil AJ's fault. Evil AJ is just a symptom of basically DSP being DSP. Somebody made something, it was funny, and people watched it, and they kind of were like, yeah, I agree, it's kind of funny. I don't know. He was actually top listed under comedy because he kept spamming uploads. That is true. And it showcased even in the beginning of this whole thing that he was in improv for comedy. He only switched to gaming when he, I don't know, when he got partnered under Machinima. So this is kind of his fault. He did it to himself.
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content. The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, oh no, I lost views, stop my feet, oh man. But I would say, no, I'm gonna stay positive, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture, which DSP demanded an apology for. At that point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much. And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
he had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual amount DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
I did not know there was receipts for this. Because I always heard the whole $3,000 lemon shit. But I didn't realize that he didn't actually pay $3,000. Oh, that's pretty funny. Maliciously large. What a you gotta understand, Barry. Everybody is always making content, and at a certain point, like, I only watch every now and then for WPIG. I help with some of the lore gathering if there's certain videos or requests that are being made to say, hey, do you happen to have this, or do you remember this, or can you find this? I'll do that on the background. Oh yeah, this is a different 3K lemon, right? Because the other 3K lemon was from the duo of people, and he got it, and it was like the one that he ran. It was like not a server PC, but like people were joking it was like a server PC, but in reality, it's just something probably was not seated right or something like that, and maybe he didn't even plug it into his GPU, so it wasn't even running off his GPU, and it's shit like that. I keep forgetting. There's a lot of fucking different things, and I keep forgetting that there's 2 different PCs. But I do remember him stating that this was a $3,000 PC, and him saying that he got scammed out of it, which is kind of lame. It really is kind of lame. Could you imagine giving this dude like $1,800 of free labor? Free labor and parts. You're just doing him a solid. He says, fuck you. I don't want to fucking go to direct capture. That's too much work, man. Hey, look at him. He's doing it now. I barely catch 5. Well, yeah. It's just, there's so much content that gets produced today. I kind of get locked into my own bubble at some point, and then I'm just watching myself, and then maybe the people I do Twitch streams with. And then every now, like, I don't even watch Snort Burnell anymore. I should. I have him subbed, and I see the notifications. I might pull up a video maybe once every 2 weeks. But because the content's just so out there for me, I just don't have that time to consume it all, you know?
Margin.
So I had actually made my own video defending myself.
Kind of wild.
And I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did. To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
We actually paid an additional $150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
That may have been the last of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others that post him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darksydephil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo, who designed Darksydephil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
There are people doing walkthroughs of this game, and they just easily jump up here, and I can't do it at all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here.
Classic.
How are people able to jump up here? Look, I can't jump up here.
Classic video.
Jump! You won't even jump. Look, jump! You fucking idiot! Okay. Whew.
Viewers were quickly realizing that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Pandalee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game, it's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
A DSP soundboard,
Cock-a-dookie bullshit, bumblefuck nonsense.
or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to show you for full disclosure, no game.
There was so much material.
He's gonna have so much. He's gonna be like, everybody was excited to get an empty video game box. Yeah, I guess they could be excited to get a collector's box where you take most of the collector's item, but you give them a steel case without a game, I suppose they could be excited for that. But, you know, it's still not a great look.
Dated by his pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It, as he tried to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long-form "this is how you don't" plays. Some just criticize DSP's habits outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child. A video that covers Phil's newly released 2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
Yeah, that don't count.
This is what has happened to my condo
That's that autograph.
in the past year. I've gotten so much stuff that my condo just can't. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the floor.
Look at it.
This. It's a
Look
fucking
at
hideous
it.
mess. And I really wish that I had somewhere to put this shit, but I don't.
Tied to this was the curiosity about DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips. Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Penn Lee, sometimes both. The reason this was...
Can we not? Can we not? Why do we... Okay. This is a great shot, by the way. I can't remember if this is the Chicago one. It could be the Chicago one. This is a great shot because it's like showcasing, man, this is so extra.
Additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Penn Lee.
We just have Panda Lee in the fucking closet. What are we doing? What are we doing? Can we not?
Sometimes both. The reason this was becoming irrelevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darksydephil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
Shit, it's Bro Team! Oh my god, it's Bro!
Find out where he lives and rob him. Like, I gotta go to his house.
Man, you're taking my money. That's just like if you use adblock on one of my videos.
We love that Canadian fucking idiot. Oh my god, the famous Bro.
4chan was also in on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
Holy shit, another YouTuber who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers. So these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that
I remember actually like unironically subscribing to PewDiePie, and it was because of his what was that game? It's Happy Wheels. He would play that, and I thought, oh man, this is pretty cool. I remember playing this fucking game, and he had fun with it, and I had fun with it. Man, those were good times. And you know, the content's not really there anymore, and it changed a lot. But I remember subbing to him before I ever considered DSP, which is wild.
Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make videos. He used to watch my content back when he had no money to buy games. He would watch me play the games. That's how he got the idea to make his content.
PewDiePie did, in fact, like some of DSP's videos back in 2011. Though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have...
What actually got me to unsub to PewDiePie was the apology video that he had made. It was the one where like him and his girlfriend were sitting down, they were explaining everything, and he like did this whole apology, and I was like, I ain't even here for that. And I fucking unsubbed, and then I would resub like later on after the fact. But I think it was because he said shit about how he said he appreciated the haters because, you know, it still gave him views or something like that. Something like that. But I remember, not the bridge incident. No, it was way before the bridge incident. It was when he was a lot earlier. But he had an apology video that him and his girlfriend were sitting there and doing this thing, and they were basically saying, yeah, you know, all the people that are hating on me and, you know, blah blah blah, you know, they're for views too. And I was like, okay, whatever. I'm not here for this. I just wanted to know the game stuff. Another one. Yeah, it's a lot earlier in his career.
Have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013, and his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. Phil, displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors, was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset.
Oh yeah, the bridge incident. I was already coming back to his content anyway. It's like, oh shit, it's edgy. I'll come back. That's cool.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed, games that were rising in popularity like Minecraft for its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it. Because of DSP's rapid decline, there was inversely a lucrative market to make content criticizing DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels. The Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now. Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question. Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began, with DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed, and made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the Detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everybody? Darksydephil here, and welcome to Release Day Unboxing for Tuesday, February 11th, 2014. And before everyone says, what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off.
Yeah, this is legendary.
That was
what
from
a great
DSP's
video.
release date unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing alarm.
This is why I can't take DSP seriously. When he's like, yeah, man, soundproofing and everything, this is the same guy who stuffs paper towels to, like, reduce the noise coming from a fucking fire alarm in a building. That's why I can't take him seriously.
Some of the ongoing
Come
alarm. In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is what DSP was now known for. Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
What's up, boss?
Oh, it's
Is it time?
Daspo shit.
As predictable as Phil was, and
this is hilarious to know that Daspo shit made fun of him for quite some time, but then kind of ran back to DSP, which is kind of wild. He felt I have wronged him or something like that for making funny meme videos. I mean, I guess if you want to run back to him, you can if you want. It's kind of silly if you think about it.
He gained space with his commentary. His decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space, allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as they were seeking to move in together. Common strategies would suggest
Panda.
Phil would either sell or
Got
rent his
sprawled
condo
out.
and then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance. The social elements are as important, like his friends and family that were all living in Bridgeport. With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $7,500. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000.
I'm actually kind of curious, like, wouldn't it have been cheaper? Like, what are they actually moving? It probably would have been better if all of the stuff was, like, able to be boxed up. All of the collector shit and whatnot. You put them in giant boxes, you ship them airmail or whatever. Realistically, you could have just bought all the furniture after you move over there, because what do you actually need out of that old condo? You don't need the DVD racks, the TV and everything. All of that is easily replaceable. It would be cheaper if he moved himself. Yeah, it could have actually just been easier if he just moved himself. He could have just rented a rather large U-Haul. But I mean, he wasn't comfortable with driving anyway. I guess the vehicle is the only one that's kind of, you know, a little weird to do. But figuring if it's just with a lease, I mean, he could have just gave up the lease anyway, so it doesn't even matter. This is kind of wild with what it would have cost just to move him. At the end of the day, it's just, if it's any of the furniture, most of that could just be repurchased. There isn't any furniture that he needed to keep from that old place, save for maybe 1 or 2 pieces. Get you a new mattress, a new bed, a new everything, get you a new couch. You'll be fine. It'll be fine.
What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow. But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance a move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was far beyond unsupportable. Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now, unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my...
This is the real question, whether or not we get these things completely wrong or we separate them completely. And I think he might get it right because he's already saying Supercard, he's already dating it, and he's already saying where it is, and he's even showing the footage. So let's see if he gets this correct or incorrect.
Second in the Hulk Hogan challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s, unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend. Yet, he was financing Panda Lee's new soap-making business. Phil also renewed the lease on a BMW that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year. Evidence of Phil's poor spending had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys, so next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has. He purchased 3 new ones to test them out. The comments discuss the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote, lol, so he ordered 1 capture card, changed his mind, and bought another. Then changed his mind again and bought another all before the first could even be delivered? You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search, lol, unquote. What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Furtado built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC.
Yeah, see, this is what I remember. I remember that, and then he was making fun of the old PC, and he was pretending that one was a scam when I don't know, he was getting fucked up on this one apparently.
We already got a broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. It's the post that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
The price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
What the hell? The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC. Great.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
I freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
Wait.
The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC. Great.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your
interview with Mighty Furtado. Oh, I didn't know Mighty Furtado had said anything about this. My initial understanding was potentially he wasn't even using the GPU at all, but if he was loading all of it onto the CPU, that would also make sense too.
Your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
I freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
That was was it a 4th gen i7? It's not like he had a bad card back in the day too. That's a fine CPU and he had a good card as well. That's kind of wild. He spent $3K and he just didn't know what the fuck to do with it. Yeah, that's the other thing too. That's what is confusing the hell out of me, because the GPU is not listed anywhere on here. If you look at your performance, I mean, yeah, it's going to be different now, but generally, if you're looking at your resource performance, you can see the GPU listed, I thought. Like, look, my GPU is listed down at the bottom. How? It's not even... Dude, there's no room for it. It's like the GPU is not even in use. That's what's confusing the hell out of me. That means everything's on the CPU, which would explain a whole lot. How did he do that? Oh, okay, Windows didn't used to have that. See, that's what's confusing me, because I'm trying to think, like, was it ever really listed? GPU wasn't listed at the time with Windows 8. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense, but that's still kind of crazy that he was using a CPU for everything. Because when I do my streams, I just use the GPU to do most of the work. You got a lot of encoding options too. That's wild, man.
It doesn't work.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes, but he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason: he was a gamer. Quote, "I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games, not edit videos of them." Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle. In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This continued failure was too...
They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away.
What the hell?
This continued failure was too...
Okay, I'm gonna... Let me mark that. That's... Okay, I guess there was maybe a blip in the editing. He's got to take a look at that, I guess.
They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away.
YouTube stopped Premiere? Did it now? Wait, are we... No, we can't be done yet. Okay. Let me take a look. I didn't know this was what we were talking about. The YouTube servers could not handle the video for some reason, so I just published it to not sour the viewing experience. Video left off at 135. Okay. I'm gonna remember the art portion, so we're gonna do this.
Darksydephil.
And we are... Oof. Man. Okay, we're good.
Their art. Only they weren't fans. This continued failure was too much to even be documented. There was a nuance to DSP's thought process that was demanding exploration and criticism, especially when, in December of 2014, Phil was playing with the idea of starting a Patreon. But also in December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
My parents are visiting for the Christmas week holiday, and they actually took the car. That's right, I let them take the BMW. So yeah, that's a lot of trust, but I trust my parents. They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up, we set them up a room and board. It's a nice hotel that has a big suite. It's got its own kitchen.
Actively watching DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas. This Tumblr tries to capture the drama in 2014. From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's Ebegging, conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To capture it all and understand it all for entertainment was a process that loses its entertainment value. The majority of people are only interested in the wildest clips of Phil. Then you have those that watch hour-long This Is How You Don't plays, then those that interact with Phil to try to get a rise from him and seek discussion of him. And then you have an entirely different people. One that tops the spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid for by...
That's okay.
Okay, well, we're now at this section of the fucking documentary. The SOK. Man. Here we go again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SOK cast. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, I'd be more than
What's
happy
going
to.
on, everybody? Fred Fucks again.
And Superior Artist, or Superior Snorez.
This is Renegade Operative here.
Evil AJ 2010 here.
And okay.
And Carson, right?
Yeah,
Miles.
And we are going to be joined by Lupo572 shortly.
That was the Sons of Kojima podcast. This channel rallied the prominent detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself, but when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they will promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa.
Hell
but
yeah,
they, mostly
African
through Fred
wells.
Fuck's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Darksydephil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or This Is How You Don't Donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the Theft tier. In between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil. This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name Darksydephil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced this surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that once hit would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game, like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money and thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay, and we like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with him or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention. As these takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But when they were reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to machinima. This same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took one day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released. This included reference to Phil's decline in views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to Detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current day, there is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
My foot is incredibly swollen. You cannot tell from what I wanted to show you here. It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness of my other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online, after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout, or historically known as the disease of kings, is caused from a diet abundant of alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout? How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
If you want to be real about it, back in the day, the medieval days, gout was considered the king's disease because it was notable for only those who were rather rich contracting it. It was due to high alcohol and like it was like fatty substances that were being eaten. It was pretty wild, but it was known to be contracted by those who were very rich and had a rich diet.
11 has redeemed the following TTS message.
But the French king, it
Look
could
at
have
this,
been. I'm not specific on the red meat. The red meat, I don't know so much on the seafood thing. Seafood is something that contributes to it, but I think it was what was being eaten back in the day. So red meat was a contributing factor, so was a lot of alcohol and shit like that. But yeah, drunks would get it easy. It was just colloquially known as the king's disease because you would have a higher proportion of people who are rich or of royalty who would potentially be diagnosed with it. Kind of shit. Alexander the Great, Charlemagne, King Henry VIII, Piero the Gouty, the famed Florentine Medici family. Big ups. Piero the Gouty. Yeah, it's kind of silly when you think about it, but DSP, the King of Hate, contracting the king's disease. And it is also, it's good that the SOK is mostly a footnote right now, but it should also be a cautionary warning for those who are wanting to control the content. You should let the content flow freely, even when it produces really mediocre, really stupid content. Because I know there are complaints today with certain people for certain detractors, so they don't like particular content and whatnot, and it's a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Having the options out there is the best remedy for it. If you don't like this, you should be able to watch something else. And more importantly, if you feel like you could do a better job, you should be open to being able to make the content yourself. Which is why you have so many people moving up and down and getting in and getting out, you know? I'm kind of glad, because I used to care about the clipping, and I don't do the clipping now, and it feels so much better not having to do the clipping. I don't have to worry about the day-to-day in and outs of DSP. I can just kind of, you know, casually look from the side and report in if it's something funny. Like right now.
The back of the box, as you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside because it has lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super...
I didn't mind doing the clipping.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on, everyone.
This clip almost got lost time, too.
I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting,
I don't
and
mind
the
doing a
police
clip
had
if
to
it's
respond.
fun.
Luckily, Phil had caught ahead and fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Shame on you if you've ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me, if you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You!
Yes, you!
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex. Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that this message that the detractors as a whole were at fault was contained to his own platform. Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored and archived. The following month, Phil on his own forums equated using the chat function on his live streams but not donating as loitering, but it's okay because he's lenient. As much as he claims to be, his audience from both sides were not convinced, especially with the troubles on his Patreon. A new milestone goal at $1,250 was Project 7 Rebirth. Quote, "If this goal is reached, I will take away at least 2 days, if not 1 to 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7, with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month." Unquote. In no way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal.
The thing is that it was a diss towards Phil, and DSP did know it, and he did call it out too when he reacted to John and Howard. But it's kind of lame to not understand the reason why those things were being said, because at the end of the day, it was the frustrations on how Phil was treating all of this, which was, we're taking a property that presumably multiple people own, and we're saying, yeah, man, well, you know, you just give me money and I'll do all of these things, but I can't be asked to even do these things without that monetary goal. It's like, he doesn't understand the ridicule from it. All he could see is surface level. They're just jealous or they're just mad. It's like, okay, fine, whatever, Phil. That's all you can take out of it. Fine. I guess that's all you can understand.
Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be canceled after a single episode.
Oh, good. The power went out. I'm not even kidding you.
Almost as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that include the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed, and on Social Blade it showed that for the month of August he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable string of events, that this deletion of views was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership. but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call. Then he claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings, and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his social blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views. And actually, late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. From November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis. Yet now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way, $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals. And more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it, bring it up, hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans unsated with Phil's answer, like with the relaunch of Project 7, were reaching out to John Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil.
I know that
2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello, Snow.
Hello. I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays, and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus...
The thing is that he's going to assume it's deleted because it's kind of hard to determine whether or not what the true reason of it being gotten rid of. It's easier to say it was deleted, but at the end of the day, it's harder to prove that it's specifically the fans that would have flagged it down. So I would be careful on that because you would effectively need John to corroborate that. And it may be a little bit harder to do. But it's small tidbits of the story that does need to kind of be taken into consideration. I know, but we Vortexers know better. True. I'm just trying to go at it with the whole what you can and what you're kind of limited on being able to do kind of thing. I think it's just easier to present it this way because what is DSP going to say? If you had said the video was taken down by DSP supporters, then his retort is going to be, well, you got to show me the evidence. You got to show me where that was because that definitely did not happen. But if you say it was deleted or he had deleted it, either one, what is Phil going to say? Then it was just gotten rid of? It's one of those things where it's just slightly easier to just kind of roll with it and just be like, well, it was gotten rid of, it was deleted. And at that point, it just leaves it up because the important part isn't necessarily it being flagged, because it's harder to determine whether or not it's friendly fire or whether or not it's trolls. Because then you could argue, well, what if the trolls just flagged it down because they wanted to make it look like the fans were getting rid of it? Because during the time, you still had the SOK. That's the thing. Ultimately, nobody knows 100% other than it would be John who would know that 100%. So you'd have to get it from the horse's mouth. It is easier, however, to say it was deleted or he had deleted it and then it was backed up, because at that point, nobody can argue it other than the fact that it exists and what was the content on it, which is the key driving point to all of this.
Other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused his falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call. And so Phil lost touch with the last friend he had.
Oh no!
Not even...
I gotta tell you, okay, this is probably the best editing right here. Look at this. You just have a cowboy hat. You have the little baseball cap.
Lost touch with the last friend he had.
And it just evaporates away. It's gone. Gone forever. No!
Not even a month later, now closing 2015, Machinima informed Phil that they will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
Why would you do this? Make that joke.
What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
Phil attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying he was doing quote-unquote various stuff, like scratching his leg. The bombardment of memes and other media would not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darksydephil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
You know every inch of my dick and balls, right?
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darksydephil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right. That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused, and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost. In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences larger than his. He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kiddies to retain attention. The cherry on top was the purpose of this post was to represent his own views as superior. Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience/knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review, unquote. Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new book meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie, who simply responded with, quote, DSP upset he can't read, unquote. The source of Phil's frustration was his continued bleeding of views. He was jealous, and over several posts on his forums, relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or form some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable fact. He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil was blaming "this is how you don't plays" for his failings, calling them slanderous. A user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much in December this year as I did last year, playing 4 new games. Just got a notification my bank account is overdrawn. Locally, my Machinima payment is literally coming through today, unquote. To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any other. On February 26, 2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2. A game with pre-established questions that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes both surface level and personal around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
DSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil.
I want that. Hold up. I want to listen to that laugh one more time. We're going to slow that down.
More ad revenue than Phil. Or they're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an answer that caused chaos.
Leanna, I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring. Huh? What does that mean? I never gave her an engagement ring, so I don't know what that even means. I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about? I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are weird. What does that even mean?
Look at that. Derek loves lemur. Look at that. Lol, these answers. Oh my god, LOL. Fucking Derek loves lemur.
There's some stupid inside joke that I don't understand.
Points for you.
What does that mean? It won, and it makes no sense whatsoever to anyone who's not into inclusive circle jerking circle.
I know that name.
That made no sense at all.
Scuba dealer.
Is there actually like some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh?
Ask Leanna, lol.
Leanna posted it on her own Twitter. What are you talking about? It's about one of her Twitter pictures.
Yeah, when you're there.
What are you talking about? That's hilarious because that just shows how mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this shit. These detractor idiots. Because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about. It's some completely inside joke they made up for themselves that no one would know anything about at all.
They call me Jimbo.
It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero fucking sense.
Yeah,
and yet it ends up being the big winner at the end of the game. That's
imagine that. Imagine being bamboozled so hard on your fucking stream regarding like your girlfriend posting up pictures of her having a fake engagement ring, and you're so unaware of her own Twitter and what she's posting up that you're not even willing to check after you're told the answer. And he's just sitting there and he's just bamboozled the entire time. He doesn't even know.
So fucking stupid.
Whatever.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, Pandely had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, "Oh shit, he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known?" Unquote. Pandely then posted the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Pandely allegedly also took off work to experience the live drama that was unfolding.
This lady! She's a fucking troll! She was, I'm telling you, she was like the best troll ever, man. Literally fucking him up.
With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the adpocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer, and so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for dire situations. That's when on February 28th, a Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract. After all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per Fred Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch chats, Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, "There is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique," unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly.
Look at this. This is what I mean. You guys need to be careful with the nonsense, because I don't even believe this 100%. They're doing this just because they can get something more out of him. But thank you for bringing this to my attention, Chowder. This was posted a few minutes ago, almost 40 minutes ago. How's the doc going, guys? I haven't peeped it yet. Phil's felted, bro. You're gonna you going to wait for his 25 hours of retconning and watch it? I watched 2 hours and he's felted, bro. Chips just taken away over and over. House did him dirty, bro. Now, again, I don't know how much to really read into this. I think he's just doing this because at some point, if they cover it, they want to have a lot of people pay attention. And more importantly, if they invite Phil on, they want to have more people engage and like talk about this as well. So again, the way I'm reading into this, don't put any stock into it. This is going to be specifically promotion for a future stream/video. 100% promotion. This is a promotion post. And if you can't see that, you're not paying attention. I'll keep an eye on it, but it's very transparent. It's a key move. It's a very calculated move. If you can see it coming, then you don't fall for the marketing scheme. So never fall for the marketing scheme.
Established, yet never provides a satisfactory answer. That's why his video is nearly 2 hours long to explain that the contract with Machinima has been terminated. And as per the description, quote, I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on, unquote. This is all beyond minutia, that besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any controversial moment, Phil is certain to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long video. It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then, it took about an additional week for him to fight various content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate the numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue, nor was he in a managed partnership. This means that they would not be responsible for his 30 or so content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panelli's request and per their Instagram post were now engaged. The Detractor's persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Panelli personally liked on her Black Current account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring.
What was that animation?
Monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Panelli personally liked on her Black Current account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring.
Yeah, it was sub 300. So, if he had looked it up, I think it was specifically Etsy, but he had broke down and just purchased a ring that was like sub, $300, which I mean, it's fine, whatever, like, whatever. If she agrees to it and he agrees to it, fine. The takeaway wasn't the fact that it was a cheap ring. The takeaway was the fact that he had proposed to her, but they didn't have a date for the actual wedding. It was just they were engaged, no time, and then he even had said it on the pre-stream, like, we don't know when it would happen. It's up in the air. We got to figure it out. It's going to be in the future, though. Blah 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 blah. Basically, she did not commit, or he did not commit to her at all. Gave her the ring, hoped to placate her, and that started the whole nonsense of her coming in and getting with the whole man zone shit. All of that. All he had to do was just lock it in. Just lock it in. Just be like, all right, you know what? We can't have a big wedding, but I'm gonna commit. Let's just go ahead. Let's get married. But then, what ended up happening? The moment Leanna was out of the picture, and then we got Kat. How fast was it for Kat to get the ring and for her to get the marriage? Think of how quick it was. It was less than a year. It was roughly a year. But it was wild how quick it was. This lady was with him for what, 7 years? And we didn't even bother? This dude, I get it. Yeah, he learned. Well, I don't even want to say he learned his lesson. He overcorrected. The lesson here was he needs to tie down the next lady as quickly as possible.
Has redeemed the following TTS message.
And that's why you committed so
is
quick.
From CSI or some shit.
Yeah, it was. That CSI animation. Oh man, that was godlike. Godlike. But I'm telling you, I don't even think it was a panda jealous kind of thing. I think he realized that his shortcoming is that he did not want to pull the trigger at all with Kat. So he overcompensated, said, let's go ahead and get married. Let's go ahead and lock it in. And that's why they did that quick shotgun wedding back in Connecticut as quick as they did. Bill's already scanning this video. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me if he's scanning it now. What is he even gonna fucking talk about? He's so late to the fucking party. It's over, DSP. It's fucking over. And if you want to, I don't know. It's a little unfair to Kat, but it's so unfair to think of because this is also when he started overcorrecting on the whole being too sexual kind of thing. This is why he stopped over-sexualizing women. It started right around the whole we're gonna lock down Kat, we're gonna be a better husband or whatever. I mean, we haven't. We just paid for everything like we did before. We gave her a ring, we married her, and now we don't talk about women. Even though Leanna back in the day was talking about men all the time and he was talking about women all the time. Shit took 180s everywhere. Yeah, Puritan style Phil is rough, but that's kind of the reason why we have it today. It's because of this series of events.
Testament to his detractor's obsession and or Phil's dwindling finances. By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up and severed his partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a great mistake. Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Leveria Media, and as revealed, was using Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices. The CEO was found to be just a student at a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Leveria Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved. While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car. For the past 6 years, he had been leasing a BMW. In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles, and so never changed the oil.
Yeah, BMW, you're supposed to get maintenance for free, no matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive. And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Phil's audience long understood he was financially illiterate, but hadn't been yet exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts related to them. That's why whenever other content creators discover both, it makes for an interesting watch.
In 3 years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So if that gives you any idea.
Hey, what? He leased a car for $400 or $500 a month, and he's only drove it 6,000 miles in 3 years? What?
Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god! This guy is a living meme! No, it's not. BMW has diagnosis computer in the car, okay?
And they never,
This was pretty good.
They never contacted us to get it changed.
You can hate Destiny if you want, but this right here was fucking funny as hell. This was amazing.
Why would they contact you to change your oil?
Destiny, the person reacting to Phil's explanation, calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to help Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him. What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars that I don't already know? This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance." Unquote. Phil, still in the mindset of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube's system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So, that was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever, okay?
Look at the data. Look at the phone. Look at the data.
Uh-oh.
Look at the phone. Look at the data. Look at the phone. Look at the data. Look at the phone.
Hold on 1 second, everybody.
Uh-oh.
I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call. Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came out of nowhere, and I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end. I can't finish my story right now.
Phil had received a call from Panda Lee's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by paramedics. Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state, and after a 3-hour-long wait, they released her with no additional treatment. Frustrated at the lack of attentiveness, Phil said,
"So now she's zonked out, she's sleeping, you know, in the room because of, you know, everything. She's still on the pills made her all loopy or whatever. So, I mean, we did, on the way home, I stopped and we got food. We grabbed like chicken sandwiches and we just ate them and now she's sleeping. So that's what happened. Unbelievable. Like, oh my God.
That fucking
The thing is,
noise.
I know if this ever happens again, I'm gonna tell them, you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill, give her a pill. And that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing Panda Lee's issues or minimizing them, which is what he was now getting backlash for. What they didn't know is that Phil and Panda Lee had broken up some time before the anxiety attack, which is also a possible factor that may have induced it.
It's funny because this is actually the time in which I actually turned like full on Detractor mode. I used to just be a casual watcher. I'd watch the SOK, Vault Boy, I'd watch a lot of people, right? But this one story actually turned me on him. I was like, nah, man, this guy's like an actual piece of shit. Because I thought that story was complete bullshit. If you listen to it on its first reading, there were so many red flags in it. It was like, wait a minute, so you're complaining that you're going to get billed, you're complaining about all of these things, but this is supposed to be this lady that you're engaged to, that you love. It's your girlfriend. So, like, there were so many things wrong with that story, minus the animation at the time. And yeah, exactly. It all became a story about him the entire way through, from start to finish. It felt like we concentrated so much on getting the car back. We concentrated so much on that guy who was the guy who couldn't speak English, who was a taxi driver. We focused on the nurses and how poor they were managing everything. We focused on so much that wasn't Panda. By the time we focused on Panda, we said she was loopy, she didn't want her food, I ate her food, we got some food on the way back, she's sleeping now. What am I supposed to diagnose from any of this? The dude was so concerned about the money aspect out of all of this, from start to finish. Yeah, the taxi accident. It was such a thing. But this one whole stream thing literally made me turn on Phil that day. Because I think I was watching Tevin watch this too, if I'm not mistaken. And I said, man, that sounds like some bullshit. Some actual bullshit.
He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness. Then there was a song request.
89.7 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darksydephil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player. I don't know what to say, guys. Okay, so, anyway, here's Baby Come Back by Player, and they actually wanted me to say Baby Come Back, ack. I don't get it. I really don't get it with these kids. But yes, Darksydephil,
womp womp.
Here's your dedication to Panda Lee.
In many ways, Phil was defeated, but he would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to dislike him. On his Twitch chat, a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote, iJustine is busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The only fucking reason she was actually hired in the first place, lol, unquote. Prominent Detractor accounts took this screenshot and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much surprise, iJustine responded, quote, why don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues, unquote. And Phil did have issues. For 10 years, Phil has had a dream job meant to provide a steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show.
It's the crazy eye Phil, look at this!
While allowing one to work within their own set hours.
There it is, crazy eye Phil right there. You can get the frame right here, if you ever wanted to know where it came from. This is pretty good. I like this.
Set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show for his near decade-long residence. The stinging fact was he lost far more than he gained, and for a period he seemed starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007, before YouTube started.
Girlfriend?
Once I started YouTube, that all went away. That's part of the sacrifices I keep bringing up to make this work. I can't have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job.
John Howard?
When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, gone, unquote. It is clear that he regrets his move, but he cannot accept it is his fault. That's when people ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, I talk to tons of people on a daily basis.
You guys.
A user then asks, I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch. Phil responds, I don't have time for in-person friends. I'm constantly working. You realize I haven't had a day off since my time off in July, right? This is my life, and has been for quite a long time before I moved out here. Then it got better for 3 years living with my ex. But now I'm back to square one, really. Unquote. As recoiled as Phil was, dealing with persistent copyright strikes and whatever else his life brought him, he clung onto whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced that they lead on. From the outside looking in, the Detractor community is powerful in coordinating their campaigns against Phil. In actuality, it is very divided. Some hate Phil, some just want to catch up periodically. The majority don't interact in any way. These differences create cyclical arguments, for example, those wanting no universal interaction with Phil. Some reasons may lie in entertainment, as Phil's passive failings tend to be the most entertaining. They could also just be aware that putting themselves out personally will lead to ridicule in a space that exploits any weakness. Or they simply feel sympathetic to his plight. On the other end, you'll have those that want interaction with Phil. These can be small by typing messages in his chat to get a reaction or requesting a song on the radio. That is the simple basis of trolling. The overall effects are minimal and hardly controversial.
I wonder who those kind of people are. I wonder what kind of people they have been over the years. Who knows? I wonder if they're hanging around right now and they're giggling to themselves. You never know.
Then you have those that feel personally slighted by Phil and seek revenge. This is where the illegitimate copyright strikes come from. They want Phil to fail in any way, and few strategies are out of their purview. Truly, the only defense in this space is self-awareness and anonymity. These members lack both. And the most interesting part is all these people inhabit the same space. Whether it be the forums or Phil's chat, they can be seen arguing endlessly. It is only a community out of convenience and nothing else. That's why it may look like the sons of Kojima would sit on top of this virtual hierarchy, but in actuality, the only thing they have claim to is they're the ones most dedicated to Phil. The group watches his streams for hours at a time to no benefit other than that claim. They are united by an overweight, middle-aged, failing, ailing creator. They were persistently hated within the Detractor communities because they, being allowed to exist in their space, somewhat represented their community, albeit not accurately. Most dedicated channels, Twitter pages, and groups made for the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized, and if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima collapsed in late 2017. Their leader, Fred Fox, was highly paranoid, morally confused, overall an oblivious individual. Though he was responsible for countless hours of footage criticizing Phil, he would crumble and get frustrated at even just his Encyclopedia Dramatica. These pages are known to be full of purposely inaccurate and exaggerative information to get a rise from who they're targeting. And his frustration from its creation further warranted its existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
I guess if you want to like twist
the laws.
If you just want to twist my logic into black and white, there, sure.
No, I mean that's what you're saying. You're saying you could do something if it's just for the laws. Nobody's supposed to get mad or offended.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia Page Dramatica seriously.
There were also times when they invited Mr. Medicare on, a creator well known for his banter.
Okay, how much money would it take, this is for all of you, for one of you to suck Phil's cock? What is the donation amount that would be required for you to get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil?
How much money?
Whoever asked that, fuck you.
That means he's considering a number. You went silent because you did.
I'm not gonna answer because I'm not interested in that. That's fucked up.
So you're telling me you're not going to suck a dick for $10 million?
Yeah, man.
Really?
Come on,
you wouldn't
10
suck
mil.
it. You wouldn't get on your knees and slurp up some mayonnaise for $10 million
That's
fucking
$10
dollar
mil.
I don't want to lose my dignity.
Who gives a shit about dignity? You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can black hole that shit on the internet. Does the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair as he comes in your mouth, does that bother you that much?
What the fuck? It's just so wrong on so many levels.
Well, there you go. They refused to answer. But if you notice, when I asked that question, they all went silent because they were thinking of a number. Every one of them was thinking of a number.
Some comments under this near 50-minute long video read, quote, Christ, without any DSP material to commentate over or talk about, these guys just got nothing. That's some weapons-grade humiliation. Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to like Phil if these are his trolls. Unquote. On Kiwi Farms, there is a tremendous amount of information, detailing Fred's paranoia, his coordinated attacks at former and current members, his group's campaign of copyright striking DSP via fan art, and his attempts to regulate the community besides deciding what is and isn't allowed to be monetized on the basis of moral superiority over Phil. His antics and strange history are also entertaining. That was another reason why he was exposed and why there are over 2,000 posts discussing him. What mattered to Phil was that his most persistent detractor group was no more. And on September 2017, he released a twitlonger about it. It is here that Phil revealed that Pandalee's father was swatted in the past. This to him made it clear that no one in proximity to him was safe. This is the reason why he claims to have skipped Pandalee's brother's wedding. Quote, what did the SOK do? Well, first, they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. Yes, that's entirely true. They're so fucking sick that they, on their own and without my mentioning it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I can stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. They actually accused me of keeping her at home forcefully. It couldn't have been further from the truth. It was the crippling fear that the SOK themselves, who found the damn date and address of the wedding, would have swatted the wedding. That made us stay home. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make us look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? Unquote. After the fall of the Sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time. Then there was a pirate-themed treasure map made of the places Phil frequented and it was often thought to enjoy, with the inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of his reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death. On Instagram, there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference.
Just saying,
no matter what picture Phil posted, there was bound to be tens, if not hundreds of comments stating two words. Well, really just one word.
I love the OK spam. This was great. This was great trolling right here.
With two variations. Comments were either okay or okay. Without fail, these cropped up and overwhelmed any other comment.
These were so
Even just comments
amazing.
wanting to understand what was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing.
Nope.
What made it unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily visible, and he was doing two things. He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous T-pose. Phil had swayed much in the past, but rarely was it not in first-person view. He claims it is because of back issues. The snorting is blamed on what DSP claims is a post-nasal drip. The snorting plays into his depiction of a pig. Combined with his ability to remain online and survive like a cockroach came the derisive nickname Pig Roach. His laugh, his sway, his snorts all could be, and some were, made into several minute-long compilations of Phil doing these singular actions. Phil doing these actions in tandem would also gain purchase. Then there were two food-related items that always got viewers' attention. The first was sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means is he likes the pasta, but in Spanish, penne means penis. The last item viewers took note in was his drink of choice.
I think gin and tonic is my drink of choice. Not every single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe a few times a week at night to unwind, especially if it's been a stressful day or if my back's hurting me. And yes, I do have a drink. Some gin and tonic. I guess I'll start the night right with a sip. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this. I have a drink tonight. I have a gin and tonic next to me, which I'll be sipping from time to time.
Remember when he tried to convince us all that rum and coke was his drink of choice? What happened to that? Man, I love the gin and tonic art.
I'll be downing the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was not often that Phil drank on stream. However, this proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes the bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation videos.
Everything else here, including the gin, which I'll probably drink mixed with that Sprite.
Right.
To indulge so much cost Phil a fair bit. But now, in addition to owing money to credit card companies and the like, he, in September, found that he owed money to a fierce collector.
I get this letter, all right? I get this letter, and the letter says, we suspect that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSPgaming, okay? We believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes.
What does he mean by that?
Please answer all of these questions for us.
Phil, since he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes. He claims the reason behind this is because he continued to list the services of his accountant from Connecticut.
To clear the air here, because a lot of people have misconceptions. My tax attorney in the state of Connecticut was a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several years, and was one of the highest accredited guys in the state of Connecticut. This is not some Joe Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy thousands of dollars to do my taxes.
That's wild, because in the video that I clipped for the announcement that I was going to be doing the fucking DSP restream for Joon the King, in that video, he talks about how he could take his shit over to H&R Block and it would cost him like $500 to $1,000 to do it locally. But he would rather give it to a guy who would do it for free? I mean, I get it, but then how much does it cost him now to do the taxes with a guy from Washington? Because he said he could take it to H&R Block for like $500. How complicated has his taxes become?
All right. I think the most he ever charged me was like over $1,500 one year to do my taxes properly. And
the importance of this is now Phil was claiming.
That's really weird, because I actually did not, well, I don't remember this. I mean, I do remember this, but I don't remember the specifics of this. But the video that I was taking was, oh shit, where was it? It's on my Detractor stuff playlist. This is really, really good, because this is like good stuff to know. But it was a podcast from Thanksgiving 2017. And it was like the behind the scenes thing. It's this video right here. Get rid of the list link, so I don't need the list link for that. But it's this one. And around here,
14 until now. And you know, everything's fine, no problems or nothing. All right. You're not going to believe this.
This is where he talks about it. He talks about how he could take it to H&R Block and it would cost him less money to do it. But here he's admitting that it was costing him like $1,500 to do it. I don't know. Something seems a little off with this. I'll let him go with this. Give me an opportunity to quickly use the bathroom while this is playing.
To state taxes since 2014. Stacking yet another reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt. The grander and more dramatic reveal this year was of his new girlfriend. Yet the reveal photos only show the back of her head. Phil, to be able to hide a relationship for this long was surprising. A reason for only showing the back of her head was that Phil was slowly starting to separate his personal and online life. meaning that there will no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office, save for a few additional DSP tries-it videos like his attempt to recreate the virality of his Axe body scrubber video. This could only be beneficial. It wouldn't allow viewers to analyze his new purchases, his eating habits, anything that can be used against him, or even the people around him. Keeping Kat anonymous was likely Phil's attempt to protect her, though it did have its weakness and was immediately exploited.
So they fabricate this story that I hired an escort to come visit me during my Christmas break. I paid her thousands of dollars, or owe her thousands of dollars, apparently. I don't even know what the full story is because I'm not really following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was claiming that Phil had not paid her, and if she did not receive the money owed, then she would release all the details of the event. And so she did. On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and general notes on his house. This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard, while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so were enjoying the chaos this person was causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence and users finding strange inconsistencies in her story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting. It was only after users discovered that the images were not of this person's origin that she comes out and says she was hacked. It was not her at all. It was a catfish using her Twitter with stolen images. But no one was convinced. As a final Hail Mary, this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima by taking down their website and bringing it back up with the simple Fred Fox in the heading. It was not until this fake escort's identity was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It was quite easy to find the domain registry, and with it came the identity. The culprits quickly tried to amend this information, but it had already been archived. The original registry had their full name, address, phone number, and their email. This gave the Kiwi Farms users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived was their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitter's photo buckets, a lengthy history of information that was more than enough anyone needed to confirm this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket. They had a history of impersonating beautiful women and using their images to create profiles on adult websites where the wife would livestream her real body and pleasure herself, but only reveal her lower half as to not spoil the ruse. It was only when they tried to extort Phil through a different tactic and interact with his highly paranoid community that this was all discovered. If there was any doubt left, Phil would cave in and reveal his girlfriend Kat, who moved in shortly after.
Number one, like I said, it's the best relationship I've ever been in my life, and I feel like she's my soulmate. I do. I truly do.
Hell yeah. Soulmate
I am
saga.
in love with her. Absolutely.
Love the
She's in love with
soulmate.
me. And if she were to move in, number one, she has a job that she, can probably find a job out here similar or whatever.
She has a job. She can find a job.
Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to how I was.
And cook Kat did. The pair seemed well off, even if Kat did appear awkward and uninteractive on stream, her uncombativeness was welcome.
What happened to these meals? Oh my god, I feel like we don't get these anymore. Remember when we were home cooking shit? Okay, number one, that's not hers. That's Phil making the meatballs, so technically this doesn't count. And this probably counts, but this is like, yeah, we don't even get this shit anymore. And this is pre-made. That was a boxed dinner. Aw, man, we kind of got fucked up.
To appear awkward and uninteractive on stream, her uncombativeness was welcome. Where this Kat reveal caused relief, the next Kat reveal only brought frustration.
No!
What Phil was currently revealing was a
Second
sponsorship from OP Seats. The same day Phil revealed it, OP Seats terminated their contract with Phil due to the backlash they were getting.
So let's talk, because I want to tell you the full story of how I basically obtained sponsorship. And then all of a sudden, because of the actions of trolls, the sponsorship is now gone, okay?
Even so, in February, Phil procured a different sponsor but remained with a similar product of a gaming chair. Gaming chairs across the board are disreputable for their style of function. That was not the only reason SpawnSeats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash. As it was discovered, this new company was not really a company at all. It was a person drop shipping cheap gaming chairs with an inflated price. So not only did this new sponsorship fall through, the company attached to it failed along with it. Phil was hardly sympathetic.
Fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me because guess what? I mean, I got the chair. I got the chair already. That's why I didn't do a lick of promotion until I got the chair. And I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening. And he said, no, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it. It is what it is, guys.
As much as detractors work to spoil his mood, they can hardly compete with the natural and novel interactions Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Can you please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know. It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Wow. You're quite rude.
Wow. I'm 11. Deal with it.
Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
Yeah, he did not realize he was unmuted there when he was saying all that.
This Pokemon-themed pixel art was made to commemorate the occasion. These small moments carried Phil's live streams for 2018. Nothing individually significant happening, but enough happening to remind the internet of his existence. This all hardly competed with ongoing events, relative to the collaboration between popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake. DSP was practically non-existent. Until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja overrated. Phil sought to detract from this collaboration, from the likes of which were rarely, if ever, seen. Tweet after tweet, he argued with Twitter users. At some point, he even slighted PewDiePie, claiming he is a product of hype and not quality content. Either these interactions struck a chord, or Phil was just in many prominent content creators' minds as, in not-so-quick succession, they took their turns mocking Phil, like iDubbbz promoting the idea of Phil doing a collaboration with any rapper. In the background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short moment mentioned the escort saga, but in the foreground was PewDiePie.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looked like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil finally also made it into a Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a short break to relax.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
That's wild. If DSP has to cover this, he has to look at himself jacking off not once, but twice. But it's okay, because he got, I think he made #1 on that top Mojo list. So big ups, DSP was #1 in something. It just happened to be that video.
I don't even know.
Oh well.
There was a renaissance of sorts in ways creators were able to make Phil entertaining. Few as creative as L Crimson King.
This fucking piece of shit? This disc? You see this fucking piece of garbage disc? Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm never fucking picking it up again. Don't ever ask me to play that fucking game again. That's the worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 60. Seriously.
Behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
This video would be honored by the creation of its own snore compilation. This emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. And the same.
You know what? I wonder who ended up winning that particular, what is it, the puppet? Because I want to say that on Twitter, he had made, L Crimson King had made like a thing saying that he was going to like sell it off or whatever. Because, I mean, he wasn't making any more content. Oh, man, that would have been wild. Could you imagine having that thing and making like little skits out of it? That would have been sweet. I don't know if it was given away or if it was sold, but I remember that kind of floating around that he was going to kind of get rid of it. Ah, man. Missed out. What an opportunity.
In vain, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered anymore.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse, claiming the separation to be amicable. Now, having to rely on his own, unsuspended AdSense account, Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just around 1 million.
Hey, look at that. DSP back in 2018 was at 1 million. Where are we at right now with the boosted views that we got from Kino Casino? 600K? Look, if you want to pretend that DSP's on the up and up, you got a lot to climb up, man.
And so Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also advice. A common recommendation is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative ways.
Yeah.
Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this person holding up a sign that reads, quote, DSP get a job, unquote.
Right?
This was not even the first time this happened. Last year, a person held up a similar sign, though less legible. Phil, opting to continue streaming to dwindling audience, would suffer the consequences of dealing with his remaining audience. These are superfans that stuck with him regardless of countless examples of Phil's ill will, and on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the majority of trolls lost interest in Phil's cyclical nature. On the other side was a user known as Tutankhamun, or Tut for short.
Oh shit!
They came in donating thousands of dollars, but also used the money they donated as leverage as they could circumvent what will get a normal person banned simply because of their influence. But even Tut pushed this beyond what Phil could endure. After creating much unwanted attention for Phil and Phil pushing back, Tut threatened to charge back the money he donated. A chargeback is when someone donates money, gets the desired effect of having the streamer read their message, and then, in a later date, petitions PayPal or whatever financial medium they're using to get their money back. This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent or by other dishonest means. And Tut did try to charge back some of that money, only to fail as PayPal sided with Phil. This was a victory for Phil, but in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April.
This plays into why Phil is labeled as an e-beggar, a person that petitions, guilts, or even demands donations from their audience.
Wow, that's not going to age well considering he's literally calling the tips the king's tax, and he's demanding you to give him money now. So if somebody sees this video and they go over to DSP and they see that DSP is demanding the king's tax, I mean, it's not going to look that good. It's okay. He's squandering his new audience for the potential new audience of millions of people from the Kino Casino. Those are the people that matter, right?
While it is normal for streamers to subtly stimulate donations through appreciation, Phil's tactics are more direct.
Taxes are going to be my main thing I have to figure out this year. Making enough money not only to pay the bills, but my taxes are coming up, and right now I'm focused on just getting through this year. Hopefully being able to pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, taxes are always something that are on my mind. I've got tax payments due. My state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes are due in April. If I could get through paying the taxes for next year, the federal taxes.
I just realized if you ever have to look up DSP saying the word tax, like for his taxes and everything, you're now going to have the king's taxes, like a verbiage that he's going to use now. So RIP if he ever has to talk about taxes in the modern day, because it's just going to be super inflated to hell and back.
Taxes were high. Things like tip goals and the like on stream to try to raise funds for my taxes and all that.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions of money launched him into the 4th highest number of Tier 3 subs. These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs. But also, the donations are disproportionate as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations and other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration, and Phil also receives donations that for the time being were not accounted for. Typically, surges in donations or the like are linked to unique or interesting streamers rising in the ranks receiving donations to produce more of their content. And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do something unique. Something no streamer would ever even consider. and that is a marathon to raise money to pay for his taxes.
All right, it's going to be via tips, meaning the only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in the situation is to tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds toward my taxes.
The marathon was to take place in March of 2019. The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips, and as Phil mentioned, the tips he received, which is the money he made through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services, would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I've probably raised like around $900 to $950, because every dollar tip I only get 67 cents out of. I probably got, no lie, like $500 tips today, and all those only like 60%. So,
wow! Look at that little casual lie he gives. It's like, yeah, I only get about 60% of the $100. That's not how it works, and he knows that's not how it works. Oh wow, this guy. Man, I don't even think YouTube fucks you over that hard. I mean, they do, but, you know, not that hard.
But it is what it is.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's some grinching.
This was not very close to his $5,000 goal. So Phil did a second marathon in April where he made a bit more money as seen through the bar at the top. Again, stating where all the money would go to.
I said, so people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now? It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and say, this is what I have.
There was some natural skepticism and some paranoia around Phil, as he has shown himself to be a dishonest person. And so, in the Detractor community, wild theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon streams to finance some of the wedding. But Phil got on stream to quell some of the unrest.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry, again, everything's going to be explained. Everything I've told you guys up front about that stuff is true. Everything, every dollar that was raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes. But later in the day, he states that was not the case.
And I did 2 different marathon events, all right, that raised, in total, if you actually look at the amount of tips that I raised that could go towards these taxes, was around, I think, I want to say just under $2,500.
R.I.P. Super Blind Man. Top cheer Super Blind Man. Don't worry, he's cheering in heaven right now. I'm gonna say he's in heaven because I don't want to say he's in hell. But R.I.P. Super Blind Man.
But also what people need to understand, which they don't, is that normally I raise tips. And normally tips go to paying bills. So even though I raised $2,500, a chunk of that had to just go to pay my monthly stuff normally. And so even though I raised $2,500, in reality, it was probably under $2,000 that I had left over afterwards to put towards the federal taxes.
Phil had lied throughout his marathon streams and the streams afterwards by now stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses. This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response. His answer is buried in this line, 2 words in his 357-word response. Quote, I misspoke, unquote, meaning that he misspoke about all the money going to taxes. What I failed to mention was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
But again, as I've already said, I can assure all of you that there was no deception whatsoever on my part outside of the fact that the wedding existed. All funds that I raised for taxes and the like are going towards taxes. Not a dollar. Not a single dollar that was supposed to be raised for taxes went towards anything during this wedding or anything.
Oh shit, Outsider, you didn't know? Oh, we had a whole ass thing for Super Blind Man and everything. He hella did. DSP had a whole like, oh man, hold up. Super Blind Man.
Alright, well that's that, folks.
You didn't get to see this?
That's that, folks.
Didn't stick in your head? Yeah, DSP made a whole ass video. He even did this. Look at this. Well, actually, you know what? What do you think? Field trip time? Did they say how he passed? It was complications due to an infection.
Well, that's that, folks.
He was admitted to hospital, and then within 72 hours he passed away, and it was due to an infection in his blood. and they were running him through dialysis.
All right, well, that's that, folks.
If I'm not mistaken. Look at the dislikes. Yeah, the dislikes are pretty bad. All right, listen to this.
Hello, everyone.
Let me boost
I'm
this up.
Phil, and
Wait.
All right, well, that's that, folks.
We gotta have appropriate music for this. I keep forgetting I should download the Whiterun theme. Because, you know, obviously, I should download the Whiterun theme. But it goes well with this, you know? Whiterun music. Very appropriate. I'll get the 10-hour warning. We just need just the beginning, please.
I don't usually do something like this, but I wanted to take the time out today to do something special. I wanted to film a tribute video to someone who I have known for many years, who sadly we have lost today. By the name of Brandon Cole, but more commonly known as Super Blind Man across the internet, and particularly in the accessibility communities for video games. Brandon was an awesome guy. He was the best of us. And what I mean by that is Brandon lost his sight when he was very young. And he used that as a means
GP Funeral would have been more
positivity
appropriate. Nah.
and to help others. At a time in our world where so many people are hyper-focused on being selfish and being all about themselves and only about, you know, what benefits them, tearing down others, stepping on others to get ahead in life, Brandon was the complete opposite.
I had to say this last time when he said the whole Brandon never had to step on anybody in life. He did.
All right, well, that's
He
that,
showed
folks.
the whole fucking Twitter spat about how he stepped on one other member in the blind community and called him a racist and got him effectively like locked out of the gaming community because they dared to question this lady who was using her ethnicity, her being a person of color, to get a free PS5. That's what Brandon Cole did. Super Blind Man. He stepped on somebody else, their career, and got their channel eradicated because he called that dude a racist, even though he was another fellow blind guy.
Loved video games, and he wanted others to be able to share that love and be able to experience things that normally they wouldn't be able to due to some kind of a, you know, a disability or handicap.
He utilized his handicap and he petitioned against Twitch for not giving him a fucking check mark because he didn't hit the metrics needed to apply to get the fucking check mark. Even though they went out of their way to showcase Super Blind Man on one of the featured fucking streams on Twitch back in the day, he was mad that they didn't give him a free fucking partnership tag. And he would go on to insult them and make a whole bunch of Twitter hullabaloo nonsense about it. That's who Super Blind Man was. That's who Brandon Cole was.
And he used his disability as a way to explain to game developers, hey, this game would be great and I'd love to experience it, but I can't because I can't see. Here's the kind of things that you could do to make your game accessible to those just like me. And it's pretty amazing what he did. Take a look at a game like The Last of Us Part 2, where essentially that game has a built-in sonar system for people who can't see to use sound to figure out how to play the game and where things are in the environment.
Yeah, that was another thing too that I think a lot of people weren't completely aware, but Super Blind Man wasn't 100% blind. He had quite the ailment, and it did make him very, very... It gave him the inability to see, but he had partial sight, I believe. It was like on one eye or something like that. So he wasn't 100% blind, and apparently the blind community kind of takes that and separates them. It's a little more serious there. I can't really weigh in too much on that, but that is true. He wasn't 100% blind.
You know, I saw Brandon play that game on a Twitch stream a few years ago, and I was absolutely blown away at what he had done in conjunction with Naughty Dog.
He was just legally blind
to make that game fully accessible. And then, you know, just recently with the most recent Forza release, he was working directly with that dev team to make the first, basically fully ever drivable video game for the blind. And that's what I mean. He used a disability as an actual ability to help others. And that's an amazing thing, something that you rarely see in this day and age. You know, I knew him for many years. He was a longtime fan of my content. And although obviously in the last several years we drifted apart, he went off to do such great things in the video game accessibility community that we just didn't talk that much anymore, but we did every once in a while kind of reconvene and have a chat here or there. And this is an awful loss. You know, I've always been a champion for accessibility, and I'll be honest, it's a lot of the fact due to him, because I knew him and I knew.
Big ups, it was a lot of the fact of doing to him. Okay, so keep that in mind if he ever remembers or doesn't remember to remind us of the doing to him, the accessibility going forward. Because this dude is not a champion of accessibility. He never has been. He kind of just feigned like he was by looking to see whether or not there was some like subtitles and shit that he could put on. But Garen fucking T, you can look at the games he plays today, you're probably not going to have a whole lot of him ranting about accessibility. He's not really going to care. You could give the option to have some colorblind mode or some kind of like mode in which you can see things a certain way, and he's not going to give it the same kind of attention or shout out that he would have maybe 2 years ago when Brandon was important and was giving him shout outs. Because that was kind of his in for notoriety in the video gaming space. Now that he's gone, I don't think he's going to give a shit.
How important it was to him, and I was made aware of that community because of him and his positive actions. So this is not only a huge loss, obviously, for those of us who knew him and for his family and friends, but to an entire group of people across the globe who love this guy for the work that he did and the positivity that he portrayed and pushed forward in so many different communities. I know he was known in the Hearthstone community as well for playing that game, you know, with accessibility features and everything, and just opening up so many people's eyes to accessibilities in video games. And basically people who wanted to play games and needed that help would go to him and he'd say, yeah, this game's accessible, here's how, this, you know, and that's amazing. Again, it's rare in the modern world to find someone who made such an amazing positive out of a negative, and someone who exuded that level of just wanting to help people around him because he knew that was the right thing to do, not because it benefited him, not because of some kind of crazy personal fortune that he wished to amass doing it, but instead just because he was a nice guy.
I wish DSP would have taken that same energy and applied it to his own fan base, to his own life and his own career. Knowing that he had a platform, still has a platform as big as it is, he could be doing the same to change lives, but he would rather praise the guy who died because he did it and he doesn't have to. Because, you know, he's out there grinding for that mass fortune. And here's the segment you should care about.
Brandon, rest in peace, man. We're gonna miss you. You were a really good guy. And, you know, it's a shame that we lose the best people so early. For those of you who knew Brandon, you know why I'm feeling this way. And all I wish is for the accessibility community, I wish you the best. This is going to be a huge loss, but things are going to get better, I feel, for the community. Things have been getting so good in regards to accessibility for video games, and I really hope that as a result of Brandon's work, that things continue to get better. Thank you all, and rest in peace, Brandon Cole, Super Blind Man, a truly great man.
He would then proceed 15 minutes later to start up his pre-stream, because this was recorded right before his pre-stream. That's pretty cool. Hey, you want to know where that sound clip comes from every single time that you say Super Blind Man or SBM?
On stream, that would have been hilarious. Yeah. Especially because sometimes they also summon, Lena will also summon factory assembly bots. Once again, just because this is the end of the stream, I'll say this again. I will now kind of fully elaborate on this. I won't be streaming anymore this week, and I won't be streaming at all next week. So this week, this week and next week, it's a lot of different things. Let me put it this way: I have a lot of work things that I am still doing in spite of everything that's going on in my life. And on top of that, multiple medical related things are happening within the next few days, including my surgery, which is next week. So
it got bumped up to next.
It's May 10th. Now.
May 9th. Oh, it's May 10th now. Okay.
Yeah, but it's
no,
it's
he didn't post
week,
a link to this video.
Okay.
Next Friday.
Oh, jeez.
So
on Twitter,
yeah,
he did.
A lot of preparation for that, and a lot of work things I'm still doing on top of all that. It's a lot, and I just don't think I will, especially after surgery.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have the energy for streaming after that. I don't think.
Yep.
So I'm not streaming anymore this week or all of next week. So sorry about that, guys, but it's necessary.
Maybe even the week after.
I mean, we'll see.
Depending on how, yeah.
They claim that that the way that they're going to do my surgery, they say there's actually no wound management afterwards or anything like that. They claim that.
Oh, is it one of those endoscopic things?
Well, they said they're going to close it up like real good. Like they're going to use like medical grade glue on the outside, and they're going to suture part of it on the inside, and I don't know, but like basically they're saying that although there might be some soreness and some pain, maybe first of all, I'll be given pain pills to manage that. But second of all, they say it shouldn't be too much, and
That's good.
I don't need to manage it, and I just need to like they're actually saying like in about 3 weeks everything should be closed up and gone after surgery.
Wow.
So
that's pretty quick.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Stop
Nice.
streaming.
All right, well that's that, folks. Hope you guys had a good time, and I will talk to you later.
Stop.
Much later.
All right. Well, see you later, Super Blind Man. Thanks for stopping by, even if it was for the last time. There you go. That's that, folks. That's where the sound clip comes from. His last stream that was recorded, or at least highlighted on his YouTube channel. I don't know if he had anything on his Twitch, and I don't check it really. But that was Phil talking about Brandon Cole. Look at that. We had a little bit of a field trip. We got to talk about Super Blind Man. Talked about how he's dead. Quite a shame. Okay, let's thank you for the Whiterun music. All right, let's continue back to the documentary.
The clear answer is Phil lied, and the money raised is unaccountable. What few people knew at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan.
Hey,
in a
good
conversation
detour
with his
for me.
mother, who had bailed him out previously and delayed a potential bankruptcy, Phil was presented with two decisions: file for bankruptcy or develop a 10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him. Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon money was going. Phil did not understand the depth of this backlash. On the flip side, Phil did not understand goodwill either. On May 9, 2019, Phil tweeted, quote, "Took a day off the entire internet." But hashtag ProJaredHilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops.
Look at that. It's the Pro Jared thing. I wonder when Phil's gonna apologize officially for Pro Jared. He keeps saying he did it, but I don't know where it is. I can't find it. Can DSP point it out to me?
Unquote. Now that Pro Jared was going through his own controversy sparked from his lewd Tumblr and confusing open relationship, Phil jumped in on the anti-Pro Jared bandwagon. After this resoundingly successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so confident that this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
The reason I'm doing this is because in the past couple of days, the internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a major way in a long time.
Positively?
In an actual positive light.
Wow, does this sound familiar at all? The internet has turned towards me and now are looking at me positively. During a time of controversy and him like being marred in a whole bunch of nonsense and bullshit, the internet is now looking at me positively. This has never happened before, and it'll never happen again, ever. Period. It's okay. Right now, this doesn't count because this is an era of positivity. Everything's looking on the up and up.
This video is titled
Exactly. Dave is cyclical. If you can't figure it out by now, we're literally going through the cycle. We're going through the cycle.
DSP tries it, debunking 7 years of slander. In a nearly 2-hour video, Phil took a cursory glance at some of his controversial moments, like the time he said Minecraft was stupid, dating Panda Lee while she was 18, or explaining the escort drama that had long been proven false. Lacking here was everything else.
Holy
From
shit.
his financial woes, his treatment of his audience, his lashing out at other creators through minimizing their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video was completely lackluster. Even a successful video dispelling his controversies would not change the fact that the reason people watch Phil is to laugh at his antics. His Saucy Mondays, streams where he goes off camera to stir a pot of Italian sauce, has no inherent value to regular people.
When is Saucy Mondays coming back? Huh? Saucy Mondays? What are those?
But his lies, on the other hand, tend to be captivating.
Marky Mark says, what is my favorite drink? I like White Russians. Oh, I never had a White Russian before. Never had a White Russian.
What drew viewers' attention now was a reveal stream with a $1,000 goal. Phil promised a big, positive reveal. Users guessed all throughout, none of them hit the mark. Some even thought that the reveal was a new cat, which Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive reveal came.
I got someone I'd like you to meet. Come on up here.
Come here, little buddy.
Come on up here, buddy.
Come here, son. Little Derek is gonna jump up. Look at him, it's little Derek.
Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family.
Oh.
Someone who I'm going to introduce you to today.
Oh, no.
Who has been a part of our lives for quite some time, in fact. All right? And it's funny because with all the stuff that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private. Come on up here. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat Jasper. But users already guessed the reveal was a new cat. Phil's reasoning was they did not guess correctly enough.
So a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people did guess that a cat was the thing. A lot of people say, oh, it's a new cat, it's a new cat. It's not. Jasper actually has been our cat for a while.
On top of this, Phil got another $1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication of there being a second positive reveal. The easiest way to find out how controversial a stream was to find out how many bans occurred that day. And according to this user-made graph, the day Jasper was revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream. But this graph relates to Phil's stream only. On September 29, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel, but on the Quarterings,
hey, it's Quarter
a creator who is controversial in his own right.
I will say this, I used to watch Quartering back when he used to make the MTG content. Because Magic the Gathering, it was like, oh, okay. I used to watch him and like, what's the guy? The one who does the Magic, or it's like, he runs a shop down in Florida, I think. Names himself Rudy, does the investments and everything. Like, I would listen to these guys. And then I fell off of watching Rudy, and then I fell off of watch the Quartering because he started getting into political shit. And I love political shit, but his political takes are so fucking surface level. They're so dog water. I was like, whatever. I don't even. Yeah, Alpha Investments. Alpha Investments. I used to watch all the fucking time. Oh man, yeah. I noticed that recently. I started getting recommended Alpha Investments videos, but that's only because I every now and then will look at a Yu-Gi-Oh card thing from the dual logs. So I used to keep up with the Quartering before he got political, and then he did the political stuff. I was like, whatever. And then he started doing the whole I'm going to interview people, and he picked DSP of all people. It was the wildest thing. I was like, nah, no thanks.
But utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective. He only allows those ignorant of his rich history to reach him. And even then, there can be stipulations in place to block some of the most demanding questions.
I am so glad that that was mentioned. DSP only cares for people who are ignorant of him and they can't ask certain questions. Yeah, that's basically how he's wanted to go about a lot of these things when you think about it. And the one time that he couldn't do that, or he didn't do that, I mean, look what happened. Big up side scrollers, I guess.
Like, how much does Phil owe? Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
This is the most popular question.
This was not. I remember when Quartering was going around and he was supposedly asking detractors questions. And this was not the question. Nobody asked for this. Literally nobody said, you know what I really wish I could ask Phil? When you shot your load, when you shot your fucking mayonnaise everywhere, where the fuck did it go? Like, nobody cared about that. Nobody actually fucking cared about where DSP's fucking load went. He made this up on the spot, pretended people were asking this. What a lame question.
Okay.
You're right. Where did the load go?
Normally, a like to dislike ratio is the most basic way to see how much viewers agree with any which video. But this time, there is something better. The Quartering softball interview got 90,000 views. These can represent interest in particularly how many care to view it, how many aligned with the interview. With that in mind, It's Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric, covered the interview and broke down how Phil misrepresents himself while going into some of the deeper Phil lore. It's a Gundam's video blew the Quartering's interview out of the water.
This should be telling. This should be... I'm so glad that this gets brought up at all. Gundam is not a fucking DSP troll. He's aware of what Phil does. He's aware of Phil's existence for like the last decade. But he was critical of it, and he dwarfs the fucking view count, of course. That's kind of how it goes, though.
As not only was it twice as long as expected from an analysis, but it also stands with 1.6 million views. Even then, It's a Gundam willingly skipped over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list of controversial moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its controversies tie into one another, that virtually anyone not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does.
That is true. That's kind of like the saving grace for Phil. If you don't know at least part of the history, you don't brush up. You kind of just assume that this guy is like, whatever, why even fucking care? But I guess realistically, if you sat there long enough, you just watch the shit as it progresses, that hatred kind of forms too. It all depends on whether or not it becomes a ridiculous degree where you become way too infatuated or something like that. I wouldn't say that he's straight up calling the Kino Casino people tourists. I wouldn't say that. I think this is more to do with when you try when you introduce a lolcow to a new audience, it's easier to introduce certain people than other people. So it's like if you were to introduce somebody like Cyrax is a lot easier. His rapport is pretty poor. He has some notable things that make him very, very ridiculous, to the point where, what is it, the graping of Blind Billy and stuff like that. Like that's fucking horrendous. And it's easier to introduce somebody to somebody like that compared to, like, think of Cobra. For you to enjoy Cobra, you have to enjoy Cobra throughout the eras. There is so much layered nonsense with Cobra, from his wand making to the rituals that he's done to his previous girlfriend and everything. Like it's a layered story. You gotta truly enjoy every single saga to understand it to the end. It's shit like that. DSP falls into the latter category, where you kind of need to know a lot more about him to kind of get where it's like he's a kind of a scummy guy. I mean, you can tell he's a scummy guy right off the bat, but it's easier for you to understand why people don't like him the more you know about the history. And it's so hard to go over it because it's not like an easy video to do kind of thing. It requires investment. It's the long burn. It's why I don't enjoy Cyrax content, but I enjoy Cobra content. It's why I enjoy DSP content. I don't like the flash in the pan. I like the slow burn. I like the sagas. I like this going on forever and ever. I want the seasons to never end. That's what I like. Normies want the instant gratification. Me, I want it to be a narrative that takes forever to craft, and I get a payoff right at the end. That's how it is for me.
What's a drop in an already overflowing bucket? What also helps Phil are his worst trolls that allow him to misrepresent and discredit the Detractor community as a whole. On Kiwi farms, doxings are a common sight, information spread for the sake of harassment. At one point, these were not so common until one individual showed up on the farms. A user that went by Nigel of UKIP. For what will be the next couple of years, this individual will freely dox those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it. He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information to craft a dox, or simply just searched for usernames across social media websites until he found commonalities, ultimately leading to the dox of those within the Phil sphere. The only other strange instance of doxing was from a difficult-to-cover story, as the relevant threads where this mass dox was held were expunged. And of course, the Wayback Machine excludes Kiwi Farms. All that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence. Quote, here's a pretty good recap of the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked, I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle.
Brightside Viking, who actually still exists in DSP's channel today. Brightside Viking, who's Darth Mullah Viking, I believe is what he goes by now on YouTube, is a reason why there was the January Harvest of 2018, where they would go about doxing individuals because BSV went to the forums and started a whole bunch of shit. There was a whole bunch of like back and forth, and they went over to the King of Hate forums and started doxing people one a day for 30 days until DSP had controlled BSV. That's what it was.
Put the nasty on here.
Yeah, he's still around.
Apparently
Dude, he's still around.
That's a 10.
Not Vidar? No, I'm almost positive that was Vidar. Somebody correct me, because I'm about it. If I say something incorrect, I need to know right now. I'm almost positive BSV is back. Yeah, BSV was Vidar, but Vidar is back right now. He is in DSP's chat in YouTube. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that today Vidar exists on YouTube, and he gives DSP a tier 3 sub, and he occasionally tips him. Vidar has been back, and I believe it's Darth Mullah Viking is his YouTube handle. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's the butler guy.
Stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF Dog Sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your Tardians that your main pay whale, BSV, has been saying doing some stupid shit. Which, yes, at the time, are aware going to drop a super dox at a rate of 1 per day on your The King of Hate forum dwelling redacted. This will begin on X date and continue until you have done this one simple and justified and true thing. Basically just disavow BSV's behavior. Lol,
DSP would not do this. Because Vidar Viking's fucking amount that he was giving via Twitch was quite substantial. I think it was his 3rd highest fucking cheerer. It was insanity. And he did not want to disavow the fact that BSV was coming over here and starting shit. It was true insanity.
Ironic Freedom Forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts over there alike and become tremble with fear. No one is safe, lol. Philip Piss Baby Fuck You Burnell responds by shoving his head in the quicksand. Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 days of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming at Phil to do something to stop this, and to...
I think this is when he lost, God, what was the 2nd place guy? Because he lost a big pay pig because of this. I mean, Vidar would end up going away and not donating as much afterwards, but he lost the 1st or 2nd place guy that used to give him a shit ton of bits. It wasn't Emerald 7. No, it was not Emerald 7. It was one of his long-standing contributors. And that guy gave like a stupid amount in fucking bits.
5-alarm dumpster fire. Standoff continues until Phil's revenue begins tanking a bit. He's now forced to address this matter on air.
I don't
Does
think
nothing,
it was Pulse,
says nothing he was told to admit. Advises his audience that anything the bad doxing men have done to them is their fault. Not his, because they're stupid and the use is for him. Lol,
Not
fair.
Rob on Wheels,
and
no.
have personal shit in their online
Rob on
profiles
Wheels,
that anyone can see.
left because of something
which would
else.
have been his one valid argument in all this if it hadn't been tendered in his signature blame-shifting
Not fly, Eagles,
desperation
fly.
and also contradiction by some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyberbullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence puts you at risk of, well, everything. NMF NICD. Doc's Harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage, Fatboy gives the infamous 19-hour olive branch speech as a counteroffer to everyone who doesn't
Sissy.
dick ride him on the internet.
Rob on Wheels had left because Phil was focusing too much on the trolls. Hell, if Rob on Wheels was here right now in the current era, he probably would be turned off with all the nonsense that DSP's doing. But yeah, Rob on Wheels had dipped because of DSP's way too hyper focus on troll activity and like giving him attention.
Peaceful coexistence? Okay. No more talking shit from either side? Sound good? 9 seconds later, he resumes talking shit about detractors. No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues. Harvest got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospeds. Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry gin goggles of his squinty dead eyes. Phil resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called the January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are 4.5 hours.
Not
As a
Dooley
reminder,
Dread.
these
No,
videos
no,
are
it's not
considered
Dooley
the
Dread.
insignificant parts of Phil's history. The large
Dooley Dread is somebody who stuck around till when even he jumped over to YouTube. But Golden Colts and somebody else. It used to be Golden Colts, a second place person, and the third place was BSV. But they were the ones who were the top cheerers for the longest time. And I think it was the second place person I left, but it could have been Golden Colts. I truly don't remember that. If somebody ends up finding the answer, DM me on Discord, the super secret Discord, or some bullshit like that.
portions have longer
I
running
can't
history and
remember
tie
everything.
themselves well together.
I'm not a
Like
lore
at
historian.
2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed. A bankruptcy, which had its own honorary sign displayed at a WWE pay-per-view event, which is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known as WWE Champions.
Hey, look at that. We literally know the difference between Supercard and Champions.
Bankruptcy is far more forward and clear, and has been a long time coming, with Phil discussing his want to file for bankruptcy through 2019. Only now, in January 2020, was the process underway.
But basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Like, there's no way. How are you going to get out of not only owing all this debt that you have behind the scenes through credit cards and loans, but now you've got a home that you can't pay for and they're going to foreclose on you. Chances are they're going to sue you.
The bankruptcy forms made it into the hands of the detractors. In these dense, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among many other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims, so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing more impactful will be going through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express card. Number 2, $6,400 on a different American Express card. Number 3, $26,000 to Bank of America. Number 4, $2,700 to BMW of North America. Number 5, $10,700 to a Capital One credit card. Number 6, $14,100 to a Chase credit card. Number 7, $8,500 to a Citibank credit card. Number 8, $13,800 to a different Citibank credit card. Number 9, $15,600 to Citibank. Number 10, $10,000 to a Discover credit card. Number 11, $9,300 to Lenny Club Corporation. Number 12, $4,300 to Prosper Marketplace. Number 13, $3,800 to Sam's. And finally, number 14, $4,700 to US Bank.
Imagine that. It's been broken down now. So now if you ever want to go through the amount of things that he owed, there you go. I remember it was a huge big deal for Phil. That one day he accidentally paid in and he paid some of the credit card debt. And he made such a big deal about it. Oh man, I paid it twice. I paid the minimum, you know, twice, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to be so bad off and shit like that. It was during one of his streams. I remember how much of a big deal he made. And then I thought about it. It's like, what the fuck? What do you mean? How is that a big deal to pay your debt twice? And then he would go on like a couple months later and he would talk about how he was effectively doing a financial scheme where he would just open up a new credit card, get the 0% APR, the promotion for a year, transfer the balance over to that 0%, and then just keep racking up more and more debt. He was just shuffling it all over the place. That's why he had so many cards. He even talked about it, I think, really recently too. Such a weird thing to admit. Yeah, man, I was just, you know, basically writing off of promotional credit cards. And I would not want to imagine this guy getting hold of credit cards again because he's already not financially responsible today. How much do you spend on WWE Champions just on what you could visibly see the last week? Somebody told me it was like around $400 to $500 on a bullshit mobile game on an alt account. DSP has spent more money than he's ever claimed to have spent when he was being interviewed by side scrollers. Think about that for just a second. This dude, DSP, talked about how he didn't spend jack shit when he was playing the Street Fighter game and when he was playing fucking WWE Champions on his alt account. He couldn't tell us. All of a sudden, he spent what? $350, $400 on a new account that he's played for less than a week? Just like that, willy-nilly? Yeah, when you really start to think about it, this dude, it would be an absolute nightmare to give credit to because he doesn't understand how much he's spending. Or if he does, he doesn't keep track of it. He just assumes he can pay it off later. People will give him the money for it. And fine, whatever. If you want to do that and you want to buy into it, more power to you. But don't complain when he doesn't pay off these bills, because for the longest time he talked about paying the bills. I need to pay these bills. My taxes, my bills. All of this got written off, and he still, within the last 3 months, complained about not being able to afford a fucking $30 game. I guess he likes the Fid and Dom kind of shit because he likes to expose his audience to it.
This comes to a grand total of $131,550.28. The secured loans with collateral include his car and Washington condo, which was now his only condo. To add to this, on page 19, readers could see Phil still owed over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo, in which he originally purchased for $131,000. This means he was paying the minimum, where if he really wanted to, he could have paid the entire thing off and lived there within just a few years of purchasing it. Instead, he is now here, 11 years later, owing the IRS $15,000, having virtually no credit, being stripped of what little he accrued and being returned back to nothing. Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know? The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else has.
Yeah!
Introducing Down from the Rafters.
Down from the rafters! Yeah!
Phil's plights were all worth it because of this Candy Crush, gacha-designed phone game themed around the WWE, known as WWE Champions. It is important to note that Phil has refuted investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage. However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP. Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go, and Phil in the past has admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a game that plays a lot like Candy Crush of all games.
Look at this.
Or what's the other one?
Wasn't this hard to get this right? Joon got it correct. And he's putting the pieces together. Look at that.
Bejeweled. It plays like those two games with wrestlers. And honestly, the game cheats and is not very good. But I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
What detractors seek to prove is that the account, They Call Me DSP, is indeed Darksydephil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game. This is where TJ Gamebox comes in, a person that plays the same mobile game. He was dragged into this mess through unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena. And the guild, unfortunately, was joined by a person that was named They Call Me DSP. The second that he was in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
It was clear that detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds, like TJ's guild, would adhere to the detractor bans and remove They Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online whenever DSP was offline. And whenever he was online streaming, that account was offline.
The thing is, with higher spenders or those more invested in games, guilds, clans, whatever it may be, drift off their game and use third-party software to communicate with one another. This, in most cases, is Discord, but in other cases it can be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication. There is also the Line app, which serves a similar function. And as it so happens, one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging and found that if you connected his phone number, because this phone number is public, onto the Line app, it popped up with They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number. This is rather straightforward because though numbers can be duped with outgoing messages, messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual number and not any spoofed one. Forgetting about the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under They Call Me DSP.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I know nothing about it, but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
Yeah, DSP has never created a Discord ever. He never had a Discord, and you know all these things. It's just lies, dude. Somebody just happened to create, and like, just think about that for a second. Somebody happened to create an account online, use his number, and was able to finish the application by getting the 2FA code for that fucking cell phone number. Really think about that for a second. How does that work, Phil?
Then informs Phil that his number is tied to the Line app account, to where Phil changes his tune.
Really big boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text messaging. I'd contact the authorities if I were you. Oh my god.
This gameplay was cursed, by the way. This whole game was cursed.
I'm just, seriously.
We had so much shit during it.
There's no way to dupe one of these app companies into thinking that you are using a phone number that you're not, right?
Really?
Or there's no possible way that in the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly done that, right?
Please tell me he shows the clip where he admits his phone number has never been changed. Because he admitted that. I think it was during him playing, not Skyrim, it was when he was playing Morrowind. He just casually says, yeah, man, John can call me whenever he wants. My phone number hasn't changed. The onus is on him because I'm I'm the popular person? No, I'm the notable person. I have, like, presence on the internet and you don't, you idiot.
Phil claims two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoof number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
I'm the guy, you're not.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
Not only that, when ranting about John Rambo, he slips up.
Oh, there it is.
I have nothing to make amends for with Rambo. I never mistreated the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me and lied to me saying everything was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I am the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the guy who's still easily reachable.
Hey, he's the guy. He said it himself. He's the guy, dude.
What this proves is Phil has a line account. And also another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies.
Oh,
but again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE Champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
So I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources of him being in another WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, They Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also unique Discord ID, which is 4058. At the time, Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058. Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is illegitimate. Somehow, one way or another...
Remember when somebody, whoever is in the Discord, remember when you were looking for the numbers and everything? There's the numbers right there. They call me DSP for 4058.
Some image is altered, and of course, they never use Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had a partnership with Twitch and stuff like that. I had a contact who I chatted to with Discord. But outside of that, I've never used it for anything else. I don't even know what Line app is. I guess it's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do those other things. I have no idea.
At this point, one can reasonably deduce that They Call Me DSP is Phil. Though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility to sway his audience. And so the investigation continues to find something more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false. This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play. His expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses.
On Brian Collab
There's
too?
nothing eyebrow-raising here.
That's pretty
funny. But then you look on Form 122A,
That's actually funny as fuck.
the monthly business income and expenses. Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were. He never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, $3,100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December.
We're going through so
In
much.
July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this form is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means Phil does not have to explain how a job, with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing him thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves...
Incorrect. He used to have one service. I don't think it was there at the time, but he does have one service that he would pay into, and that was just when he couldn't do the emotes, he was paying Better Twitch TV. So incorrect, idiot! And then I guess you could count probably the subscriptions for PlayStation and Xbox eventually. Double wrong, idiot.
Many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the
Debunked,
government's
idiot.
ignorance of his content creation
Man.
job, so long as they see it as profitable,
$8,000 a month.
then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, do you believe it's incorrect/possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months? He
Oh.
responded with, it's not just possible, it's true. That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed, and
It's not just possible, it's true. That's what my attorney said, and I agree.
proved in the bankruptcy case. What specifics I can never talk about because, one, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually include.
Dude, this is okay. You remember the whole, it wasn't my fault, I didn't pay the taxes, it was my tax attorney that, existed out in Connecticut? This is legalese of saying, yeah, I don't know how much I spent, but, my attorney, they knew how much I spent. This is perfect if you're like going into law. You just basically say, I didn't say any of it. The attorney did. Put the onus on them. Dude, this is so shady as fuck. But this is very legalese kind of Phil. This is a very perfect Phil answer.
And number 2, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise, regardless. It's
That's
literally
pretty
nobody's
good.
business besides the bankruptcy court. Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper. There is also speculation on the valuation of his Washington condo, as on page 1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow. These smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil, and the
I can't help it that he lives in King County, and I find this hilarious that King Philip Burnell lives in King County. It's really good.
WWE account that vanished. They called me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
They call me DSP, so the gun show 87, so now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way, you cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollplay.
Down the Raptors was the last name change. As the account stated, this will be the last time they would try to change their name.
Which is funny, by the way, because you can actually find many instances of people changing their names on whatchamacallit, on the fucking game. Like, I can look on the leaderboard right now, and there are names that far exceed the character limit that you're allowed to make for your fucking character. So when he tries to pretend that, it's not him for real, I mean, other people have done it too, apparently. I don't know why they did it, but they have like number strings and shit, and you're not allowed to have that.
As it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that followed them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer.
Ron Fraga with a raid. I'm assuming that you got done with whatever you're getting done with. We're watching Joon the King documentary. What are you playing? Room of Depression. Well, okay. Room of Depression is just another way of saying you were watching nonsense today. Look at this guy. I'm sorry. I know what it's like to get fucked over, okay?
Tailspin.
I've been fucked over way too many times on several games. But you're here at a perfect opportunity.
Spin it when you win it, and you win it the beginning, and you win it,
Listening to the nonsense, and that means you should care about the nonsense, or not. I highly suggest, I don't know, rewind the stream or something.
That they hate. Unquote. By 2020, Phil was adamant that he had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
In 2018, I quit all mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said I'd rather focus on time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't waste time. They're all. I keep telling you guys this. Mobile games are money sinks. You'll put money into it, you put time into it and money into it, and you don't get anything really out of it unless you're constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it. That's the truth of the matter. I quit all those mobile games because they were just pay to win. It got to the point where they're really fun to play at first, and then you realize you can't actually progress unless you drop money to get all the new cars.
Far more captivating at the time was the ongoing bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell.
This is Rochelle Sheffield for the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me.
He's in your
Oh my
office with you?
god, we have a hype train.
Burnell, you there?
I have the shoutouts turned down load, so we can listen
that
to the
audio
nonsense.
was from a 341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch a discrepancy.
Oh my God, right! Why didn't you show up now of all times? Why didn't you show up earlier? God damn it. You literally come in here, you shit on the floor, and you fucking walk the dinosaur every single time. What am I gonna do with you? You fucking stinky individual. What are we doing with you? Guy comes in here and ruins a phone call.
Bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy?
Yes?
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call, so I think that's the problem.
Okay.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE Network?
WWE
Oh,
Network.
WWE Network. That is just an on-demand video service.
He hasn't logged back in yet.
Watching,
Or he'll
professional
log in
wrestling.
after
That
getting
is
in,
not
though.
business related.
Many, with the opening of that question, thought that was the moment Phil was caught. But it was just the service that was being asked about.
You provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Oh no, it's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive. But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business per the instruction of my tax attorney. So it could be, the cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction within a video game, the cost of a piece of new equipment, maintenance on set equipment every month.
This guy had no new equipment for years. Claimed $9,000. Motherfucker, what were you buying?
It could be the internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of utilities necessary for the business.
Nah, it's proper to put the attorney under the bus. Attorney's supposed
This
to
was
answer
dismissed
this.
rather easily, likely through the ignorance of the attendees. But if anything, it did prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated, making people more curious about what they could be now that he couldn't dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them. And then the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
Hello?
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil. It was a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
Hold on. Legit. Wait, I don't think these were...
What followed was...
I don't think he's legit. I think this guy's a fucking troll. Man. And then that's the first thing you're going to talk about for a creditor. Holy shit. I mean, he was right, but it's kind of funny.
A few seconds of silence.
Look up Citibank.
Phil was likely in conversation with his trustee and came back with this.
Nancy, I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank, through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's as a solid, esoteric explanations. And so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended, with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poisoned?
Why am I toxic?
This meeting, in terms of wanting to expose Phil, was a failure.
Classic.
Phil's bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things. like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs meant to keep track of Phil's expenses. This, compared to future archiving methods, made these appear rudimentary.
Thank you for the
Even
bits.
so, the
Appreciate it.
visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year, it's been persistent. This is where a different archiving tool helps. PigPigGo is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of...
I want to hear him say PigPigGo one more time.
Helps. PigPigGo
PigPigGo
is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm not going to take full credit. I am going to take partial credit, though. When Joon was asking on Twitter for information and whatnot, I simply said, because I noticed like nobody had said it, but I simply just mentioned to him, it's like, dude, do you know that there's like a whole ass fucking website that you could like search for DSP and all the shit that he says and everything? And I pointed out PigPigGo and Axe Jeeves. And I was kind of surprised, like, why the fuck has nobody mentioned this to him? It could have, like, actually helped him quite a bit. Man.
The way it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And if we type invest with a space on both sides, that way we don't get words like investment or vested, we get results relating only to the word vest. This word was not just used for demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
And now let's talk a little bit about the Hyde character. I mean, come on.
People are saying, do I should look for the vest? Oh my god. I'll go look very quickly. I know exactly where it would be. It would be in my front closet if I still have it. I don't think I have it, but I'll go check quickly. I'll be right back.
Here we go. This is what killed me. I'm surprised nobody noticed this and nobody told him, but I told him back in February. If you want to make it easier doing your searching, you could probably use pigpiggo.re to help. It's basically a search engine built off his channels. It makes it easier to search for games and phrases throughout the year, sometimes easier than YouTube search. It's insane that this thing exists, but I'm also now grateful for it. I said, if you need a Detractor version of this, you can go use axejeeves.com. This one searches through some of the Detractor streams for keywords. This is partly helpful if sources become deleted, such as gaps or a gap in pre-stream. 150 or so he deleted with copywritten music from Eminem. My God, there are multiple search engines for this. But this was back in February, and I'm really, really hyper surprised that nobody, like, most of the responses for this were like, be warned, sifting through garbage, blah blah blah, you're gonna hate your browser, blah blah blah. And I mean, guys, just give him a hand. It's not gonna hurt, you know? That's what I thought anyway. So that's why I gave him the search engine, because I felt like he could use it, you know?
Well, I'm sorry guys, I just couldn't find the I couldn't find the vest. I don't know where it was.
Just wanted to make his job a little easier.
It was right there in the closet.
That's all it was. It wasn't even for a felt or anything, or even for recognition. Because, like, if somebody's going to ask me about, do you remember this time that Phil did X, Y, and Z? I'm going to be like, can you use the search engine and see whether or not we have it? Like, that's another thing, too. We have lolcow, I think it's lolcow.net. Where is it? We have one for Cobra, lolcowgo.net. So if you want to search for things that Amber Lynn has said, or if Cobra has said, this is a simple search engine as well. The only one that got deprecated, I think, is Perry. Perry is no longer searchable. But Jack Scalafani, Amber Lynn Reed, Wings of Redemption, and King Cobra. If you want to use this, and you can search through all of whatever Cobra has ever said, or Amber Lynn. Wings was not so good because Wings kept deleting all of his shit, but Jack Scalafani is good too. So there you go. If you need an additional research, check out lolcowgo.net. It's pretty good. It helped me like find really, really hyper specific things that Cobra had said over the years. Plus it's run by the guy who does I'm going to give a shout out to the person who made it, is the Should I series. You may have seen some of his content in the past. This is the guy who has made Detractor, but like lolcow style content in terms of making their food that they have made over the years. So if you've ever wanted to see the guy make DSP's famous fucking meatballs and Italian sauce, there you go. He made the fucking meatballs and Italian sauce. And he made a whole ass intro for it and everything. It's pretty good. Makes it, tastes it. It's really, really good. He did not like this. This was bad. He also made LTG's, I think it's lasagna? Spaghetti? No, it's a baked spaghetti. And he said that was a recommendation. But he's pretty cool. He makes a lot of fun stuff. He may or may not have dunked on me specifically for the fucking cherry peach beer float. We'll watch that here a little bit later. But I highly suggest, if you haven't already, give this guy a subscription on YouTube. He is the guy that runs lolcowgo.net. So if you want to look up stuff about Cobra, he's an avid fan of Cobra, and he likes DSP content. It's pretty good.
Is an item that Phil wore in the past and was being noticed during a retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something bigger. It was sticking with viewers, and they wanted more of it.
What? Evil Williams says, I think the black DSP merch t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil be dabbing on detractors with this new fresh streaming look. Every day, I will do something different. One day I'll wear sunglasses. One day I'll wear a vest. Yeah, like it matters. It doesn't matter. Anyway. If we get the tips goal, I'll wear the vest. If we raise $200, I'll wear the vest and the cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream, I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the cowboy hat. How about that?
He did not do that, unfortunately.
How stupid this shit is. The thing is, I'm not kidding you. They're like Twitch streamers that this is what happens and this is what they do. And they make the money too. Like, it's insane. Like, wow. They just pull stunts constantly on a stream. And people will toss money their way for pulling a crazy
stunt. I'm glad the
stunt.
DSP doesn't toss
As combative as Phil
stunts.
was with wearing the vest for jest, the continued request to wear it and the potential of earnings was too great, and he began to cave in.
Yes, I will tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hut the tips goal for tonight. There you go.
Yeah.
It seems to be a new running thing that people want me to put on the vest, so.
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly the other night. Someone joked and said, would I put on the vest for a certain tip? And I said, if we hit the tips goal tonight, I'll put on the vest. And then we hit the tips goal. So I put on the vest, just to be silly. But it's not going to be something that happens every day.
If only Phil knew how wrong he was.
Thank you very much. You have just pushed us over. That gives us to $106 in tips.
Vest
we have
streak, baby.
Vest streak number 13.
Hell
We're on
yeah.
an unprecedented 16 vest streak. We're on a 20 vest streak. Now we're up to 63.
Oh my god.
We're currently...
Ludwig, what are you doing? You're raiding. You're raiding right now. I can see you raiding me.
And they just fucking sit
You
around.
guys raiding me.
Following a crowd.
Don't worry, you could raid somebody else. You could have raided somebody else, but you raided me.
And there's nothing that's going to change that.
Hopefully you're having fun. I don't know if you've already finished the documentary. I'm almost done. I've only got like 30 minutes to go. Oh, okay. 40 minutes to go. It's close. But we're almost there. We've also decided that the outfit, the attire for today is themed after Miku because, you know, we gotta support Brazil, especially in these dark times. Whoa. All right, big ups.
Yeah, vest streak 96. As we continue,
we love the vest streak.
126
the vest streak, baby.
We are very closely approaching the 150 vest streak.
Okay,
we're at 138 right now, guys.
Don't spoil me. Green Lobster, I'm already smiling. Don't spoil me. I've got to enjoy this. I've got to breathe it in. I got to, you know, I'm absorbing this in my cells.
That means we've hit the tips goal. 138 straight streams. Holy shit. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
what Phil's audience concocted was his easiest way to make money yet.
Out the hair.
If the stream hits $100, he will put the vest on. So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak. Phil also added additional articles of clothing that could be worn for increased donations. As to double down on the success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the best.
Guys, FYI,
Hell yeah.
I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless this continues longer than 10 minutes, which it might, but I'm only streaming for about another 10 minutes, so no lie, unless we hit the tip skull within about 10 minutes, this is the end of the vest streak. It's going to end at 179. Albert Aponte to $29.30. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Alfred tonight, we have reached the tip's goal.
The vast streak almost ended in the month of July. Phil expressed his concern of it both in and outside of stream.
I can't go late. I wasn't kidding. Like, I'm done. The game is over, and it looks like the vest streak's over. So, I don't know why people were, like, the people were holding tips or whatever tonight.
On September 8th, Phil had made just $13. While viewers had pulled through a few times to rescue the vest streak, the difference in donations was too great and unrealistic for anyone to save it this time.
But yeah, like, I was hoping to keep the vest streak going so that I could actually afford both new consoles and everything, and now it's over. So.
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more minutes, no donator swooped in with a large sum to save the vest streak, and it died on day 276. Phil knew that it—
Well, it's not technically day 276. It would have been day 130... What, 138? But it's not 276. It's 137 rather. Because it was twice a day, you know?
Had to die eventually, yet was greatly displeased in the moment that it happened. The next stream, Phil was quick to try to find a different trend.
Now, my wife had a crazy suggestion.
Oh shit.
All right. I know people are immediately gonna jump on this.
You're gonna hate this. You're gonna hate this.
Because it's fucking stupid and embarrassing. But my wife said, if you hit a tier 2 tip skull.
Oh yeah.
Here's what you should do. You guys ready for this?
You ready for this?
100% this was her suggestion.
My roly-poly told me this.
All right. You ready?
Hey, you did the tongue thing, by the way. Look at this.
For this is her 100%. This was her suggestion.
Did the tongue thing right there. Look at that. You're gonna love this. Licks lips.
All right. You ready?
Spinning in his chair as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept the articles of clothing as standard reward for the tip skull. Yet, with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and Phil's earnings dipped once more.
Man.
Taking this opportunity, Detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Alright, Darksydephil, it's Kevin Nash. I mean, I've fucking read some disturbing things in my life.
Oh no!
Jesus Christ, I mean, you spent $40,000 on a WWE Championship mobile game. You went into bankruptcy for half a mil. You play video games all day long while your wife works her ass off. You masturbated on YouTube, live stream. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out.
Kevin, please!
So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag.
No!
When I got your dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang, I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
Darksydephil, what the fuck is your problem, dude? How the fuck do you have such a great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in debt? What a fucking idiot. Valedictorian of what? Fucking Muppet fucking theater, you moron.
Darksydephil doesn't understand the depths to which he has sunk. So first and foremost, spending 40 grand on WWE Champions mobile game? At least gamble it away. But on the mobile game, embarrassing. And the fact that because you sit around the house and you allow your wife to work while you're playing video games and you're going 500 grand, 500 large in debt, embarrassing.
It is important to remember that both his detractors and fans would be willing to spend money on either side. His fans, in particular, could be considered the most generous on Twitch.
Like I would say about like $800.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs estimating how much he donated to Phil. But why would he donate so much?
I'm not gonna give you shit. I'm not gonna give you shit.
Tipped to help him out.
We're in here.
The reason I tipped really was just to try to get a reaction out of him.
With PW Dubs continually attempting to get a rise out of Phil, bans were common. But because he was donating, so were unbans.
Over time, I would say things that sometimes get me banned, but eventually I just send an email and I'll get unbanned.
Like with most donators with the intent to troll Phil, Phil does eventually become exhausted with their excuses. This back and forth through email got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did, so unprompted, PW Dubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas.
Old gonna be telling grandkids about PW Dubs.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus. Why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters," unquote. The few moderators that responded shared in this confusing sentiment. But Phil posting this license, even though it was somewhat censored through PW Dubs, meant that he had doxed him. Phil had revealed his private information, though it was only to a small, uninterested group. With this information, a rat, well more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression. This rogue mod, known as Anonymous or Anony for short, was in talks with KiwiFarm members to verify themselves and leak both the secret Discord chat logs and prove Phil had doxed
Hopefully
PW
he's doing
Dubs.
better.
But
Hopefully
Phil was catching on. Now in 2021, this came to a head in mid-March.
Like the Anonymous, they had the power in like Twitch chats, like change the title of his stream. So they like changed the title of when Phil was streaming. He changed the title to Darksydephil leaks. Darksydephil docs PW Dubs. He made that the title.
Following this and Anonymous's departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW Dubs, and
I gotta apologize because I only re-uploaded the video in its raw format, and I completely forgot it had that fucking song. And part of me wishes I had just edited it and just fucking muted the fucking song and then just re-uploaded it. But I don't know. I didn't want to degrade the quality any further. I was just like, okay, let me just re-up it because I know Anonymous like hid all of his videos and shit. But god damn, I kind of wish it didn't have that song. It's so fucking annoying. I gotta watch it on mute.
His secret Discord.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you use Discord and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
You had the leak happen here. You had him get kicked off of Twitch, the partnership program. You had... Oh fuck, what did we had him pretend to do push-ups? We had... What is it, New World Order? Oh man, we had this whole gameplay, this whole entire playthrough was super fucking cursed. This and Bugsnax, the worst fucking playthroughs for all the shit that happened around him.
Doxing the Discord and his treatment of Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where it was fast to gain traction. Anonymous in his post made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in his small moderator Discord, but used the small size of the Discord and the fact that PW Dubs censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous's full censor against PW Dubs' partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil. And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like KiwiFarms, posts range from general observations to memes to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of a streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly unappreciative of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous's alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got.
Christ. I really wish I knew about this sooner. I really did. Because the most I interacted with the guy was like asking him, like I remember there was like a Merry Christmas post because initially he was in the server that I made the chill cast, because it was like we did the fundraising for some British thing. I can't remember. It was like the British troops who were like marred by like they had amputations and stuff from like war and whatnot. So we did a whole lot of fundraising for that. And I remember making the super secret Discord after that because I wanted to facilitate, okay, that way if we could talk, it'll be where people could talk. And I remember inviting him in. I remember that, what's his face? There was a couple people that snuck in initially into that Discord. Some were cool, some were not so cool. And I remember the extent that I had for conversations was basically him explaining how it worked for credit scores and everything. And I remember I got flack for basically talking to Anonymous, but at the time I had no idea about the whole baby diaper shit. Like I really truly had no clue what was going on. So I got flack from, I remember I got flack from Nigel. I got flack from several people on KF. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I ended up reading into it. I was like, oh, fuck. Man, I didn't even know any of this shit. I just thought he was a fucking furry. Man. But, them's the breaks. What are you going to do, right?
The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation. They had like,
but what are you gonna do?
It's like
Nurgle. You know what? I will say this: Nurgle was one of the cool ones. I will say that. I'm trying to think of like the other people. I remember Kozatov was in the fucking Discord, and then I ended up just having him removed because he never talked. Him and like there were 3 other people that initially snuck in during the whole me creating the Discord, and usually if people were talking, it's like, okay, whatever. But for the people who didn't talk, I was like, nah, if you're not talking, you're just listening in. I don't want to have that going around and all that nonsense. I'd rather keep it nice and kind of normal. I don't want any of the nonsense in here. And I had remembered with Kozatov used to be a supporter of DSP in Twitch. He's the reason why we had the playthrough. What the fuck was it called? It's the one with the stalk. It's like Stalker 2. I can't remember which one it was, but he got DSP to play one of the Stalker games, and he complained vehemently about it. So it's like, yeah, nah, okay, well, you can do all that nonsense, whatever. But if you're hanging out in here quietly, nah, get out. Yeah, Shadow of Chernobyl, that one. I just remember he played it for like 30 minutes and he was like, nah, man, this is fucking lame as hell. He got banned. It was a big deal. And the LARPers wanted him back for ages. Yeah. See, that's the way I saw it. He's kind of like the whole LARPer stuff. And that's when I started like looking into all the LARPer accounts that were going on. It's like, I don't know. This is the equivalent of like the baby man gaming shit. Psh, nah, get out of here with that.
It's crazy. It's like so many.
I mean, you can lurk.
With Anonymous'
image, you literally lurk and you talk as well. But he had hung out there for almost a year and didn't say a fucking word. It's like, yeah, no, we're going to go ahead and clean up house. So I cleaned up most of the accounts that kind of sit there and they don't talk at all. So most of the accounts that are in there now are just normal people. Like Bache. We're going to call Bache a normal person.
Defiled through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that.
Hey,
there's some
look at
kind
this.
of a glitch. Only Iced Coffee just realized there's a glitch on Twitch. Everyone's subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason. What the hell?
Man, this playthrough was super fucking cursed.
Something just happened very bad is what happened, guys. Apparently something very, very bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It literally just happened this moment. The subs are going away permanently. Apparently they kicked me out of the partnership program and I don't know why.
No one knew it at the time, but Phil's suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against Darksydephil. Rated by user Piece of Peace, the DSP tips tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table after table, analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams.
What is it? Peace, how come you get boss music? What the fuck?
Darksydephil. Rated by user Piece of Piece, the DSP Tips Tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table after table analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams. This included what game he played, who was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average. It also included analysis on his Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch. Phil's excuses, poor spending habits, and as it were, ebegging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month, because I am not going to be getting any payment for my Twitch partnership because they canceled it.
Remember when we used to get audio updates? The audio only schedule, and this was literally for Super Blind Man? Remember when we used to get that and he got tired of doing it and he never did it again? And then we had that one day where like there was a part 2 of the audio schedule and it was just him snorting? Man, I miss these days. This sucks.
Phil, on May 6, nearly 2 weeks after being departnered, set on raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if we look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips.
Here's the thing, Inamati. Technically, DSP has been on a perpetual downfall. If you really look at the numbers that he had way back in the day, back during his peak of around 2012 to 2013, shit's been downhill ever since. He may have an uptick of like viewership, but I mean, overall, it's been down. We're basically getting back to where we used to be. All of this is stuff that we used to see like 5 years ago. Maybe it's a nice hurrah now that he doesn't have as many bills, supposedly, allegedly, but at the end of the day, the only one who can salvage DSP's own his own reputation is DSP himself, and he's not doing himself any favors by calling himself a king when he used to be known as King of Hate, by taxing his subjects instead of, I don't know, acting normal. Would it kill him to just act normal? No. DSP's went about over and over and over again, just bringing more and more drama over the last 3 weeks. What content have you gotten from Phil? This is the reason why I've kind of tuned out. But if you looked at all the content he's produced in the last 3 weeks, more than 50% of it is drama. He doesn't even hardly play video games anymore, and the ones he does are not even the ones that we were expecting. We've literally brought WWE Champions to the fold. He's not confident in his viewership, he's not confident in the games he's playing, he's not even confident that all of this will last. And it's going to keep going this way because, well, at his core, he hasn't changed. He just played into the drama, and he just hopes that the drama will keep going forever. But, I mean, what have you really gotten out of this year? This year has been the year of him dropping several of his games. Go back and think about how many RPGs he's dropped. How many random games he picked up and dropped. This is the year of drop games, for a whole bunch of negativity, for documentaries, for interviews, and for weird collabs. But when it's all gone and we go back to normal, I mean, what do you got? You gotta make this shit last, and I don't see him making this last. Bean sneaking in here.
Not YouTube, not Patreon, just tips.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this week to help me coming up with my mortgage.
Oh my god, my favorite game!
Happen with Twitch. I don't know if they're
I love this game.
Or not for all the work that I did last month after
wish you never dropped it.
Losing my partnership. I'm looking to hit the tips goal every stream now. Between now and when I have to pay my mortgage in the middle of the month, I have no other income apparently. Because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my bills, pay my mortgage and everything because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month. You know, fundraising to pay my mortgage, to pay my back taxes, and the stuff for the rest of the month.
Yeah,
as for the mortgage, yes, I hope that
just
things go
gone.
well and I can pay my mortgage on Saturday.
You completely wrote
Please
that
support
off.
this marathon stream. I need the help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow.
It killed me when I saw a clip of DSP saying he can't remember the last time he did a co-op stream. But he did one with Brian, which he completely forgot. And he did one with Kat. And he promised to do one with Kat in the future. He bought a second pair of headphones that aren't even being used. And a new chair. Isn't it insane that this dude literally promoted his wife for months and then wrote her off after like one showing? That's such a lame thing to do. It really is a lame thing to do. And then we completely forgot to say that we did a co-op with her when we were talking to like our best friends now. That's literal bullshit. Actual fucking bullshit. Nonsense.
Got my mortgage, so if you can, please support.
Why would you memory
That was
bullet
Phil
like that?
throughout his marathon stream, petitioning his audience for even more money to cover his bills and mortgage. Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have, means that he already had enough at this point with the over $5,000 he raised. By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000. The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252. Someone approached Phil with this information, which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed from Twitch and framed this as, quote, just enough to get me through the next week, unquote.
Wow.
This vagueness will no longer fly.
Oof.
On top of this, Phil admits, even though he claims to be perpetually financially destabilized, he doesn't know or keep track of his finances.
I don't know. I'm not really tracking all this stuff. I'm just not. I'm not gonna track all this financially and see every day what I'm making is ridiculous.
Detractors were making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contributions. 0. Yeah, because I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know, because I have to, you know, shit and piss and maybe get out of this chair for 20 minutes so that I don't get blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day. You take a break, fuck it.
Reactions in chat differ from Phil's whining. Some feel guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150, while others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount. What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
All right, well, we're gonna end it here. It's platinum vest. I'll put the vest on. Fine. I'll sweat. I'll sweat disgustingly. Since I'm about to sweat disgustingly on the stream,
we didn't even finish this game. He dropped this game too.
It would be nice. It would be nice if we could hit the tips goal today. I'm just saying. We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream. It would be very nice, since I'm about to sweat profusely for 45 minutes, if we could hit the tips goal. I would really appreciate that. All right, I'm just saying. Sonic Hat Defense Force tipped me $1.30. He says, don't you think you're being oblique? $150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me. That's because you're stupid.
What?
$150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me. That's because you're stupid.
Brother, what do you think work is? What do you think work is?
Seriously, that's because you're stupid. If you don't understand that sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing, you're an asshole. And I mean that.
That's a good clip.
Like, I mean, how dumb can you be?
Really good clip.
I might as well just fucking, you know, do completely crazy shit on the stream constantly, putting myself in harm's way. What are you, dumb? Yes. If you don't understand the difference between, oh, let's purchase a hat. That's a hat meant to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your body. It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right? Versus a fucking costume you're only supposed to wear for a few minutes momentarily for a party.
Is that on the video?
Versus
oh, it is. It actually is on the video.
Fucking costume you're only supposed to wear for a few minutes momentarily for a party or something. You don't get the difference? You're an idiot.
As if to ease from the serious drama starting 2021, attention was again shifted to moments Phil made a fool of himself. And of course, moments like these on stream.
Now, there was a gun. Where did it go?
Oh yeah, that's
What the fuck? He had a gun, I wanted to get it. It disappeared. Yeah, I didn't get it. For some reason, I don't know how to get a gun off of a guy.
Never fails.
But he had a big ass gun I wanted.
Never fails.
I didn't get it.
Never fucking fails. Doesn't look at the game.
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors, fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
No way.
Because we've shown you that the items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels. The flow is motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example.
I want you to
watch what the player does here as he
boats
around.
Look at this.
Taste of vanilla magic.
DSP literally contributes to the degeneracy of video games.
Levels of depravity.
They treat us
The
as
top
fucking
3
lab
comments
rats.
on this video read, quote, "The unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry worse by simply playing games."
This is truly it. This is literally truly it. Do you think we get... I hope we get scoring. Have the guy emote? Yeah, I need a guy emote. You know what? We used to have a style of the guy emote. We only have, well, what do we have as the guy emote now? I think we just have Zodiac Dave as our current guy emote. Zodiac Dave, the killer. We like that one. That one's a pretty good one. I wanted him to show that off one day. I want him to, like, say, guys, I found some of the old artwork, the one that the titty painter sent, and he's gonna whip that out. It's like, oh shit, it's Zodiac Dave, it's the killer.
You live in a timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him. What a horrible time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games are aimed at. Unquote. During this entire time, his finances were still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to take
DSP.
matters into their own hands.
It's never good enough for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me, and now they've taken it too far. It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's conspiracies about Phil. It's another thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes, so someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on using Bank of America, using their telephone, and
grab that.
Reverse engineering his social security number to go ahead and figure out how to access. And Bank of America has an option where you can go ahead and repeat the last 10 transactions. He did that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions.
Wait, who
I hope
has
people
DSP?
understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true or not, guess what? You're part of the problem and you're part of the issue, and you are going to be held accountable too. It's just that simple. You're part of it now. You've actually passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as well. So
this event would be known as the bank leaks. Charted, graphed, and described to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September 17th, 2021, the day the user supposedly accessed Phil's account, are now archived for everyone to see.
Over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft, a federal crime, by the way. I got a notification via email about someone messing around in one of my accounts, which then led me to research it and find out that, you know, this was happening.
At this same time, Phil gets a notification that someone has stolen his identity right at the same time the bank leaks come out and possibly trigger a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope. The reason becomes clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank account. On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal, some only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that it immediately becomes suspicious. And more importantly, they are all the exact same amounts. Several transactions of $11, $16.51, and $110.09. If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99, and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions. These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings. In these 18 months, Phil spent around $44,000 on microtransactions. These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature. In September 2020 alone, the month the vest streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol. These are all reasons why Phil cannot state his bank account was accessed, because it would simultaneously prove that he is an alcoholic with a gambling addiction, and that his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them. But the correlation between the bank leaks and his purchases are so tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was just ignore it altogether. There is no way out of this one without a strong explanation, which Phil cannot muster. This was not even the wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
But you know, there is one streamer that, you know, forgot to turn off the camera.
Ah, get down!
Yeah. Do you know, have you seen that one?
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
Nah, he doesn't deserve attention. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms. Quote, "Let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in. So
oh, this is the fucking lore about this dude fucking Cat's sister. Oh no, why have you done this? You shouldn't have done this. You stuck your dick in crazy, dude.
She brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after.
You can't
so we had to talk for an hour
sister.
To bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Brunel. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dink, we did stuff, and that was that. I need to reevaluate my life choices." Unquote. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable.
Wow, sir.
But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil's extended family. As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators. A type of these creators fall under the category of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable for their cutesy anime avatars.
The VTubers!
The juxtaposition between their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
Yes, I'm here. We're gonna name Phil. Yay! Let's name him. The Christmas begin. You're gonna look up at you like, huh?
I think it's Phil. It's Phil.
Heck yeah. You are now Phil, and you fill one. Phil fills one purpose. It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not like ingots or anything, so we can't really actually use them.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random NPC Phil is phenomenal for many reasons. To start, the NPC she named is a piglin. Phil's derisive nickname is Pig Roach. Both of them are known to snort. Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in. The in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin. The piglin will also attack you if you are not wearing a gold item. This greed and desire for gold from the NPC is just another reason this chance occurrence is remarkable.
I'm gonna get gold out of you, Phil. I'm gonna get all types of goodies out of you, Phil.
It is also standard that VTubers, unlike any other content creator, mock Phil.
I think the good old DSP, the guy who can't complete a game. You know, it's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like a relic. He belongs in a museum. He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible. Which, I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I literally can't tell if it's an act and he's just really committed. I can't tell.
It's Pippa!
How do you even do that? But that's the problem with DSP, is he blames everybody else for his problems instead of just
Pippa.
recognizing the problem and then seeking a resolution for it.
All right.
The most viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl versus Disgruntled Old Man.
What are these, a bunch of little balls?
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls?
Amelia.
Gonna scoop them?
God damn it.
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
Are we making like a...
There's... Huh?
Problem solving.
Excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
I see.
While the VTuber properly solves a puzzle with the items laid out, Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
Clip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
This, without doubt, funneled more people into the rabbit hole that is DSP. And there will be many.
I hadn't looked at here to see whether or not he had a comment in here. But it would be funny if DSP had a comment. Does anybody have a screenshot of what that comment was? Because I would love to see it, and I would love to see any of the responses below. But I did not know he made a comment on here.
More to come, because Phil announced that he abandoned the 10-year plan of trying to get a regular job to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
It's not right now.
What the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into.
Oh, shit! 10-year plan! Well, he made a comment that he would be reacting to it. He did. Joon did have it pinned before. I mean, if somebody wants to DM it to me, and I'll take a look at it, but I'm not aware of it. I just know
10
that
years, diversify myself enough on the internet
something about it
that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now I'm known for other things, right? You can watch my podcast, you can come to a React event, you could see Phil do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing on Phil's image via a greater focus on his request of donations.
Fair enough.
Reddit post after popular Reddit post.
Somebody, oh man, thank you, Be Awesome One, for the thing. Thank you for DMing it to me. Live reacted to this description, loved it. Looking forward to reacting to it live all this week. To those watching it, enjoy the wild ride I've been through over the last 20 years. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares, little bro plus ratio. Oh, jeez. Oh well. That's a bit of a shame.
Discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant requests for donations were on an uptick. In October, it was found that in 8 hours, within 6 tweets, Phil was constantly petitioning for more money. Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this React stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John Rambo podcast. A criticism within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this React was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rambo right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
This multi-hour long stream was not monetized. But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
The only times that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon was the pre-stream and a Feasting with the King video. Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine. I was expecting that.
Yeah.
But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams of people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact, today was an abnormally slow day, even for a weekend.
It was slow,
This
guys.
is where Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword. Slowest. This is very important because typing it into Pig Go shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
Every time I play it, it ends up being the slowest stream of the week when it comes to support, and it's always my slowest night, you know? The conclusion of Earthbound, it was one of the slowest streams I've ever done, which really sucks. This is one of the slowest days I've had in months. The Call of Duty stream today was one of the slowest streams I've done in ages. I don't know what happened there. Support of the stream was always hit or miss. Sometimes it would be one of the slowest streams I ever did in a week.
Now, this was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money. The discussion of Phil eventually found its way to Critical Stream, which came secondary to the discussion of a different creator.
Obviously, I want to finish it, you know, but I toughed it out for you guys tonight, and I got nothing out of it.
He then goes on to say, like, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow.
If Phil's objective was to reimagine himself, he was doing a rather poor job of it. And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Daily...
No! No! The WWE Champions, when he was sitting there playing with Jasper. And that one night that I was restreaming this, and it happened, and I was so busy wondering what the fuck he was wearing because I thought he was shoving his junk in Jasper's face, and I didn't even realize WWE Champions was right there. God damn it. This restream was cursed. I hate this. I hate thinking about it because I was so fucking tired at the time. And I thought, like, I don't know. I thought he was half-ass naked because of the way this was.
Crap.
On Phil's desk was his phone. On his phone was a rather familiar looking layout. As was quickly pieced together, Phil was logged into WWE Champions. The game he states he did not play since 2018 because...
Well, to be fair, the screen is not this screen. The screen is the faction notification screen. The one where you can talk before you actually do the raids and whatnot, and a timer ticking down. So not quite the right screen, but it's okay.
They were wasted time and money. Time after time, Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions, but was finally caught in this lie. This did have a silver lining. His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the Rafters. This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything. Most were already convinced that Phil had a mobile gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable in their misplaced trust of Phil, who lives in contradiction.
I guess for some people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people, lie, I guess. I don't know.
Start.
You have to be a moron. I'm sorry. I mean, how dumb can you be
to not understand
somebody that being honest
really early in the morning.
Something,
I was so tired.
Right, is the right thing to do.
I was so fucking tired.
Oh my god, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm gonna be honest and upfront with you. I'm not gonna ever lie to you and tell you things that aren't true, because I'm not that kind of person. But for some people, that's not good enough, I guess.
The truth. I work for more
Whatever.
Clinic. I
Fuck
came
those
here to
people.
help you.
We know you're spreading the plague.
Phil lies so much, it is hard to know what is fake or fact. His bankruptcy files remain king due to them being legal forms. Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or even the bank leaks that could theoretically be faked, but the coordination and dedication would make these chances minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to represent them and paint the Detractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah. I think he has autism. And this is coming from someone who has it. Because I've got a low level of autism. Asperger's, which formerly called as.
Oh man!
And I think I donated him because I've been following him for so long. I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of weird like this is someone I've known. I don't really know him, but this is someone I've known. And the only person I really followed on YouTube for so long, and I felt some kind of attachment, like a buddy in a sense. And I thought, oh, my buddy's in trouble. I should help him out, you know.
These people exist within every creator's community.
Preston Maynard
we're gonna show an example. Which I don't want you to be too negative. I don't want you to be too negative to this person, but this is going to be a good example of somebody who exists in the community that just passively watches Phil. He's not a donator or anything. If he's donated, I've never noticed it. But a good example would be Captain Alex, which is somebody I noticed. Oh man, I hope he didn't remove that one video that I was looking for. There we go, DSPgaming. So here's an example of somebody who's a fan of DSP. I'll just skip to him answering the question. He takes forever to set up.
I reply to you. Question is about DSPgaming. Now, and this person asks, what is your favorite playthrough from DSPgaming? Now, my favorite playthrough from DSPgaming that I like to watch from time to time is actually two of them. Assassin's Creed 2 and Mass Effect 2.
UNFW isang has redeemed the following TTS message.
Brings back the good old memories of when you used to put a camera facing the TV. Because I'm not one of those people that does direct capture. It's too complicated for me. That's like me trying to fly a plane with all these controls, scattered all over the place.
I did not realize.
That's just not me. But
oh no,
time moves on.
He's live right now. Fuck. He's live right now. Oh no. Well, he's only been live for a little bit. Only 40 minutes. He'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. Anyway, if you want an example of somebody who's a fan of Phil, this is a fan of Phil. Another fan of Phil. Let me see if I can remember. It's like Gamer Stevie J. Oh my god, I literally cannot remember his fucking thing to save my life. Look at my bookmarks to find the Gamer Stevie 420, aka Kingdom Hearts Star Wars. This is another fan of DSP. He is also quite the individual. My favorite thing. Oh, well, he's deleted his DSP video. I have it archived. I archived a lot of his videos, but he's a very...
Look, everyone, look at my bros. I'm trying out this Mountain Dew flavor I never had before. Ooh.
Yeah, if you can see in the background, there's like a collage of shit.
50 flavors in one dew? What the?
Yeah, if you can see all of that, he lives in absolute fucking squalor. He is also a very, very weird individual. He was the guy that I was showing him popping Viagra / boner pills while he was playing Skyrim. And yeah, I don't know how to describe that really. He was popping boner pills and playing Skyrim half naked.
You need to go to Captain's stream and go back a minute, I promise.
No, why? Why do I have to go back a minute? You son of a gun. I don't want to... I'm literally going back a minute. You son of a bitch. I'm going back 2 minutes. I'm going to listen for 2 minutes, and if I see something...
9 people are alert. Yep, I know. 8, 9, 8, 9, 7, 8, 10. Yeah. The moment you click subscribe...
He is a wheelchair. He's literally in a wheelchair. I was trying to find him rolling around over here, but it's like one of his other live streams, but he is in a wheelchair.
Briefcase thing?
He also has social issues.
I'm sub with notifications. Exactly.
Oh no.
Turn on notifications.
Oh no.
And do me a favor, guys. Do me a favor. Look at my lessons.
Yeah, he hates the Amish.
And comment on them. Like, I really am struggling with my lessons because
I will say this.
I'm having problems with that. It's not just because my lessons are boring.
Don't count him.
It saves your life. Not only in the real world but in VR chat. If you were my teacher, I'd never miss a class. Exactly. Thank you, Jonathan.
Damn it, Jonathan.
Captain, are you going to watch the DSP gaming document? Yes, and I will. And no matter what, DSP is forever my king.
Grandfather sa lungguhit Nurgle 333 has redeemed the following TTS message. Fuck the Amish. Take their women.
There you go. You want to see...
I will. Please, thank you, Jonathan. Captain, are you going to watch the DSP gaming document? Yes, and I will. And no matter what, DSP is forever my king.
I'm recording this because the last fucking live stream he fucking deleted. I'm not about to lose a clip of him saying, my king, my king. Nobody even say the word king. Just give me a second and let me record this for like 2 seconds, please. Jesus. Don't say the word king.
I will. DSP gaming document. Yes, and I will. DSP gaming document. Yes, and I will. And no matter what, DSP is is forever my king.
And
okay, I don't know if I got that because you fuckers.
Bossy.
I'm gonna kill every single one of you. I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna get banned.
And no matter what, and I will. And no matter what,
I've been doing it. Okay, I'm about to mute all of you. I'm muting all of you.
Let's fucking
Where
go.
the fuck is where is it? Where's the fucking source? I'm fucking muting you guys. You guys keep ruining. You ruined it. Oh my fucking Christ. Where's the whatchamacallit? I really wish I had it. There we go. Fucking get out of here, mix it up. Fucking shut up for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, that is straight.
How is it still playing?
And
mix it up is at 0.
That is straight. Son.
You guys suck. You guys all fucking suck. You all suck. We're not recording it. I'm gonna record it later.
But with Phil, that's virtually his entire fan base.
You guys ruined
Phil
it.
once did have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy
You
grew and his
ruined
content
it.
stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators, but consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend, or in my base. Phil once did have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators.
Saru, if you could just get that soundbite of him saying that DSP is his king, that's all I need. That's all I want. That's all I want in life. Thank you in advance.
That's all. Oh, my buddy's in trouble.
I hate everything. I hate you all. You all suck.
These people
Y'all
exist within every
collectively
creator's
suck.
community. But with Phil, that's virtually his entire fan base. Phil once did have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators. But consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls does scare some of them away, but other times it may strengthen their attachment to Phil. And attachment is a very strong thing, because when Phil says he is in need, they're willing to help out. Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past 5 years, it's probably about $400.
Jesus
I
Christ.
follow a lot of content creators, but the thing is, I don't support them with money. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never
Tell Saru
supported any of them.
individually.
Not even a subscription. I think Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to. I never thought this out loud.
Yeah, it's not
even
art
thought
to
about
you.
it, so just I've never donated to any of them.
These interviews are not entirely representative of Phil's fanbase, as there were only a handful willing to reach out. Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There are, however, endless examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans. In the best case scenario, you get people like gamer Jay Lee, who was only a fan and mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s.
I forgot about
These
him.
people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I silently just removed myself as a mod and left. And every once in a while, I'll take jabs at him whenever he does something wrong. Now, am I going to do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do? No.
Despite Gamer Jay Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil would try to make Gamer Jay Lee seem incredible.
It's about me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me and my family, and he's regular in detractor circles and all that, and I'm like, so what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you? I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Optimally, this is as far as it would go. But when you factor in, this happens to his most dedicated fans that experience is sliding directly from Phil. Those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely, will take their obsession and twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up in the crossfire. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people like Mighty D and, stuff that are great, detractor content creators that make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth. But then there's the mentally deranged one. And I gotta say that they are mentally fucking disturbed. The way they will take this and twist it to try and basically do life ruination, even for people that denounce Phil. It's disturbing.
This is how you get people that swat him, dox his fans, DDoS his internet, mess with his internet as an alleged employee of Comcast, sleep with his sister-in-law, contact Phil's father to expose Phil, and totes doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around him as an achievement. What's more, if Phil is several thousand miles away from his family, has long lost connection with friends, and that single only personal refuge is his wife, means his personality curtails around these people. And being in the middle of the vortex, as it is called, means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has made him a dull knife. That's why the Side-Scroller's interview was catastrophic for Phil. Keeping in mind that Phil will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of ScrewAttack that has gravitated towards podcast-style shows and gaming coverage. Stuttering Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is. As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations, and while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
There are some people who won't be happy unless I just bring Darksydephil to his knees crying and bawling, and it's like they're going insane. Like they are insane. Phil has put out guidelines and Craig has paid Phil. What are you talking about? What? It's amazing.
Craig's lack of commitment towards hating Phil was causing the more paranoid detractors to develop theories. Craig's confusion towards these unsubstantiated theories brought even more paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, just in case something sketchy happens, unquote. And then the interview came. Live to around 2,000 people, Stuttering Craig and Adam Krigler introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
You guys had to have faith. Adam was the key linchpin. You know what? Craig did a good job too, but I'm telling you, man, you needed Adam, 100%. That's why if Craig's gonna go back, you need to bring back Adam, especially for this. It's the only way it'll make sense.
So I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Darksydephil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, for the first 30 minutes or so, begins with constant flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss an episode. While the hosts are appreciative of Phil's words, it's clear they are not swayed by them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are being challenged.
When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world and for different reasons. If I were to,
but are they sticking? Are they staying though? Because you know, if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his finances. Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
Oh, they showed the whole thing too. Look how I have to stare at his fucking PC. So he has to look at the data.
Prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
She's right. She's too valuable to escape. She's worth lots of money.
Phil tried to grasp at anything to defend himself, stating that it was out of context.
TJ, you were in here. You were in here the entire time. I even got a little tiny cameo too. There's a lot of people that got cameos, so it's pretty neat.
That the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke, and that in today's standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory points were putting the host on offense.
The $5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by.
I'm going to assume, TJ, that you helped him with the understanding of the differences between Supercard and WWE Champions, which you did a really, really good job of breaking that down. So I am glad that he didn't do the thing where people kind of conflate the two. He showcased that they were different games, showed how the gameplay works, and even broke down the whole, like, how it all worked for the speculations and everything, which is really, really funny. And it didn't even overstay its welcome. It was a perfect length, if that makes sense.
Your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look,
expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month. Geez, your mortgage, because if you work from home, I guess that's part of it. I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but your cost of your mortgage, all of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business.
Hold on, Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are? You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff? I mean, like...
Specifically? No, I don't.
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act confused in what his business expenses are, when Phil clearly stated in the bankruptcy 341 meeting exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and basically anything related to my internet content creation, you know, including, like I said, cost of video games, cost of subscription-based services, microtransactions within video games, cost of internet.
Phil successfully convinced the host that he was unaware of what was categorized as business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Exposed!
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions, but not as the Down the Raptors account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks, which is something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Many over hundreds of dollars that had been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
No, they were mine. They were somebody else's. I don't know, maybe showing it out.
Phil finally had a statement on the bank leaks. Here, he pivoted from stating that the bank leaks were not accurate, that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured. None of Phil's statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing. But Craig quickly thought of a way to try to prove some of this.
Find this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account?
You didn't even really need it, to be honest. You know what? The easiest way, if you ever want to prove the whole bank leaks, which I know nobody should have a hold on them, but if you ever want to prove the bank leaks, literally look up the day that he went to Burger King and look up the transaction date that he had from Burger King. It'll have like Carol Corp or something like that. I don't know what it categorizes it as. But I believe at the time they were owned by Carol Corp. If not, if it was a franchise, it would have said Burger King. But you could look up his purchase the day that he got the Chick King, the sloppy sandwich that he got. You can see it in the bank leaks. It's there. That was the easiest way to pin both together. It literally connects the two. If you truly want to look it up.
Of your WWE account. And just so I personally, I will not share your name
the following
to anybody.
TTS message. Also the same day has the Home Depot visit and he said he was going to Home Depot the stream prior.
Yeah. Basically that whole week worth of transactions, because he kind of admitted what he was doing that day. And you can just cross-reference that particular day. I just look back to the chicken sandwich because he made such a big stink about it that if you really wanted to, you could look back on Twitter, but that's the easiest way to connect the 2 days.
But just between us,
or the transaction of the day.
Man, I have to think about
and
vouch for you. The BK was a sleeper agent.
I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk.
Before Phil could fully commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE Champions account,
I can't
his internet
show
cut
my
out.
champ account.
Let's circle back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not.
With Phil gone, even for just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table, as he could have created or manufactured a fake account. Another consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host had Keemstar join in the place of Phil. Keemstar was particularly relevant, not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the Lolcow Podcast, and was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended to the other two potential co-hosts. So the conversation was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that, it was about the money. It was that though Phil constantly petitions for donations, he would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
The algorithm like sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that like you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career.
The Lolcow podcast was eventually made without Phil's attendance, and without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which also turned them against Phil. There is some speculation that Phil refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to be in such a rough spot financially. However, that is not entirely the case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated. So if it came out true that Phil was like, I guess, addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find like what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid. Pretty much there's no solid evidence that proves anything like 100%. But if it did come out, would it not change anything for you?
No.
I mean, I feel a bit hurt because he does often say, I'm low on money this month and all that.
So, but you'd still like probably like watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And
that's where Phil currently is. He is in a place of changing hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end to deaf ears and exists to be mocked. He has what would be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks. Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies. He has practically nothing to show for anything. There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
Yeah, this is kind of why you see DSP melding his how he acts, how he wants to talk to people, how he wants to treat his audience right now with the Kino Casino art. That's why you currently have the king reemerging and demanding his tips, demanding his taxes. This is the personality that he's now melded himself into to kind of survive right now. And it'll go away because eventually it has to go away. Why would you keep it up? Overall, pretty solid documentary. I think it summarizes the things that have happened within the last 20 years pretty well. Of course, it does not touch with the current arc, but how would it? I mean, there's no way on earth that you could predict such a thing would be happening, but I wouldn't consider it a very big arc. I see it's a lot of drama that's being kind of asperged and cast around, so I definitely would give it a 4 out of 5. I wouldn't give it a 3 out of 5. I'd give it a 4 out of 5, maybe even a 4.5 out of 5. This is kind of the thing where I told people to, and I'm trying to be like, and knew all along, but I'm just saying, when I was telling folks a long ass time ago, it's on my fucking Twitter feed and I really don't want to have to look it up, but I said initially, a long time ago, people need to calm the fuck down with the Joon the King shit. It'll be out when it's out, and when it's out, you can judge it as it comes out. And sure as shit, it comes out and it literally explains from start to finish what's there. It gives some helpful resources for people who don't know a lot about DSP. You don't really get a whole lot from 2024, which is, it makes a lot of sense because a lot of this was resource gathering all the way up to the beginning of 2024. I mean, I'm completely okay with it. What's this? Power of Truth status. What is this? There you go. It is, we're about to get DSP on the cross, I guess. It's crucifixion. DSP is Jesus. That's actually kind of funny. He's described himself as being Job before, so biblical references and all of that. But I wouldn't go to that degree. I'm trying to find though. I feel like I have it somewhere, and I kind of wish I had that readily available so I could post up and kind of show people. This is kind of stupid. I keep forgetting I've had strikes against the whatchamacallit from false flagging and whatnot. It's Consuela. Says trolls, blah blah blah. 24. You know what? It probably would be easier if I use Google. It's not gonna be. I don't know how to search my own fucking posts, so it makes it even worse. But I remember specifically having a pin thing for the longest time, and I had to tell people like, and this isn't to be specific against anybody or anything, but I remember telling people specifically like Ludwig and a couple people, just temper expectations, you know, just enjoy the ride. And at the end of the day, enjoying the ride got you something pretty funny. Everybody got to enjoy this. You think DSP is gonna have a fun time reacting to this? Probably not. He's gonna be like, dude, he's gonna whinge from start to finish. Like the beginning is day one is gonna be shit that nobody's gonna care about. He's gonna have to skip his ex-wife or his ex-girlfriend several times. So there's like a whole 30 minutes he can't even touch. And then the continual downfall, he's gonna be combative the entire time. And what is he gonna say? These people have no lives? Well, he even pointed this out. There's certain people that don't have lives. The SOK were pretty fucking shitty. Whatever. It was the last couple of seconds. Was it just to evaporate into nothing? Yeah. Okay. Well, again, very good. I'll give it a positive review. We'll give it a thumbs up. Thumbs up, agreed. He doesn't want his new boyfriends to react to it until he does. I don't think it'll truly matter, because the Kino Casino are gonna do what they're gonna do. Phil's greatest asset for them was to help make fun of RTU if he does anything dumb. My tweet, Miss Shark. Oh man, thank you. Here we go. Thank you so much, Miss Shark, for the save. Here's my fucking post that I made back in August 1st, 2023. There's so many unhinged takes as if Joon had done something immoral or reprehensible. Bro, it's just a documentary. He could suck off DSP for all I care. Phil, where people need to chill the fuck out with all this inflammatory shit. Swear, people need to learn how to laugh again. Thank you. I feel somewhat vindicated. I gotta fucking bookmark my own fucking post. Telling you guys, there are so many people that forgot how to fucking laugh at all the dumb shit. Just fucking ride the wave and just have fun with it. That's all you gotta do. It's not to shit on anybody specifically. I know I mentioned Ludwig, but I remember just having a conversation with Ludwig. I was like, look, man, it's all good. Like, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry. It would be funny as hell if the video went to trending tab. That would be kind of funny too. Where's it? Where are we at right now in views? So we're at 103. Okay, 103,000 views in the first 5 hours. Pretty decent. Not bad. Not bad. And what people are gonna see if they look at DSP's videos today are like, it's gonna be him playing fucking WWE Champions. Look at that. Where is it? WWE Champions. Wow. You're telling me that DSP willingly put up a video of him playing fucking the game that people were
Why does it close game?
having
Why
giant
is it trying to
contention
close the
over? Wow, shocker. Fucking shocker. Imagine that. And they're gonna see this, they're gonna see shirt rip at 1,000? Yeah. You know what the worst thing you could possibly do, DSP, is make videos about the thing that some people held contention over, where you wasting money pissing it away, leading up to a bankruptcy. What a weird thing. Oh well, it's not my content, dude. It's a second content or something. Discord has some of the replies to DSP deleted comment. Let's take a look. We have... You're lucky Joon didn't include you fighting tooth and nail to justify keeping Derek in your community. Get a job, fail. Stop begging vulnerable people for the disability checks. You knew Derek was a creep for 2+ years. Yeah. That's pretty good. Thank you for that. What a pun said. Clip of Alex say, oh, thank you, pun. We're gonna put this up. I don't think I can,
It saves your life.
Wait.
Not only in the real world, but in VR chat.
There we go.
If you were my teacher, it saves your life. Not only in the real world, but in VR chat. If you were my teacher, I'd never miss a class. Exactly. Thank you, Jonathan. Captain, are you going to watch the DSP gaming document? Yes, and I will. And no matter what, DSP is forever my king. Mm-hmm. I am a servant. He is my king.
I am a servant and he is my king. What? Huh?
Big ups, Alex. You're a real one. Thank you. Thank you, Need poster.
Okay. Big ups, whatever the fuck that was. I will say this though, I know you might think Alex is pretty funny. He is pretty funny. He has a lot of controversy behind him apparently. He's there are other people that actually troll him. Like he has his own troll community and shit. They've been following him for the last decade or so. I will also say this, I am also a moderator for him. I don't understand why he gave me the wrench, but he did give me the wrench status, so I'm a mod for him.
Jonathan says do it.
And all I've done is ask him like silly questions over the years. Over the weeks. It's okay. I'll ask him.
I am Unicron. That's all I can do.
He's very obsessed with Naruto, and he kind of likes Sailor Moon, but he likes Naruto. That's his favorite anime. You know what? He even had a thing. What was his question? Where is it? Which is my favorite anime? Why do I like it?
Move on. No pornography.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Macau. Hold on.
Is this the one where he closes his door? No, he doesn't.
Files.
Oh, he gives a shout out for somebody's birthday.
I said I called you Mr. Macau, but KR Macau it is. What's my favorite anime and what do I like about it? Now, my favorite anime, ironically, is Naruto. And what do
How is it ironic if he has posters of Naruto right here?
I like about it? It shows that I can relate.
Yeah, I want to know how many seasons he's watched.
Character.
I kind of want to ask him.
Because I am an outsider.
Captain
as well.
Alex, how many seasons of Naruto have you watched?
Many years ago. Like I started YouTube, and I felt like I was no one. But later on in life, I was beginning to be accepted for who I am. So that's why I can relate.
He can relate to Naruto because he was a nobody on YouTube, and now he is a nobody but with 1,000 subs. There you go. Oh, Kuranox, where do you start watching Naruto? Well, that's an easy question to answer. After I give 50 seconds of telling you the rules of answering questions and how I hate Q&A, the answer to that question is from the beginning, because that's what he said. Oh, that's a good pause. Him kind of choking himself out. Oh well, yeah. I don't know. I'll probably watch the Captain Alex thing, or something. The last episode, easy, yeah. That's where you gotta start. Episode last. That's the part where he calls himself a servant. Oh my gosh, thank you, Bean. Bean also got it in audio form. Look at this. Everybody's helping me out.
Captain,
now I have an audio version.
Document. Yes, and I will.
This is going to be perfect. Thank you, Bean, for helping me out in my time of need. Okay. I think I'm done. It's 6 o'clock. I want to start prepping dinner. I don't really want to watch DSP because, I mean, what am I going to watch? This? What am I even looking at? Him playing fucking the game? I don't even care. I haven't even been caring about this game. This is fucking stupid to me. He should have been reacting to his own documentary. He could have finished it up today. He's not going to. He's going to do it late at the night. So we're not going to watch any of that. Fuck that. Rant? Oh my gosh. Y'all are really irritating me on this Murica crap. Oh, we're going to save that. We're going to watch that later. That's going to be pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done for the day. It time make din din. It was a long stream. Holy shit, it was 7 hours? Man, 7 fucking hours. I feel like I existed for way too long. Thank you for coming out. Sorry if this was trash, and if it was good, I'm glad you thought it was good. What are we gonna do? I can send you over to Tevin's place. There's also Shroom and Marked One. Oh shit, I haven't done a Marked One raid in a minute. What's Marked One doing? Is he doing the review? He is. He is! Yes! Okay. We're gonna do 2 things. We're gonna shout out Shroom Duke Theme. He is currently doing the review on Joon the King. So you can enjoy this at your own leisure. I encourage you. I am literally shouting at the top of my lungs. I'm not actually doing that, but what if I was? Give him a follow. If you haven't already, give him a fucking follow. Shroom Dukem is a cool guy. He loves shroom. You know what? He loves mushrooms, and he's also named Dr. Fart because he has a PhD in fartology. He also is a rabid fan of the nonsense and the detractors. And this one time he smoked on stream. He smoked them and he smoked them good. That's pretty good. There you go. That's my thing. But give him a follow if you haven't already. Hit the top little icon. Oh shit, Tevin's in here too. Devin, I'm gonna raid Mark Moon because I never get a chance to raid him. That's gonna be my only opportunity. No, he doesn't like fart. He likes fart. He's Dr. Fart. He loves farts. He examines farts. He doesn't actually examine farts. He does examine cell waters, which Andrew Kolostomy bag. Did you know that Andrew put up a video like 2 days ago of him going in front of a green screen with his Johnson hanging out? I did. I found that out the hard way. It was pretty horrible, actually. I regretted every minute of it. Paging Dr. Fart. Can we give him a shout out? Let me see. I gotta also give shout outs for the contributions. Let's see. We got a nice clip. A nice, good clip. What are we doing?
Make this a meme. That's my favorite thing. When someone does something stupid and they go, make this, DSP does that shit. Make this a meme. How?
I got some mighty bananas for killing them. An 8-fold blade?
It says Nintendo. Whoa, Dingus, what game is this? Dingus, what game is this? Dingus would probably know what game this is. UNFW, you would probably know what game is this.
That's the first blue rupee I got in the whole game. Dude, I'm almost 45 hours into the game. That's the first.
Yeah, we're gonna go over to Mark One's place.
That's your
Mark One is also reviewing it as well. So anybody who missed it will also get a chance to watch it as well. We're gonna send you guys off there. I don't know. I might be on later in the week. I have SMT5 Vengeance to play, courtesy of Pop-Tart, gifted copy. I also have to plan out the Halloween nonsense coming up. We also have potentially a fundraiser that we're also going to do. We'll probably do fundraiser goals to make augment my suffering, if you will. Yeah, SMT scan. Yeah, we're always scamming. We're scamming. We're scamming. We're scamming. Final check. Making sure I didn't miss anything. I did not miss anything. Good. I'm gonna close out Discord. I'm gonna do a quick review of everybody to give shout outs. Big ups to the following. Big ups to Jack5In. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. We had a gifted sub from UNFW to Arizona Made Gamer. 6-month resub from The Breakfast Soup. For our follows, we had I Bring Chaos, Sarah Proc, Dirge_Gaming, Weezamon, Teleporte Official, Auditore07, Philippin the Script, and that's it for the follows. Big ups to the raids earlier from Drawn Fraga and Ludwig World Order. We do appreciate that very much, very bigly. Big ups to... what else do we have? We have Nisiru that did a 4-month sub. Appreciate it. 11 bits from Almighty_Tevin. Thank you. I really appreciate it, dude. Spider Rye Morales. Is that what we changed our name to? Why did we change our name to Spider Rye Morales? Thank you for the 22-month resub. Mr. Pun for the gifted sub over to Drawn Fraga. We appreciate that as well. Thank you. Peaches and Keem with a 25-month resub. Tahu with 5-month resub from Pry. Kool-Aid Man did nothing wrong. I agree. He did nothing wrong. He was, look, it was a guy, he was just looking for a, he was just looking for a good time. He found a good time. Just happened to be flavored red cherry Kool-Aid flavor. You know how it is. And big ups Repsy with the tier 3 resub. Jesus Christ, please don't do that. Just use your Prime. If not, you can tier 1. You don't have to spend that much on me, man. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Big ups PW Dubs for the 50 bits. Chalky __07 with the 300 bits. Vikes 1011 with 50 bits. Do you think we get Scorn? We kind of didn't get Scorn, but it was okay. And the 50 bits earlier with the you need to go to Captain stream, and we saw the Captain doing his nonsense. And finally, you missed when he says, I am a servant and he is my king. Sarah got that one. Don't worry, Sarah got it for us. Okay, I'm done. Oh yeah, and also thank you for the 50 bits earlier asking what is the gun show. We showed off the gun show. The gun show is here. It's here. All right, you guys, thank you for stopping by. The VOD will be posted up on YouTube probably in a week. Yeah, it'll probably be up in a week. You can watch it on here. I'll make it public probably after, I'll make it public right after I close out. So if you really truly want to watch it, I don't really have any interesting takes. Come on, I'm saying dumb shit, man. I'm literally just a guy watching another guy make a documentary on a guy. I'm about to raid another guy, and he's also watching the guy make a documentary on the guy, but he's doing it from the beginning. All you European folks, you're literally gonna get filled in with the Phil nonsense from the start to finish. From marked__1. If you haven't already, should give him a follow. He's pretty cool. He makes fun content. He's pretty swole. and all that shit. I don't know. I'll see you later in the week. I'll probably stream. I'll do a random gameplay stream. I got to do a lot of catch up. And then I'll probably harvest ideas for Halloween style nonsense. If I have to pay, I will probably pay Ludwig for something if he is freed up. I want to make sure I don't want to take up resources. Thank you, Joon, for the cool ass documentary. You did pretty good. I liked it, and I think a lot of people liked it too. Thank you for all you nudniks stopping by. I'm sorry if you didn't see this on Twitch and you're complaining on YouTube that you didn't have an audience to talk to. Don't worry, there were other people that were streaming this, so you probably had fun there. Okay, see you later. Bye-bye.